We are back. Welcome to part 2 of the live stream. Thank you for bearing with us as we caught up with the YouTube restrictions that they put upon us.
We will play ball by their rules.
Well, you don't have a choice, really. When it comes to YouTube, they don't give you the option. So there you are. We're here. We're live. Got a like already. We don't even have a viewer, and we have a like. How about that? Love it. You people are the best. All right. We're here. We're rocking and rolling. Let's see what we've got going on. I've got to work.
We are 11 hours in.
Isn't that something?
It really doesn't feel that long, does it? It doesn't to me.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't. There we go. It doesn't feel like it's been that long at all. Let's see. 101 likes in the last one. And then the Mitch Trubisky fan gave us the one dislike. Not bad. We're good to go. Thanks, Mitch.
Always one.
Picking up our viewers. Thank you all for rejoining us.
Let me rejoin as well. So I can read the chat.
Yeah, let me know how easy it is. It's always hard to be on that side and not do it. There we go. Okay, there we are. All right, round 2. Jamie Miller, been listening since it started, brother. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, I really mean that. That means a lot, man, to ride with us. This is great. We know, Chris. We got it. We've got it. It'll be a 4 a.m. job. You know how those are. Back, Floundericious. Eisenhard back. All right. We're here.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah. We've got this rocking and rolling. You folks, I want to thank you all for what we got. Got Jamie through his 12-hour shift. We got through our 11-hour shift so far. We are on our last hour. We'll get Mark Schofield here in here shortly. You know, I messed up, Riz. I restarted the stream, and I didn't let my own stream. Do you mind if we? Oh, which Riz didn't sound clip, Riz or Nick? There's so many.
Which one? Sadly, there's a few of them.
Oh my God! It is Sir Mix-a-Lot booty thick.
T1000. We're not going to start drinking just out of respect for St. Jude. Thank you, Nick, by the way, for this chat. Trust me, I would, but also I would probably end up face down on the keyboard by 4 a.m. and we wouldn't be able to fulfill our 24-hour requirement.
I have moved into the coffee realm.
Yeah, I have a couple of special drinks ready for after the show's over that I'm going to jump into, and
yes, I will be enjoying. People who know me, I'm a huge fan of Founders Curmudgeon's Better Half. I got a bottle of that ready to roll at 9:01 a.m.
You know what everyone says when they hear hipsters like you?
You've had enough of that shit.
Goddamn camel coming. All right. So Riz, I know
it's like dance here with us.
I got the stream going, but I got another stream I got to get going. Can you do that for me really quick? And can you cover it just for a moment? I will be. It'll be a quick turn, I promise.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So
thank you. Coos.
Oh, look,
man. Guys are the
wow,
best. They're the best, man.
Y'all are amazing. Yep. You really are. Yeah. Absolutely amazing. So so let's just recap where we went earlier in the day. We had Justin Rogers on. He was our first guest. He kicked it off with us. We talked about a lot of things. One of the things that he talked about and we asked was Tyrell Williams and if there was any chance that he would be coming back. And that later got resolved during the day. For those of you who've been watching and following along, he got released, was waived with an injury settlement off injured reserve. It means that he is no longer any problem for the Lions. He cannot sign with them again this year. He can sign with another team if he so chooses, though I don't think that's in the works. And the Lions would not get any alleviation from it. That's what the injury settlement meant. He was already on IR, so his season's over. But Justin offered some great insights. Had the great Tony Ortiz came in and talked and reminisced about just a lot of things. And Tony's a very knowledgeable guy. Talking with him was great. We had Voice of the Lions, Dan Miller came in. Dan spreading his just unbelievable Dan has been so good to Chris and I and the podcast, but also really to just all Lions fans. He's just a great guy. So we enjoyed talking with him. Had Luke, easier for me to say. One of the things that happens when I get tired is I lose control of my tongue, and that might be happening soon and sooner than later. Will certainly happen more later. But we talked with Luke Easterling of DraftWire. We talked about quarterbacks. We talked about safeties. We talked about wide receivers and what an advantageous position that the Lions can be in all those situations. And we followed draft more, easy for me to say, more draft chat later with my guy Kyle Krabs from the Draft Network. I'm in need of a brain break apparently because I'm like spazzed out. Yeah, so we've had a lot of fun. We've had a lot of good guests. We got more coming up. We have had some fun with the Lions. We talked a lot earlier about Odell Beckham Jr. Did a lot of speculation. Do we want him? Would we claim him based on the way that it ended with him with the Cleveland Browns? Thank you, Gerard. $50 donation. Thanks so much. That's awesome. Love it. With OBJ, the terms of his release from Cleveland are such that if the Lions place the waiver claim upon him, they would have to cut some other people because he costs $7.8 million against the cap. They have about $2.7 million in available cap room. The way that it was structured is very much a way for OBJ to not get claimed by any other team and then pick where he wants to go. And most everyone believes that is New Orleans, which is home for him. So we had a lot of talk about that earlier in the day. It wound up being something that I actually had to pause my performance here so I could do the work over here because we don't get days off. I have not had a day off. I haven't even had 12 hours off since late July. That's just the toll and rigmarole of what we do in football season. And I won't get that again for some time, but we've had fun with that. So all the OBJ talk wound up being kind of for naught. We will technically find out he's waived Monday at 4 p.m. We will know by Tuesday at 4 p.m. And look at that. Hey, Mark Schofield announces his presence with authority by donating $100 ahead of his appearance. Again,
awesome, dude.
That's great. Mark, by the way, is a awesome guy. We're going to have him on here in a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
And Mark played quarterback in college, so he understands what he's talking about. He is our
as big as my head.
Mark is the quarterback guru for those of us in the wire sites. He primarily writes for Touchdown Wire. If you go back in time, he worked with me at Draft Breakdown once upon a time, which was we had a phenomenal team there. Kyle Krabs was part of that as well. Joe Marin was part of that as well from the Draft Network. And Mark is a great quarterback guru. And I know he doesn't necessarily like being called that, but his eye for detail on what quarterbacks are seeing and what they need to be seeing and how their skills translate and how they don't translate is top notch within the industry. And we're gonna hit him. He was on with us a couple weeks ago. He joined in. We talked about Matt Corral. We talked about who else did we talk about then? A little bit about Willis, but not as much.
Right.
You ask him his thoughts on Goff, and he was very quick in steering us to the draft. I think says a lot.
Jamie, thank you for the 20. Yeah.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you, Jamie. Also, I got to catch a couple of folks here, Riz, if you don't mind, before we get Mark on.
Nope.
We've got a bunch that are flying through here, and you are on the bean clock, and I'm about 500 away from the bean clock.
All right.
So we can hold that for after Mark.
Right, I will bean it.
Let's hold it.
I'll do it now.
Let's do it with Mark.
You want me to,
let's let Mark share in the moment. He'll love it, right?
He would love that.
Okay.
So Mark and I have spent some late nights together on the town in Mobile. So he's seen me in some interesting situations. Also,
the late night texts are the best. I got to tell you.
We have done the combine in Indianapolis. In fact, he was with me when I walked into the Jerry Jones bus. Didn't see it. Walked right into it. Coming up almost. That was a fun night.
Yeah.
That was a
Okay.
good time.
All right. Okay. So Mark is in the wings. He's waiting in the wings. Let me save this really quick, and then we'll bring him. Oh my gosh, there's so much going on. Okay, we'll bring him in right now and get this going.
Cool.
You'll get your bean in front of him because I think he's going to enjoy every moment of having you.
I'm sure he will.
And I got to get his name linked up here really quick. Mark Schofield. There he is.
It's Mark.
Good evening, friends. How are we doing?
Dude, so good to see you again. I mean, I said we wanted you back. I did not think it would be this quick. This is a joy. This is joy.
It's the joy is all on this side of the table, friends. It is all on this side of the table, and I'm excited to see you guys.
At the bottom of your screen.
What's that?
That's what that bump is at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, that's exactly what that bump is at the bottom of the screen. No, I'm overjoyed. Happy to support a good cause. Happy to be back. Happy to see Risen put a hat on. How are you guys doing?
If we could only get him in a ski mask. Yeah, no, he's been going really, really good. And I want to just, before we start, the donation, man, thank you so much. Really, really. I mean, we wanted to have you on. You're a great guy. You have great content. And the fact that you rolled up and dropped, I mean, look, I know you're ball walking in. We know what you're doing here. But that was really, really cool. And I know we all appreciate it, man. You pushed us to $11,272.69. Good stuff.
I didn't want to donate any change there because I had to keep that.
Yeah.
I had to keep that.
That has to be done.
It says something about the community. Riz has a punishment. You helped push us there. At every $800 increment at $1,000 at a time, we have these wonderful little joyous things called Bean Boozled. And
What is this?
these are like Jelly Bellies.
Okay.
Except it's like Russian roulette with Jelly Bellies.
Oh.
There's one, they all look the same, but like one is stink bug or toasted marshmallow, rotten egg or buttered popcorn, barf or peach, booger, stinky socks, dirty dishwater, toothpaste, canned dog food, spoiled milk, dead fish. Those are all the delicious ones. So far, we've, I think, done about a 4 each or 3 each, somewhere around there, and we haven't gotten one of the good ones yet. So there is a preponderance of disgusting.
The least
very
awful
excited to
one
see
I've
this.
had is barf.
Wow, that's the least awful one you've had?
Yes.
What's been the absolute worst? Yeah.
Stink bug, without question.
Really?
It
It affected him for at least an hour and a half.
terrifying. All right, what I get this time?
So,
I can
Mark,
smell
I
the beans and my stomach is curdling.
He was gonna do it before you got here. I was like, let's share with Mark.
No,
Mark
I
really
want to share
deserves
this
it.
experience.
So I got the first one that I had this morning, which is stinky sock or
Toasted marshmallow.
Let me find the actual bean here. I think that's what this one is. It's sort of pinkish, right?
No, it's like brown and cream. Oh no, that's stink bug. You're right. Stinky socks are tutti frutti.
All right.
Stinky socks are tutti frutti. Either one would be apropos.
All right, Riston, let's go.
All right. Stand by. I'm gonna put this down gently so I don't throw them.
Okay, he's got stinky socks or tutti frutti. Riz is on the line.
So I did have stinky sock earlier in this morning, and it is very aptly named because for those of you following along, it's very much like my 16-year-old son after playing a day of basketball, being in the car with him, except it's in my freaking mouth. What about that?
In the name of charity.
Don't swallow it. That's what got you on the stink bug. You didn't chew it.
It's
you're
stuck
right. In your throat,
right.
and you were breathe tasting it forever. I'm telling you, you're gonna get tutti frutti. I know it.
It's tutti frutti.
God.
I'm a good luck charm, Riston.
Thank you, Mark. I love you,
I'm
buddy.
happy to help there, man.
Riz, join us on the draft show. We need you.
You got it.
Oh
It's
my!
like tutti frutti, not all that good either, but it's
Yeah.
It's not stinky socks. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Mark, we talked before, and I was in Vegas. I may not have been in right mind. Who knows? It's Vegas. I don't remember a whole lot. I do know that we get to actually have a good conversation here with all the technical stuff working. We mentioned Jared Goff, and you went right to draft. Are you still in the same mindset as you were?
Nothing's changed, boys. Nothing's changed. I mean, you're talking about a guy that a couple of weeks ago threw it away on 4th and 11. I mean,
and then again,
yeah,
and he did it again.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't think we're changing anything there. It is right to draft season, and this is kind of a big weekend for the draft because not only Phil Jakovic, Boston College, came back from his wrist injury tonight, although I guess he threw an interception like 20 minutes ago. So not that Phil Jakovic is going to be a first-round draft pick, but a little bit of draft news. We do get sort of the big game this weekend, right?
Mm-hmm.
Liberty, Mississippi, Malik Willis, Matt Corral. I'm pretty sure all 32 teams will be there. I'm pretty sure lots of people in the draft community are going to try to get down there or at least watch it. It's a noontime kick. That's going to be a showcase game. I mean, we've had a couple of showcase games. Kenny Pickett beats Clemson, which was an impressive performance, and he comes back and struggles a little bit against Miami. But, this is a big one tomorrow, and one of these guys may very well end up being QB1. And, it's not like whoever wins this game will lock that up. I mean, we're coming off a year where Trevor Lawrence lost to Justin Fields. He ends up going ahead of him. I mean, so it's not like this is going to be determinative. But we've also seen, Tua loses to Joe Burrow, 2019, that LSU-Alabama game, and Burrow goes number 1 overall. Now, Tua's hips might have had something to do with that, but it will be a big one tomorrow.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. And how much do you think this defines the Lions' draft pick tomorrow?
I mean,
if they go quarterback, if you think they go quarterback early or late in the round, right? They got 2 opportunities, right? At the top of the round, probably at the very first pick overall, or later in the round where the Rams land.
Yeah, and I mean, I think if you're looking at the board right now, you'd have to think if you go early, you're probably thinking one of the 2 guys that plays tomorrow. If you go later, you're probably thinking a Pickett, a Desmond Ridder, a Sam Howell. I mean, that's kind of like, I think, the 2 tiers of these guys sort of at the top of the board right now. This is one of those draft cycles, and you guys know this, where it's really going to come down to how you feel about the people in the room making the decision. Because it's not like last year where you knew, look, Trevor Lawrence, he was probably going to be okay wherever he ended up. I mean, you probably could say the same about most of those guys in that first round, maybe all 5 of those guys. You would probably make a case that wherever they ended up, probably going to be good. It's not the case here. Like Matt Corral, as much as I'm intrigued by him, he's coming from a Lane Kiffin system that has made things extremely easy for him. I was just rewatching some stuff today, and it's like, all right, well, if you're going to be running sniffer back pop pass and, all this other stuff, sure, it might work, but we need to evolve beyond that. I was watching Malik Willis today, and yes, he can scramble around and make some ridiculous plays on the move, but he can also throw an interception right to the cornerback sitting down in curl flat coverage. There's going to be a need to get the landing spot right, to get the developmental framework right, to get the trust level in that guy that, look, we're going to be able to figure it out with him. We're going to be able to develop him. So it's a very strange draft class. I like these guys. I like them, but I do think that, for example, guys over at Bleacher Report, Derek Clausen, Nate Tyson company, they just put out their first mock draft. And Desmond Ridder was QB1. He went off the board 6 to Washington in their mock, but they've got him graded 25th overall. I mean, this is one of those draft classes where your first quarterback that comes off the board, whatever team makes that move, it might be the 20th player graded on their board. It might be the 25th player graded on their board, whichever guy it is. It's a risky decision, but it's a position of a board.
Manual.
Yeah, I mean, right. It could be that kind of class where it's like, man, do we want to pass on a Thibodeau? Do we want to pass on a Hamilton? Do we want to pass on a Stingley or a Gardner or a Neal or any of these guys that we're seeing talked about as the guys that are going in, say, the top 5 to 7 for a Desmond Ridder, for a Matt Corral, for a Malik Willis? Now, positional value of the quarterback is it tells you, look, if you like the guy, you got to get him. Again, we're talking about a team that has a quarterback throwing it away on 4th down.
Twice.
So you might just think, look, we're going to get the guy and figure it out. At the same time, when you pass on one of those players to do it, that could go south.
Yeah. And I'll think back to the Cleveland situation where there was a lot of local pressure to take Mitchell Trubisky, who was
Right.
a local Cleveland kid. And one of the Cleveland beat writers beat that drum endlessly. And she was proven wrong because they took Myles Garrett when she said they wouldn't. And it wound up being the right decision because I think there's not many people that would rather have Mitchell Trubisky than Myles Garrett at this point.
I don't even think, Mitchell Trubisky's family would have wanted the Bears.
Probably not.
The Browns to do that. So, yeah.
So you're looking at number one, Kayvon Thibodeau, or a guy that another team might have as QB5 and realistically be justifiable in holding that position.
Right.
I don't see that happening.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those. It's such a tough decision. Like that's why I said you have to really have fallen for this guy. He's going to have to come in and blow it away on the whiteboard. You're going to have to love all the stuff you hear from him, from a character standpoint, from his coaches, his high school coaches, and everything. You're really going to have to be convinced that we will pass on an Evan Neal, we will pass on a Kyle Hamilton, we will pass on a Thibodeau for a guy that needs the ideal scheme fit. It might need everything to be right around him, and might need like 3 years to sort of piece it together. Like that's the other thing. Like you look at these guys. I'm not so sure I'm ready to start one of these guys week one. Like I'm not so sure I'm ready to do that. So then you're still talking about, as we talked about when I was on with you guys last time, the Jared Goff sort of bridge to whenever. I mean, if you're going to pass on a Stingley, a Hutchinson, the Purdue edge, I mean, these are all talented players. Now, certainly those guys could bust as well. I mean, they're not guaranteed. I don't think Thibodeau will bust. I don't think Hamilton will bust. I don't think Neal will bust. I don't think Stingley goes, or Hutchinson, or the Purdue edge. Maybe, I don't know if you guys go center with your first pick, but
we got a center.
You guys have a center. So I don't think you're going to do that. Do you go corner again early? I mean,
God, I hope not.
I hope not too. So, but there are some positions there where the guys look like they can legitimately play right away and play week one. Whereas a Willis, a Corral, a Ritter, like you might be waiting a while.
And that's one of the things the Lions need in so many positions are players that can play on day one. We talk about, Justin Fields. I feel like the jury's still out on what he's going to be in the NFL, but let's just say he's going to be great, right? If he was on this Lions team right now, he'd be getting murdered. There's a handful of quarterbacks that could play on this team right now and find any modicum of success. We were talking to Voice of the Lions, Dan Miller, earlier today, and he said that the team is worse than it was when Matthew Stafford left. There's just not the talent there. I want to go. We talked about. And we know you're not going to find Goff truthers here that are saying he's anything but who Jared Goff is. But we're also kind of talking about he's not the only problem here on the offense, right? He has no targets. He hasn't been getting the protection he needed, right? And especially in this last game, it's something that I've kind of seen, and it's kind of clicking for me. And I could be crazy. I've been called worse before. But I feel like the play calling is one of the really, really big problems right now for Jared Goff. I don't think it's just that he's afraid to throw it downfield. I feel like the plays are set up so that he doesn't throw it downfield. We only had one reception by a wide receiver in the game against the Eagles. Everything else was DeAndre Swift and TJ Hawkinson. We've had more 4th and 1s and third just to the sticks than any team in the last 5,000 years. This has been a team that just does not look down the field, doesn't scheme downfield, and it looks like we have two guys, and if they're covered, we're in trouble, period. It's the end of the story. How much of this do you think, in that you've seen of the play of the Lions, do you think can kind of go to these play calls and the blocking setups in front of Jared Goff? Again, I'm not trying to say that he's all that, right? But I feel like he needs good blocking, he needs good weapons, and he needs good play calls. He's not getting any of those three.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's absolutely fair, Chris. And if you think back to his time with the Rams, right? Sean McVay had to be a QB puppeteer. Like he had to do everything right and scheme everything up and make things so easy for Jared Goff, even to get him to be, a Pro Bowl quarterback or an above average NFL quarterback. You had to use so much play action, so much under center stuff, so much, half the field, 3-level flood concepts. And even that, he's just still struggling with it. Like he's still missing reads and throws, and that's his time in the Rams. You have to really sort of prop him up. And, you're talking about the Eagles game. They had some concepts early in the game to attack downfield. They had a 4 verticals concept early in the game, but then you start getting behind the schedule, getting behind the sticks, getting behind on the scoreboard. You're getting some sacks early, and they sort of revert to, we've got to really condense everything. We've got to make everything quick because we don't think we can protect long enough for him to get the ball downfield. He's had some opportunities both in this game and throughout this season to throw downfield here and there, but he's not willing to do it for whatever reason. Maybe he's sped up in his mind, which, could be understandable given what's happening in front of him. Maybe he's just not trusting his arm, his eyes, his reads, whatever, but it's more than just Jared Goff. I mean, I think that's absolutely a fair point. And I think if you look at the contrast between what the Rams were doing with Goff and what the Rams are doing now, so much empty stuff, so much 3x2 gun, just letting Stafford rip it. They're not running under center. There's barely any play action. They don't have to prop up a quarterback. I mean, the difference between the Rams offense last year and this year tells you everything you need to know about where Jared Goff is as a quarterback and what his ceiling is as a quarterback and what his limitations are. And now, is it all him this year with the Lions? No, there's obviously, like you said, Chris, it's not like there's a lot of people thinking that Odell might be claimed by Detroit. Now, I know the money's going to be tricky if they try to do it, but you don't have a ton of weapons right now. You've got some iffy blocking up front for him. Also, I think last week, look, if you look at the Eagles, you want to pick on Alex Singleton as much as you can. So you might try to get the backs involved in the passing game, but still, it's not like this was a one-off. It's like it's been like this most of the year.
Yeah, it's been a struggle. Let me ask you this then: how much can having a top-notch wide receiver help a young quarterback come along? We're sort of seeing that not matter all that much with Allen Robinson and Justin Fields, but we are seeing like what having T. Higgins and Jamar Chase can do for Joe Burrow in his second season. How much stock do you put in having a great premium weapon for a quarterback like that?
I mean, it's important, Jeff, in the sense that you need somebody that can get open early in the down and late in the down. Somebody that on those zero blitz looks that we're seeing a lot of defenses run, you can get open on a slant. You can beat press coverage. You can win off the line, and the quarterback knows that you have that ability. So if it's a 3rd and 4 and he gets a zero blitz look, he doesn't have to check. He doesn't have to get out of whatever they got called. He can trust you're going to win. We saw that from Joe Burrow to Jamar Chase just a couple of weeks ago against, the Baltimore Ravens. You also need somebody that can get open sort of late in the down, right? Like not just scramble draw situations, but if it's 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, you've got that trust that you can push the ball downfield and they can get open. A lot of it takes time to build, though. I mean, what puts Burrow and Chase in a unique situation is that this isn't just week 8 for them. They've been doing it together for a while. And so, you start wondering, like, when you used Allen Robinson for an example, it takes time to build it. You question Matt Nagy and his decision this summer, like not to give Justin Fields first team reps, like which many people, I think rightfully so, were criticizing during the summer, because even if Andy Dalton was going to be your QB1, you got to get the backup ready to step in case something happens to Dalton week 1. You're going up against Aaron Donald on Sunday night to open week 1. Like something could happen. You've got to put young quarterbacks in a position where if they're playing early, whether it's week 1, week 4, week 8, whatever, they're comfortable. They're as comfortable as humanly possible. That means getting them some time with receivers in training camp. If you're going all in on a guy, whether you're like drafting him early in the first round, you're trading up to do so. Maybe you think about, is there somebody he played with at some point that we could bring in? Whether it's somebody you used to play with that's a free agent, or a former teammate that we could draft, or something like that. You're looking at the Burrow and Chase situation. Comfortable quarterbacks are successful quarterbacks. And comfort comes in many ways. It's behind the line of scrimmage in the pocket. It's with the playbook, and it's with the guys you're throwing to. And look, Jeff, I mean, you take your one hat off and put the other hat on. I mean, we're seeing another kind of situation play out in Cleveland where you have a young quarterback that's not really comfortable throwing to a top flight wide receiver. They cannot get on the same page. I know there's a lot of finger pointing going on with the Baker and Odell situation. Are there moments when Odell hasn't made catches when Baker's looked to him? Yeah, there's a 4th down play against the Chargers. There's a 4th down play against Arizona. Are there moments when Baker should have thrown to Odell and did it? Yeah, there's lots of those too. I mean, there's probably more of the Baker side than the Odell side. But these guys, for whatever reason,
Odell will certainly tell you there are.
And he's right. Like, look, Seth Galina did a video from Pro Football Focus like an hour or two ago talking about how Baker loves reading the front side concept, the 3-receiver, 2-receiver concept, and they've got Odell running backside digs all the time, and he's open, but Baker's just not looking there. You think about the Vikings, the end of that game where Baker had a chance to put it away. Odell was open and he missed it. Like, those two haven't got on the same page, and you're seeing that sort of spiral out of control. If you're going to go all in on the young quarterback, you want weapons around him that he's comfortable throwing to. And that might be part of the reason why the Browns are saying, look, we're going to roll with Baker here. Like, we've got some guys in Donovan Peoples-Jones and the tight ends that he's comfortable throwing to for whatever reason, not Odell. So sorry, Odell.
It happens.
Yeah.
Best laid don't always turn up the way that you want them to.
Yeah.
Life's tough in the big city. That's the way it rolls.
That is.
All right. What else we got going on here? Talk about the Chicago Bears really quick. A question came up in the chat. They've got an interesting set of circumstances. They get to play the Lions twice, which is the kind of thing that saves a coach's career. But I think the reality here is Nagy's probably on his last legs. They may even be looking for a GM. Do they burn it all down this year? I mean, the defenses, they don't have a lot of time with the guys they got. They could probably still get a little bit of value out of it and start over. Is that what happens? Or do the Bears try to put it together one more year after this under a new coach?
I can't imagine at this point that Nagy and Pace are back. The Bears historically don't make changes like this in season. I do think we're looking at sort of an off season. All right, look, let's think about it first from a coaching perspective, right? Matt Nagy was brought in to fix Mitchell Trubisky, and it didn't work out. Like the first year, like they pieced it together. They won the division. They got to the playoffs. They didn't win, but okay, they pieced it together, and you thought, okay, he did his job. Mitchell Trubisky at times looked like a serviceable to above average quarterback, which after his first year, you thought that wasn't going to happen. So, hey, kudos. Now let's, keep it rolling forward. And then Trubisky sort of regressed. They had a situation last year where you have Foles in both in and out of the lineup. It's clear that Nagy didn't sort of correct and fix and develop Mitchell Trubisky. So you might think, all right, well, that's the quarterback. Like, we brought the guy in, couldn't get it done. That's more of a Mitchell Trubisky problem, which we'll get to the general manager in a second. So then you get another young quarterback, and you see how they have mismanaged Justin Fields to this point. We talked about not getting reps in the preseason. Dalton to start, then they put Fields in. They can barely protect him. 9 sacks against Cleveland. Some of that was on him, not all of it. Actually, most of it wasn't on him. Bill Lazor takes over the play calling. He looks good, but then they sort of seem to get Matt Nagy back into the play calling. Then Nagy is coaching from an undisclosed location in the parking lot somewhere this weekend. Obviously, he wasn't coaching, but suddenly they're rolling Fields out. He's making the moves off the pocket. They're running RPOs, designed runs. And even though they didn't win, they looked like a much better team without Matt Nagy. So at this point, I think if you're ownership, you look at this situation and say, this is now the second young quarterback he's been entrusted with developing, and we don't like the way this is being handled. Do we let him continue to mismanage this situation, or do we say, look, enough is enough and we move on from him? I think that's an easy decision. Pace, I think, is also an easy decision because you traded up to get Mitchell Trubisky. Like when all is said and done, like that was the decision you made, that so much of what has happened since, that was the ripple effect. That was the butterfly flapping its wings that has set all of this in motion. And so you got that one wrong. Now, maybe, look, Fields will pan out, but you kind of lucked into that one when he fell into the teens, into a spot where you felt comfortable enough to go get. And you probably did that thinking you were going to buy yourself another year or two. You were going to buy yourself another year or two to piece it together. Maybe that was some of the hesitation. Maybe they looked at Fields, the two of them, as the get out of jail free card, where they would put it until December, didn't have to go to him yet, and think, look, we'll play him now. you can see maybe we'll look good late in the season, and that will be the thing that saves our jobs. They had to play that card in October, and I think it was too early for that kind of save your job situation. So, yeah, Chris, I don't envision them coming back. I'm sure they will make a run at like Brian Dable. You think about the way the game works right now, make a run at the young offensive minded head coach. So, the Brian Gables of the world are probably going to get some calls. Anthony Lynn, Pep Hamilton, those guys might get some calls, but I'd imagine that it's a new face in Chicago and a new general manager in Chicago as well.
Yeah. Wow.
It's a lot to process, but that's okay. They get to play the Lions, so they'll have a little bit of a pass.
They'll have that going.
They will, and we once made Mitchell Trubisky look very good. Actually, more than once we made him look very good.
I mean, at the same time, guys, just remember the Buccaneers gave up 6 touchdown passes to Mitchell Trubisky. So, I mean,
they did.
There's at least that.
So on that theme, Trubisky is probably going to be available this offseason. Is there any free agent quarterbacks this year that you would consider as an upgrade over Goff, who could maybe bridge you another year or compete with Goff, maybe push him out? I'm thinking on who else might even be out there, but I know Trubisky should be available.
Yeah, I mean, Trubisky's out there. I think Jameis is out there. I don't know if you'd go there. Tyrod is out there. I don't know if you go there. I think Teddy's potentially available as a free agent.
You're not inspiring me here, Mark.
Oh, how about this? Roethlisberger?
Oh, dear God, no.
With his ice packs coming on into training camp.
I love the fact that that's not photoshopped.
No, it's not. It's absolutely not. And it's so fantastic. Who else? Ryan Fitzpatrick. I mean, there's a name. Andy Dalton is available. Jacoby Brissett. Marcus Mariota. Hey, Geno Smith. But yeah, it's not. Oh,
you're really not inspiring me, Mark.
Here's a name. He's a restricted free agent. Mike White. Mike White, he of the new man in the town and out in New York City. He is a restricted free agent, as is Josh Allen. Those of us with the Josh Rosen. Those of us with the Josh Rosen QB1 takes can hope yet again that somehow it pans out.
I didn't have him at 1, but I had him higher than I needed to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's not the best.
That's not inspiring at all.
Brett Rippon's a restricted free agent. I mean, yeah.
We got Brunell on the roster.
Yeah. Taysom Hill's an unrestricted free agent.
Taysom Hill. The only plays that worked for New Orleans when they played Matt Patricia's defense were the plays where Taysom Hill wasn't on the field.
Yep. So go get him. Flacco, if you wanted to sign Flacco. AJ McCarron. Is AJ McCarron still in the league?
Is he really?
Apparently. He's listed at Spot Track.
He's got the worst tattoo this side of Tyler Bray.
Yeah. Cooper Rush.
Yeah.
Just going to win on Monday night.
Now you got the Matt Flynn of the one game darling ready to roll.
You'll sign him and you'll draft Phil Jakovic in the 4th round, and you'll do what the Seahawks did with Russell and Matt Flynn. There you go.
So the long and the short of it is that we got to draft somebody or wait a year.
I mean, that's the long and short of it. You got to draft somebody or got to wait a year. And it's, it's not like, I mean, maybe Spencer Rattler puts it together somewhere else if he gets to play right away. Bryce Young, the Alabama kid, DJU, the Clemson kid. Trying to think of some other younger quarterback.
I don't like what I see. DJU doesn't get it done for me.
No.
From afar.
Yeah.
I haven't studied him the way you have, but just watching Clemson games, looking at some other guys that are on that team, I'm not all about that.
Yeah, I mean, I expected a lot more from him. I'm trying to think who else. I don't know if the Virginia kid, I forget, that Brennan Armstrong kid, I think he's a underclassman. He might be interested.
He has another year if he chooses. Yeah.
The Western Michigan kid, Ellaby. I know he's a redshirt sophomore. He's getting a little bit of buzz. I'd imagine he goes back. He
did not have a good. He didn't do well on Maction this week.
No, he didn't. But so that might be one of the reasons he decides ultimately to go back to school. But I know he's gotten a little bit of attention But yeah, it's not like the past couple of years where you knew, all right, you're going to have at least these 2 or 3 guys. Howell could surprise everybody and go back. I mean, it's not a lock that, because he's somebody that has, I'm sure his people are looking around and saying, you're sliding right now. You might be QB 4 or 5, which
class
might be round 2, and you look at what's coming down the pike, a lot of questions about the next group of kids. If you put it back together, maybe you rebuild what you had going into this season.
That's kind of what Justin Herbert did.
Yeah. And it certainly worked for Herbert. I mean, he played himself into the top 10 of the draft, got himself the Senior Bowl invite because, as it is now, if he declares, I mean, Jeff, are they going to invite juniors to Shrine Game? I don't think so.
I don't think so. Well,
so it will just be his bowl game and then pre-combine workouts, combine, pro day. I don't know. I mean, I think Howell is a very interesting decision. Now, he might look at this class and say, I could still get into the first round. Who knows what happens down the road? I could get hurt. But I don't think he's a first-round lock right now. Maybe he turns it on down the stretch. He's going to get to play Pickett, I think, in 2 weeks. He's gotten better as a runner, and we were joking that maybe he's fullback 1 in this class. But
he has more 20-yard runs than Malik Willis does.
Yeah, and they're not easy. They're not cheap and easy ones either.
No, he's going in. In fact, the only person in college football that has more is Walker at Michigan State, the running back.
The running back that might win the Heisman. And so
Howell can definitely run. Let me ask you real quick. The kid from Wake Forest, I have not watched him in a critical eye yet. Hartman, what are your thoughts on him?
I mean, he's also somebody that would still have some eligibility, so he could go back. But I've been impressed with some efficiency. I've been impressed with his accuracy, his pocket movement. I don't think he's a first-round guy. Now, maybe the more I watch him, I've only done 2 games on him. Maybe the more I watch him, the more I realize, you know what? Maybe in this class he is, but that gets you into it's 1:30 and it's the last call is coming up. I mean, when you start getting to this point of the draft season, where you're kind of looking around and thinking, well, maybe if I watch this kid one more time, that probably tells you where we are with the class.
Or if he's looking for Andy Singleton at that point.
Right.
One last on his tab.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of where we're at with it. So, I mean, he's got talent. Certainly has talent, Jeff. I'm trying to pull up some of his stuff right now. But, I'm not sure that I'm ready to say, okay, I'm going to go all in on him as a first-round kid. I think if he were to come out, it's a day 2 situation. But, maybe.
So there's a question, and do you see any path for Malik Willis to fall to the 29 to 32 range? Besides failing out the rest of the year.
Yeah, I mean, he's had 2-3 interception games. If he has one on Saturday, one in a couple of hours here, and he has another one down the road, and maybe one at a bowl game, he could slide. Maybe he doesn't test well. I know there are some concerns, maybe from a height standpoint. Maybe he's not as big as people are thinking he is, or what he's listed at. Mm-hmm. But I don't think he falls that far. Yeah. I mean, I think at some point, it might be a Fields type situation where you get into the teens, and either some team sitting there in the teens is look, he's athletic with a huge arm. We'll figure the rest of it out. Or some team that is in the 20s. Cleveland decides, look, we're going to make a move. We're just going to get this guy. I just threw that out. I just threw that out just for you, Jeff. But I don't think he'd fall all the way to 29. I think, if you're Detroit and you're we're going to take that Rams pick and use it on the quarterback, and you're picking at the end of the first round, I think you'd have to go get him. I don't think it's a situation where Willis could sort of fall to you, absent the sort of disaster down the stretch here. But I think even if he struggles down the stretch, he's going to get an invite to a senior shrine. He's going to have that sort of wow moment Wednesday at, the new South Alabama Stadium, where everybody's like, man, kick and throw through a brick wall. And, he'll get back into the teens, even if he has that sort of down the stretch struggle.
Sure.
Wow. So one thing on Willis, he started at Auburn.
Yeah.
Did you watch him at all at Auburn? I know he only threw like 70 passes or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, they barely let him play. He didn't play that much, but you could see the athleticism, you could see the arm. What's been interesting about sort of watching him and studying him, I got a video breakdown that's actually set to go live in just a couple of hours on my YouTube channel. A little plug there.
How do we find that YouTube channel, Mark?
YouTube.com/Mark Schofield.
What? That seems simple. Is it spelled
so
like you see on the screen right now?
It's spelled just like you see it on the screen, or you can just Google Mark Schofield YouTube. You'll see my little cartoon face on the video as the little trademark there, the little watermark in the corner. But what's interesting watching him is that you could see moments where it's like, man, this is kind of impressive. Like he had a conversion against Middle Tennessee where it's 3rd and 6. And they gave a legitimate double cover situation to the X receiver, the guy 81 that he likes to throw to on those kinds of situations. And he had to reset, move his feet, come to the other side, get to the backside dig situation. And it's like, man, okay. I'm not seeing many other college quarterbacks do that. But then you also have 3 interceptions in that game where it's like, okay, well, he just threw a pop pass right to the middle linebacker, or, he underthrew a go route, which you wouldn't expect from him, and it gets intercepted. But there are moments where you can see him do things beyond just the splash play, scramble drill, run around, highlight reel type moment. You can see him doing some stuff from the pocket that's like, all right, well, it's not all the time. It's not a situation where you're like, yeah, he's going to be a pocket passer in the NFL on day one, but the foundations might be there, I'd say.
Got it. Boy, this Schofield guy, he's starting to,
he might know what he's talking about.
No, I don't. That's just it. I make it sound like I know what I'm talking about. See, this is the old lawyer kicking in, where I make it sound like I know what I'm talking about, but really, I have no clue. Just please don't ask me any questions.
Well, let me ask you. We've been at this almost 12 hours. Do we still sound like we know anything? Are we like
you
coherent?
guys are surprisingly coherent, because let me tell you, I do every year the Scotch Fish Bowl. The Pro-Am, fantasy football tournament with Scott Fish put together. This is now year 11. It's fantastic. And the guys, Sal Lito and company, they do a Scott Fish Bowl podathon. And most years I would come on their podathon like hour 20 or so. And by that point, they're just like delirious. Like they think they're eating ramen, but they're like eating like cold cereal. Like they just don't know what's going on. Lucky enough this year, I was able to be on in like the first 4 hours, and was like, wow, you guys are like completely different right now. Like I think one year Steve I was on, he tried to sit down in his chair and the chair wasn't there. He just like fell to the floor. I mean, so you guys by contrast sound fantastic.
Well, thank you, sir.
I mean, it must be the Tutti Frutti and the stink bug jelly belly.
So incredibly thankful that was Tutti Frutti.
I just want you forever to think of possibly Tutti Frutti as a nickname or some play on a nickname for Riz, because I think it really fits.
Absolutely, I'm gonna hop off right now and tweet it out. Have Tutti Frutti Risden.
Sorry, stink bug.
I need a little Richard moniker then or something.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
There's like 5 people who are watching who know who the hell Little Richard is, and then
unfortunately, Jeff, you and I are 2 of them.
Yes, I know.
I never saw him live. Okay, that's all I'll say. I never saw him live. I didn't see him in concert.
I had the mustache. All right, really quick. We're gonna get thanks to Jamie Miller, $20 to St. Jude. Steve, love the show and what you guys are doing for St. Jude. Thank you, Steve. Another 20. Allison Haig. I know you guys. Much love to you. Appreciate you guys very, very, very much. $200 for St. Jude from them. Thank you so much. Ben Ingram, $20. Bless you guys. Love your work. Riz, that guy's drunk. And Nicholas Couples, $20 from him for St. Jude. We're at $11,532.69. Really quick, 2 things. We've got Ash coming up after 9, and he's going to take as many pies as thousands of dollars we've raised. We're just like $460 some away from another pie for him. Let's do that if you guys don't mind. And we're less than $300 away for another bean. And it's my turn. So if we can get Ash and me piled on, it's going to be trouble. Mark, I tell you, at 9, it's going to be worth the watch, because Ash is going to take all the pies in the face first, and then he's going to be on the show for about an hour and a half, and he's not cleaning up after. He's just going to do the show pie-faced. So different kind of pie faced than a normal Friday.
You would like Ash, by the way. You two would get along well.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent! I like to hear that.
Yeah. He's tops, man. He's top shelf. We were gonna do the we check this out, Mark. We brought together Coach Wayne Fonts, Herman Moore, and Lomas Brown for an interview, a reunion. It's been about right on 30 years since we've won a playoff game in Detroit, and those are the last guys to do it. And we're going to replay that interview at 8:45, but it's a half hour. It's going to cut into some stuff, so we're gonna run that a little later. But we put it up on the YouTube channel for you guys if you want to check that out as well. It's probably one of the best interviews, if you're a Lions fan, that you'll ever see. These guys together, interacting together, and it really helps you to see the heart and soul 30 years later of how much these guys still care about each other and how impactful their time together was. It
was really heartwarming and uplifting that they still were like deferentially respectful to Coach. It was really cool.
Wow.
To see that. And I mean, these are two guys. They're both like Hall of Fame snubs. I don't know if either one of them will ever get in, but like Lomas has a better resume than a lot of dudes that are in there.
Yeah.
And it was really, really cool, man, to be part of that.
Florida alum there. I was going to ask him to help my son get in because he just applied, but we'll deal with that later.
Yeah, you can handle that a little later, Chris.
Yeah, it was amazing, but my goodness. So I'll ask you one last quick question, Mark. Will you be in Mobile for the Senior Bowl this year?
I'm going to be down in Mobile. I was looking at the flights. It looks like it's going to be a Monday to Friday situation like last year. Staying at the old Holiday Inn downtown, my haunt, my favorite spot.
Circular one.
The circular one, man. I absolutely love it there because you can walk to everything. But yeah, I'm excited to get back on the road. It's like last time I traveled for anything like this, anything football related, it was the Combine, like right before the world shut down.
That was the night I walked into the Jerry Jones bus.
Yeah. You
were there. You were there.
No, I wasn't there, but yeah. No, but that was St. Elmo's with a reef. And a reef, by the way, is like 30 minutes away from me in Baltimore right now, and he's ducking me.
Ooh.
But yeah, I would be down in Mobile. Very excited.
We love a reef, but we also hate a reef.
No, I know. I mean, I think that's a universal thing with a reef.
He has that reaction. For those who that's Arif Hassan, who is Norse code Vikings guy.
Yeah. Norse code, the athletic. He's
one of the most ridiculously intelligent people who does.
Oh yeah. I mean, he's out there right now. He's supposed to be eating dinner, eating crab cakes down in the Inner Harbor, but he's yelling about Aaron Rodgers, which, I get it. But yeah, he's one of the smartest people you know.
Would he say immunized or vaccinated?
Yeah. There's a great clip of Arif from his collegiate debating days floating around Twitter. That is one of the funniest things you will ever see. I had no idea. I was never a debate kid in high school or college. I had no idea people talk that fast started, and it's amazing. So if you can Google it and find it, it's worth it.
Awesome.
It absolutely is.
Oh boy. So we're gonna be down on mobile. We should connect. I mean, we're gonna spend a lot of time Radio Row. If you want to,
absolutely,
we'll have the connection and everything else. It might be a good team up opportunity there for some stuff there. But mobile looks to be fun. 31st, we may even be coaching, so it may be a great time for us.
Yeah, that would be awesome. You guys should be coaching. Get you guys down on the sidelines.
Oh God, yeah, that would help everything. Can't do worse than the last group. Oh man, Mark, I appreciate it, man. It's getting late. I know you have some kids and stuff going on. I don't want to keep you around way too long, but appreciate you, man. Everything, you coming on again so soon. The donation to St. Jude, the whole thing. You're a special kind of cat.
Thanks so much, buddy. It was
of course. Appreciate you guys.
I sent him a message. I sent Mark a message asking if he would do this. Literally 20 seconds later, he's like, "I'm in." I'm like,
Look, man, you guys put up the bat signal. I'm there within 20 minutes. So, but honestly, look. I mean, the cause is tremendous. I thank you for doing it. It's a tremendous cause. If people are listening and you haven't donated yet, please do. If you can share the link out, text your friends, text your loved ones about it. It's a great cause. So seriously, guys, on behalf of a grateful world, thank you for what you're doing.
Well, thanks a lot, man.
Thanks, Mark.
That's really cool.
You're cool.
Oh man. Okay, I think that's it. Mark. Oh, there he's off. He's off.
Yep. Mark is
Woof.
Mark is one of the good ones. We love that guy.
I was going to say he could help me carry you down Dolphin this time in Mobile, but we'll get there.
I have seen Mark get carried by someone else back to the Holiday Inn that's round, and all your rooms there are shaped like Trivial Pursuit pieces.
And he was paying her hourly too. That was amazing. Okay. Why do I do this? Why do I do this?
That's when I got mustard on my hat, and I don't know how. Times.
Okay, 9:00. We've got Ash. Can I run for a quick bio break? Are you okay with that?
Absolutely.
Just quick coverage.
We can do that.
I know I'll be good for a couple hours after that. I just need a
and then before you go, when are we replaying the Lomas Herman coach thing?
I think midnight. Okay. Midnight. If folks want to see it, it is on the YouTube channel, up and running right now on the Detroit Lions podcast YouTube channel, so you can refer to that and go to that. Otherwise, we'll be doing it at midnight. We'll do it again sometime later. But being a half hour, it's going to step on all the guests we have, and we've been wall to wall since noon, bro.
We've done very good with the guests, and we have another one coming up with Ash, who's going to stick with us longer than most guests.
Yes.
Because he's Ash and he's awesome, and we love him.
And you won't be able to say how ashy he is because he's full of pie. All right, I will be right back. Thank you, Riz.
Sure. Absolutely. I would bring the stream up, but my phone has temporarily taken a dive over here. Let me see if I can come up on the stream here. Let's see. Nope. I don't have it, unfortunately. Great. Lovely. So, all right. Well, let's just talk a little bit. We'll go on what Mark was talking about. The game tomorrow, Ole Miss, Liberty. It's a chance to watch Matt Corral or Corral. I don't even know how to say it. I'm one of the things that happens to me when I get tired is I lose control of my tongue. I also lose control of my brain, and I come up with weird things, and I don't remember what to say. But two of the best three quarterbacks in this draft, I think everybody would agree on that, are squaring off tomorrow at noon. I forget which channel it's on. I will probably wind up being asleep, so I will watch it at some other point. But it's a very big game. I cannot tell you exactly who from the Lions will be there, but I can tell you that there will be multiple people from the Lions in the press box. They are credentialed. They will be in where is it?
Thank you.
Hey, thank you. What do we got here? Anonymous. Another 1234. Thank you, Anonymous. Whoever you are. I'm most suspicious of the anonymous people, but we'll deal with it. Thank you for giving. That's great. It's awesome. It's a chance. My view of this is more of a chance for Corral to prove himself, being a guy who's like right now. You see, and we've talked about it with a couple of our guests. There's a lot of tools with Willis, and we're seeing some development with him. But there's also a lot of holes to his game that you've got to iron out. And one of the things that I've been hammering on this podcast, on Lions Wire, on radio spots that I've done with Huge and others, is that Corral has going for him what Dak Prescott had coming out of state as a senior in his last year. And we'll go back in the time machine on this. Before Dak was a senior, he was a guy that was seen as like, I don't know, maybe 5th, 6th round pick, a guy that could sneak into the Senior Bowl, but was probably more of a shrine game guy back when that stratification between the two bowls was clearer. And he went out in his senior year, he lost 4 offensive linemen to the NFL. He also lost a wide receiver and a running back to the NFL. And you know what happened? He got a hell of a lot better. He played some incredible football. He was going to be a 2nd round pick at worst, and could have possibly snuck into the bottom of the 1st round. The day before he did interviews with everything, he got a DUI. And that was a sign, and it's still a sign, that you are not ready for the NFL. You are not able to handle the maturity and the responsibility that goes with being an NFL quarterback and the face of a franchise. And that really set him back. And he fell, I believe it was in the 4th round is when the Cowboys took him. But he absolutely would have gone higher without that DUI. Much like DK Metcalf would have been a 1st round pick if he didn't have a broken neck. I think DK forgets that he had a broken neck, and people revisionists were like, "You're going to draft a guy with a broken neck." That was seen as a lot more risky before he got into the league. But I digress.
Thank you.
So this is a chance for Corral to Big Dom. Nice. Thanks, buddy. This is a chance for Corral to prove that arc is continuing for him. And Joe Burrow sort of did that. And Patrick Mahomes sort of did that. And I'm not saying that he's on the level of those players, both of whom should have gone number one overall. But he is certainly as qualified coming out, in my opinion, as what Dak Prescott is. Now, it hasn't always gone easy for Dak in Dallas. I used to make the statement on the radio often that no team fan base hated a good player more than Lions fans hated Matthew Stafford. Obviously, I'm talking everybody of the fan base, and we all know who they are. The Dak Prescott and Dallas people probably had a fairly legitimate argument at that because Dak was a good football player, but there was a lot of the fan base in Dallas that just would not accept him, much like Stafford did in 2017, 2016, at the peak of the Caldwell era. He won those people over, and by and large, and Dak did that in Dallas and was having an MVP caliber season this year. I don't think he's going to win it, but he's certainly in the conversation and has been part of a dynamic offense, and he's absolutely at the controls of it, coming off of a major injury. So that's what I want to see from Corral is that he can continue to do that. Liberty, not a team that you think of as being a power. That's not a bad football team. You know, they're coached by Hugh Freeze, guy with Ole Miss ties, with a lot of SEC ties that's done a lot of things with a lot of different types of talent. They're not a pushover. They will understand how to defend him. Whether they can do it or not and have the athletes to do it or not is a different story. But this is a chance for Matt Corral to really prove himself and cement himself as QB1, regardless of the fact, or perhaps augmented by the fact, is a better way to say it, that Malik Willis is going to be on the other side, and it's the biggest game on the schedule for Willis because he's going against an SEC school. And while Ole Miss is not known for their defense, they do have some guys that are going to play. I don't know if they'll make the NFL or not, but they will certainly be in a training camp. They will probably play in Canada, something like that. You'll see one at the NFLPA Bowl. You'll probably see one at the Shrine Bowl. It's a very compelling game. And the fact that, it's such a high-stakes thing because, as Mr. Schofield noted, you're going to have all those teams out there in front of you. It's a pretty darn big deal. And it is the biggest game on the calendar, even though it doesn't have the college football playoff implications. And I'm going to go off for a quick second here on the college football playoff because they put out their first rankings this week. If you are suckered into paying any attention whatsoever to the college football playoff before the final college football playoff, shame on you. You are the sucker. You are the reason they get away with it. You are the reason why it exists. If you ignore it, if you don't give it the ratings, if you don't complain about it on social media, guess what? It's going to go away. They do it because they know it gets a rise out of people. They know it's going to piss you off that Cincinnati's on the outside looking in with no chance. that Michigan State is 3 and Oregon is 4, even though Oregon beat Ohio State. Just the entire mess with it. They are purposely drumming up the controversy. They are purposely jerking you around. Don't let them do it. Don't pay any attention to it. Ignore it. And it will go away. It might go away anyways, and the sooner the better. But you are being manipulated. And I will say that knowing fully well that that's the truth. That's not just my impression on it. All right, we got Wisco. Wisco donating, what's that? 150.66. That takes us up back to a 69, I'm going to guess. Again, the stream on my phone isn't working right now, so I can't check the actual total. Chris will tally all this up when we get back. Thanks, by the way, Wisco. Good to see you back in action. So that's my little thing. As far as what I would do in college football right now, the best team I've seen is Georgia. The second best team I've seen is probably Alabama, even though they have a loss. It bugs me. Look, I'm an Ohio guy. I went to Ohio U. I went to a MAC school. The year that Western Michigan made it to the Cotton Bowl and proved that they belonged was sort of like the greatest thing that's happened from action. And I love that, and I relish it. And Cincinnati, if they run the table, they deserve to be in it. And the fact that they will perpetuate this BS before then, they're not, I don't know, they got to win their conference and they got to beat whoever comes up against them in the AAC conference championship game or whatever. They've done what they have to do. You can only play the games that will schedule you. And guess what? The Georgias of the world, the Ohio States of the world, although they played a couple years ago, they're not scheduling you if they think you can beat them. And Cincinnati is at that stage now. And they're lucky that they played Notre Dame, quite frankly. And it's frustrating. Again, so ignore all the CFB. Jim Costa, my old Sunday morning radio co-host on 96.1 in Grand Rapids. If you are listening, if you catch wind of this, we've had this argument in person, and we have actually physically argued about it because he's all about it. He wanted to devote 3 days of show. Was that 2 years ago? To the first college football. I'm like, dude, you're the problem. You're why it's still there. Don't complain again. The sooner you forget about it, the sooner you ignore the shenanigans, the manipulation that's going on about you, you'll be better for it, and college football will be better for it. And we will get what the FCS level does, where they have a tournament where they actually play it out, God forbid. And you get some fun games. That's where we get exposed to a lot of good college football players. So I'm waiting for that to come. It will come at some point. Once all the conference shuffling gets done and everything, it's frustrating. On the heels of it was a phenomenal college football weekend. You saw, Georgia, Florida. You had Michigan State. You had all that, and Chris bleeped me out. Chris is back. I'm going off against the CFP college football playoff because I think it's absolute bullcrap. And I think it's purposely manipulating you to get a reaction rather than being intellectually honest. So I'm encouraging people to ignore it for their own good.
There you go. No, I didn't bleep you. You were heard. It's just the video goes away when I do that. So everyone heard you going. Thanks for the minute. I was baking brownies there for a little bit with Mark, and I had to hit the maternity ward. We're back. We're good. All right.
It's all good.
Sorry, man. Sorry, Dom. I hate to do that.
So we had several donations while we were gone. If you want to get us caught up on that would be great, including one from our friend Wisco.
Oh, okay. I see 2 super chats. Dom, thank you, sir. Paul Meyer, thank you, sir, as well, very much. They were just donations. That's awesome. Appreciate that. Let's see. Oh, we're 100 away. Let's see. Did you bet angry Nick Couples? So we had an anonymous for $12.34. We had Wisco with F Cancer with $150.66. Wisco, appreciate you, brother. Really, really do. You're a lot of fun in the Slack, and for just this moment, you will not get the disappointed Chris meme pointed at you. There you go. How's that feel? All right. Good stuff. Wisco's a lot of fun. He's a great guy. He's one of the fellas that makes the Slack so great. There's a great group of people that spend time there, and there's like every community, there's a couple that are really, I don't want to say ringleaders, but just kind of thought leaders and really kind of set tone. And Wisco does a great job there, and he's one of those guys. He does. And really appreciate.
He was in West Michigan this week too. So.
Yeah. Oh, he's there all the time. If you ever look for someone screaming about crappy roads in Michigan, Wisco's visited. Oh, that's great, Fab, with the whole pie. So I don't know, and we'll get this. I have this recorded. I'll get it out shortly. Fab sent a message. His wife had a pretty tough day between the baby, the 2.5-year-old being homesick. There's a lot of stuff going on. If you remember, Fab's was the one that it looked like the pie came at him from a trebuchet. It hit him, and it was like blood splatter all over the garage door behind him. It hit him so hard. She said, watching me get hit with a pie completely changed her mood. Thanks for letting me be a part of it, Fab. Thank you, man. Thank you. We really, really appreciate you guys taking part, and her being a good sport and dealing with all that. It was awesome. You guys are great family. Thanks. Oh, I got a flounder pie coming that just came in. I'll get that. We've got Ash. Let me touch base quick with Ash. He's almost there. Okay, so we'll wait for Ash to say he's ready.
I'm pulling up the for whatever reason the YouTube app on my phone just decided to take a crap.
Wow. Okay, yeah, YouTube is a resource intensive thing. I'll just put it like that.
There we go.
All right,
it's coming back.
While in the maternity ward, I took a quick look at the Herman and Lomas thing, and it is well done, and huge shout out again. I want to do this. Lions Nation Unite, in particular, Chrissy. She helped coordinate Lomas and Herman today, but not just that. We've been passing files back and forth. They actually edited the file for us. I had my son do some editing as well. He's got stuff put together. The folks there are absolutely amazing. They came in and they took a role as part of the truck as well. You know, the production truck helping. Chrissy, her kids all donated. Just a spectacular family, a great family effort, a great group of folks from Herman on down. Every one of you folks over at Lions Nation Unite, thank you, man. You guys are a spectacular group, and
it was great.
Just love what you guys are doing. So happy and lucky to be a part of it. So thank you for everything, all of you. Okay, we got Riz, how do you feel about Karlaftis and Bell? And will that change when they knock off MSU tomorrow?
Actually, I agree with that take. I do think that Purdue is going to win. They would certainly beat a D'Antonio team from ranked number 2 in the country or whatever they are, 4, 3. I can again. I don't pay attention to college football from a fan perspective, except for the MAC. I watch it strictly for NFL draft purposes, but Karlaftis is really good. And the comparison that I used, and it was great that I believe it was Krabs that said this, or maybe, I don't know. We have so many guests today, so many great guests that they're bleeding together for me. But he talked about how Aiden Hutchinson was like a Bosa brother, and to me, I used that comparison in my mock draft. And the other one I used, Karlaftis is like a Watt brother. Like there's a lot of JJ and TJ to his game. I think he is a top 10 player in this class. I think he is going to be a very good pro. I don't know if he has the ceiling of a Kayvon Thibodeau, but I think his floor is incredibly high, and I think his ability to play all over the line, there's some Richardson-ness to that, and I think Sheldon Richardson is a guy who's criminally underappreciated by most people. I think he's a very good player. I like him a lot. And David Bell is a guy that you absolutely have to consider if you're the Lions at number 33 overall.
There you go.
Play wide receiver who gets it done with a variety of quarterbacks. He can win short, he can win long. As Mark was talking about, you got to have the ability to win right off the snap. You also have to have the ability to win later in a route. And David Bell can do both of those things for you.
Yeah. Really quick, we got Dom, who, to his credit, donated the Jerry Jacobs jersey that we wound up getting signed, and it may be the very first Jerry Jacobs Lion jersey that Jerry signed. We're waiting for confirmation on that. That gives it definitely some more value. That's going to be in the auction very soon. Auction.DetroitLionsPodcast.com. There's a bunch of stuff there. Check that out for sure. Everything earned from that goes to St. Jude. But Dom's working the Delta 8 tonight. Don't tell Whitmer. I'm on the phone right now, and Don is talking about a little Delta 8 and the brownies. No, they were baked separate. I really want to get a video in. Do you mind if I do? We've got Jamie.
Nope.
He started, or sorry, not Jamie. Sorry, Floundericious. Floundericious is here, and you know what he did?
I'm gonna get a refill on my coffee while you do that.
Yeah. I just want to. You know what Flounder did? He shot it in landscape mode.
Yes,
he's my guy. All right, here we go. Another. Oh, go ahead and do your thing. I'm going to put a
refill there.
1877 pies for kids. 1877 pies for kids.
Pies for kids.
It's that time, everyone. We're doing the 24-hour live podcast-a-thon, raising money for St. Jude. Go to www.stjude.org/DLP to make your contribution now. Let's help the kids. And with that, yeah, baby.
I love it. I absolutely love it. That is a good show right there. DLP in the forehead. Thank you, Flounder, so much for everything, top to bottom, front to back. You've been awesome throughout this whole thing, and we appreciate all the donations, the doubling, the everything you've done. You've really taken this whole thing to heart, and you've helped carry this as far as we've gotten, and we appreciate that. $11,700.69. We're $99 and change away from me having to eat a bean. Wisco,
Do it.
I know that's what you want. I know that's what you're looking for. $100. $100 gets a bean. We take you to that. If we get 300, that's a 12th pie that Ash is going to have to take very shortly when we get him on here. Let me get him the. He says he's.
Let's get Ash rolling, baby.
Oops. Yeah, he doesn't want that. Yes. Oh, you're back? Sorry.
I am back.
I made you go away and had you come back way too late. Now, how are you doing it? You drinking this black or you?
Oh, if it's not black, it's not coffee.
There you go. Okay. It's my favorite song by Black Flag.
Drinking black coffee. Stare at the wall.
There you go. See, this is awesome, Riz. This is one of our things. You know my words.
I know that song. My little brother was a very intense young man in his younger days, and that was sort of his theme song.
Let's see. Oh, we got another one. Paul, he's got his video in the Pie Slack. The Pie Slack. Oh, there's a Pie Slack.
We have a Pie Slack. Did we really?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You're missing all the fun, my friend.
I need to get with it.
All right, we got Paul. I downloaded that. Give me 1 minute. I just gotta this moving files and producing and all this stuff.
Hey Chris, we're halfway done.
Oh my God, feels like we just started.
I know.
If you didn't have 12 hours left, I'd be encouraging shots with Ash's pies. I may do a shot at the end. I got the Jaeger over here. Although, I seriously, when we are done, I don't care that it's 9 a.m. I am going to have a drink after this is all said and done. I didn't last time. I wound up just chatting forever with Justin. But
Justin will do that.
Man, I like him so much. All right. Bing, 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 bing.
All right. I have pulled up the Slack. I'm loaded up to the basketball thing. So interesting enough, the talk is about cake cutting. The rest of my family is right behind this wall watching the Pistons game.
All right. We've got Ash. Let me tell you what. Let's bring Ash in. I think he's going to look like Mark Schofield did it for a second when we do this, but what can you do? You can only do so much. So there we go. We got Ash coming.
Mark is a handsome young lad.
Ash has got to do his tip and retip.
Just the tip. Just the tip.
Just the tip.
There we go.
Okay.
All right. You have earned your name, my friend.
ATT. Here we go.
How you doing, Ash?
So,
welcome.
Hell of a day, huh?
It's been all right.
A fun one.
So I was all ready to get into some verbal sparring with Jeff about this whole OBJ thing, and then it turns out it's completely impossible. So don't even have that to talk about now.
That's okay. We can find something else to fight about, buddy.
Oh, for sure. There's no shortage of topics we disagree on all the time.
That's right.
Always can yell at Jeff for a bad take. He won't listen, but it's still worth it. Ash, I know we just got you, but we got a video in from Paul. He did his pie. I know we've got you lined up for a bunch of pies. Will you, since you said we want to wait till the end for the pies, I totally get it. If we cross the 12,000 threshold, will you add a 12th pie to the pile?
Yeah,
right.
absolutely.
All
Or
right.
13.
Right.
If we get up to 15 while I'm on, I'll do 15. I have 18 pie plates here.
Oh, my goodness. All right,
so I can do up to 18 if we get there.
All
so
right.
Flounder, start matching people, buddy.
All right, I'm going to move over to the video really quick. I got to do a quick change on it when we get there, so it's going to look dark. Don't be scared, folks. Promise me you're not afraid. We've got this.
Okay.
It'll
Fear
all
of
be
the
okay,
dark.
I promise.
Fear
All right,
of the dark.
here we go. Paul doing his pie.
Here we go for the Lions. Go. All right, thanks. This is for the Lions, Detroit Lions podcast. Make sure you guys get to St. Jude. Have a great night.
Thanks, Paul. That was great.
Oh, Paul. Did he ever read it? Thank you,
Loving
Paul.
that.
It's good. That's real good.
That's awesome. Woo. All right. So let's see. What are we going to talk about? First of all, Ash, thank you so much, man. You took the late shift. Really cool of you to show up and appreciate it, man. I know.
I volunteered for 3 a.m. and you asked me to show up at 9. I'm in. Thank you.
I couldn't do it to you. We're going to have.
With the time jump, that would have been a giant pain. So thank you very much.
We're going to do the Euro Talk phone calls at 3 a.m. So, it's it's like RTL Svi after what is it, 9 o'clock when the nudies come on. We're all good.
Yep.
Oh my God, we're pulling out all the obscure references now.
Well, it
goes
goes
cool when the national anthem plays. That's when you guys start doing that one.
Well, not in Germany. It's 9 p.m. Boing.
Yep.
What is it? What was the saying? Ash, this roster has more holes than a German orgy. Was that what they said?
That was the one on the post game. Yep.
Yeah. $12.34. Thank you, Anonymous.
Thank you, but come on.
every bit counts.
Absolutely
bit counts.
Just if I'm enough of a jerk, Jeff, they'll start donating more, so I have to do more pies. So
that's probably true as well.
This is video clickbait.
They did throw us off our 69 niceness.
Is there something about if it's divided by 3, we get something that ends in 03? Is that how? Like 69? It's like a 69-3. I don't know. I'm not a math guy.
A three-way 69. That's.
I'm more into numerology than math. Let me put it that way. It may be sunny tomorrow. It's 03. Numerology.
So what's the topic du jour, gents? What are we at?
We got a lot going on.
Yeah, so we had been talking quarterbacks quite a bit. We just had Mark Schofield on. And then
so anything I say is going to sound dumb then. Cool.
Yeah, sorry about that, buddy. Mark, for those of you who don't know, Mark used to be a lawyer and passed the bar and everything and threw all that away to analyze quarterbacks. Part of the reason why we love him.
Hold on. Threw away. Let's talk about the general consensus about lawyers. Let's start there, okay? He's actually in a place where even on Twitter, he gets less hate than the legal profession does.
He went from a piece of infectious human waste to beloved quarterback.
That's absolutely true.
Analyzer. Yep.
He doesn't regret it. I can tell you that.
Did you guys talk about the Boston College kid?
Not really. Other than that, he's back.
Well, I guess that's really all we know at this point, right? Like, best case scenario is he balls out for the rest of the year, and that's our number 1 pick. But not holding my breath for that.
I wouldn't. And he's a guy that can come back for next year too. And it's the general consensus is that I've heard is that he is leaning that way. But maybe he balls out the rest of the year and wants to come out and strike while the iron's hot. Who knows?
Well, yeah, because that's the thing. The history of guys who would have been the number 1 pick and went back is not real good in terms of even making the first round after that year. Like you gotta hit that because doing that, having that kind of season twice in a row just isn't a thing that too many guys can do. Like look at Justin Fields. He went from locked in number 2 pick, gonna be generational wealthy to mid-teens. Like that's kind of where people were looking at him after, just because he had a couple bad games.
Just got a super chat from Wisco. This is the most intelligent Lions chat on the internet, referring to my 03 69 winds up, something whatever. He says it's now called 96ing, Chris. With inflation, the cost of eating out has really gone up. Oh God. There's
an international shipping joke in there somewhere.
The supply chain is backed up. Oh gosh. Okay, out of the gutter. I just crossed my $800 threshold on the 11,000. It is Bean Arenas time. We're at $11,869.69.
Very good.
I get to spin the old. I know I'm not getting Tutti Frutti. I know I'm not getting the risen way out. This is just not my.
I got so lucky on that. I actually bragged to my wife and daughter that I get, and they were happy for me.
Punish this guy, please. All right, 12,800. Riz eats another bean.
Yeah, great.
12,000 even. Ash will add the 12th pie to the pile of pies he's going to eat. Now, are you self-pieing, or is there going to be assistance here? Is there?
Well, I didn't figure out how to train my dogs to do it, so my wife's out of town. Unfortunately, it's I get to hit myself in the face
with 11
with a dozen freaking pies.
You'll probably be nicer to yourself than Kurt's daughter was to him.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of ones over the course of the day, and there is some pent-up resentment that some people have been taking out on their significant others today, I think.
Did you see
and both pie selection and the level of violence is just frightening.
Did you see Fab? It looked like he got hit by a freight train. That
is the specific one I'm thinking of. I was like, oh my God.
It splattered. The garage doors went 5 feet behind him, and it's straight. It was going fast enough that there was no arc. It just went whoosh against the garage door.
Madness.
Woo. All right. Let's see.
It's great.
Thank you, Flounder, for the bean here. Actually, let me look and see if there was a note associated with my bean. I got a donation. Sorry, guys. I'm not smart.
You're all right. It's all good.
It's late, and I'm not smart. It's a dangerous comment.
It's still early. It's only 9:24.
Yep.
Go clock, go clock, go.
Open your mouth. Here it comes, Chris. Oh my God, I feel like I'm talking to Riz on the the donation. All right. Let me spin. I got birthday cake or dirty dishwater. What's that?
Ooh.
This white.
That doesn't sound happy.
No.
Let me just double check that I got the colors right. Yeah, it's the one. It looks so pleasant. God, it's gonna be terrible. This is one that got cased apart. This one
will be.
That's so glad I'm not participating in this particular aspect of this show.
Yeah, you're blessed. Birthday. It's sort of off white
with blue and red chips.
I don't know,
like this.
It's very similar to the coconut or spoiled milk one, but it appears to have red to it. The other one has more brown.
Oh, look how that tree blew out when I focus up close. That's pretty cool. All right.
Okay.
Max, love the show. Love the cause. Hey, Riz, Coheed rules from Max Belmore. Thank you, Max. You're all right, brother. You are good to go. All right, here we go.
Ash knows the Coheed.
I'm aware of them, yes.
Wish me luck, gentlemen. Birthday cake, please. Or dirty dishwater. Okay.
All right.
Dishes.
It's dishwater.
You know right away.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's one of the things that I've learned today is that it's like instantaneous. Like there's no ambiguity to it. As soon as it's in your mouth, like,
it's soapy. It's greasy.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're
so you got like the texture of it too. That's incorporated. Like they
do a really. It's crazy how good they are at doing these flavors and making them true to what they say they are.
The greasy part of it. Oh God, it makes it helps differentiate it from dirty bath water. That's just it's
hopefully.
Because it's like dirty bathwater, but it's got this food grease leftover taste.
Lovely.
Now, it's just purely disgusting. Okay, it's like just a disgusting taste, but it's not like the rotten egg or the sour milk, if that makes sense. It's not inducing vomit. It's just
bad.
It tastes kind of like dirt, like earthen. It's really just...
yeah. That's sort of the way the barf was for me. It's like this could be worse. Like it's really, really bad, but it's like, all right, this is a flavor that you would encounter in nature or humanity, and like the stink bug is not one that you would ever encounter or want. It was just wrong. But to your point, Ash, my God, they really do nail the flavors. I don't know how they do it. I really don't. There's somebody who has way too much time on their hands with a chemical degree who can do all these things.
It was Life Boy. Sorry, that's my Christmas Story impression. The person that has too much time on their hands and no self-esteem is the person that had to test these to say, yeah, that's the right stuff.
I would hope they have like a trained pig or something to do that. I don't know. Not that I condone violence against animals, but
they have to train him to speak to tell him if it's the right flavor, though.
They can do that.
Riz, you're watching too many cartoons, man. Dirty dishwater.
Island of Dr. Moreau was not a documentary.
Oh, come on. That movie's my kind of weird.
Yep, it's an interesting ride.
It's not good, but it's
no.
I saw that and Showgirls in the same weekend back in the day.
Why? Well, like I know why you would watch Showgirls. I know why we all watched Showgirls. That's several blindingly obvious.
That's legitimately one of the worst movies ever made.
Yep.
And yet, a quick version of this. Joe Esterhaus, who wrote Showgirls and wrote Basic Instinct, that's where he got famous, and did several other good movies as well, is an Ohio U guy. And he came back and he spoke at Ohio University, and we got, as part of a class, to talk to him. And I asked him the question, I'm like, did you write all the lines to it, or was any of that improvised? And he's like, you think I wrote all that crap? like he was in on the joke that it was a really bad movie and wasn't happy with how it came out.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's one of those movies where afterward everyone's like, oh, it was some kind of satire, not just we made a giant steaming pile of garbage.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I will tell you, I went to that movie and it was tough to get tickets for opening weekend because it was what it was.
There were things that people wanted to see in that movie, even if they didn't want that movie.
It's so bad.
I love it when we're when people
has one of the most revolting love scenes I can remember seeing in a movie.
It's like she's like being electrocuted almost while she's in the pool.
Yeah. Oh God.
We're reliving bad movies. This is fun, Ash. I'm glad you're here, buddy.
Well, we got to do something. You guys have been talking about football for 12 hours, so as much as I'm sure people would love to hear everything I have to say yet again.
Well, I'll tell you, we got Michael in the Slack. I just got to give a quick Slack update. Even though some of these people aren't subscribers, we can let them in on it. Ash killing the sweater game per usual on the podcast right now. This is like, I don't know if any of you guys are into the British panel shows at all, but you remind me very much in your attire of John Robertson, who's on a lot of those shows over in the UK. Very much a cardigan guy, very sensible guy, very much. I can see a resemblance, but there is a divergence too.
And I'll have to add that to the list of things I'm Googling today.
He's a funny guy. How many donations for Ash to burn his cardigan? I would not let that happen.
No,
I would.
We're not going to burn clothes. That's
well, no, we'll burn clothes, but I won't.
If we get to 50K, I'll burn my cardigan.
What? If
we get to 50,000, I will burn the cardigan.
Ooh, there you go. stjude.org/DLP. And that 50 grand, you only have to do 40, 30, some of it. That's all tax deductible too. So it's basically free. Isn't that how it works?
It's like they're giving you money to do it.
Yeah. You may become richer. You will be richer in character afterwards. I think I covered that. So really quick, let's hit this. stjude.org/DLP. We're 1969-69 away. What a great deal. 12,000 puts the pump to 12 pies for Ash here at the end of this piece of the show. That's going to be great.
Just really loud in my background here.
These are going to be interesting because they're self-owned kind of pies, right? Ash has got to do this. We may, we saw these things that looked like they were launched from a trebuchet that left like blood splatter as if somebody was shot in the garage. We've seen close to broken noses here. This is really going to be a good psychological test to see if Ash hates himself or not, right? I mean, how highly does he think of himself and his looks? This is like the Rorschach.
Just a nice little massage to the side of my face with a pie plate. Yeah. Oh no, I'm gonna give the people a show. Particularly if we get to 13, I will hurt myself. I make that a guarantee.
Ooh,
like 12, yeah, we'll put on a show. 13, I may injure myself. Like there might be blood.
Wow.
There will be blood.
Oh, we're about 1,000 away from seeing some, and we may learn a little something else about Cash here, that there's some pleasure in this pain. He's like, he donates to 13 himself.
Where are we? Only 800? I got this.
I could do this with an audience.
Well, hey, I mean, like whatever you're into, there is someone out there who will pay to watch you do it, right?
Very good point. Very good point. All right, let me say really quick, BC, thank you so much. $100 to the St. Jude. Can't think of a better use for my money than watching you guys push to do silly things for a good cause, man. I appreciate that, BC. It's fun. It's fun. I mean, we're 12 and a half hours in. I feel pretty good. I did just have an energy drink. You know, you get the ups and downs with at times with the show, but it is fun. And I tell you, I know Riz is feeling. You know, if you can tell you've done 12 hours, but it doesn't feel like it. When it's all said and done, the worst part is you're on this high, and you just can't go right to sleep.
Yeah, I've already blocked out time. I know I will be up till at least noon tomorrow. That's just the way I am. But then I will be unconscious for quite some time. And thankfully, Chris, I actually had a scheduling issue, but we fixed that. So I'm much better in much better shape tomorrow than I was going to be. So.
Did your wife take on something for you to make it okay?
Yes, she did.
She's wonderful.
Wife and son are going to Detroit.
Let's take care of them. Let's get something for them to take care of them, because you deserve the break, man. You work.
Yeah, it's going to be very good.
It starts in August, right? And it doesn't end until June, right? I mean, that's really what it is.
Kind of, yeah.
And things happen. Like OBJ happens today. If you had planned to go do something, right? It's a bye week. It's Friday. I'm going to go have a couple drinks. Boom, OBJ, right? And you can't just walk away. You got to do something. You're like always on call.
I have had to write 3 things today for publication. Unfortunately, I should be done with that. If anything happens at this hour, it's probably over my head.
Yeah.
But I did have to write up. You know, Tyrell Williams did get released today, so we did have to throw that out there. As Justin Rogers hinted at, that he probably wouldn't ever be back. Justin was right.
Yep.
Well, I thought that just meant he wasn't going to play again this year. Not like, because the only reason to do this is if the guy wants to play somewhere else during the season. Because like, otherwise he can just sit there, not play, and get paid all year. So, like, is there a thing where the Lions doctors have told him, like, okay, we're not going to let you play for this team? And he was like, well, I want to go play somewhere. Like, there's not a lot of reasons that this happens, you know? It's just weird.
The timing of the bye week, I think, is maybe something with it. My understanding is that he hasn't been with the team in Allen Park in a couple of weeks, and maybe it was just like, he didn't even want to check in with that anymore. I don't know. Justin will get to the bottom of this, and he will give us better information on that.
Fair enough. Like, I've flown with a concussion. That sucks. Like, that was not a fun weekend for me at all. There was. Yeah.
Did you just
first
land?
time I found out how much fits in one of those bags?
Did you just land? I'm just wondering.
No, I did lose like 2 years to post-concussion syndrome, but was not the last 2.
I lost 2 days to the flu a couple years ago, and I thought that was pretty serious. 2 years is a pretty significant amount of time to just kind of lose. 2 days was.
I have vague memories.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's good. You had fun at some point. Do you remember any of that?
Not even a little.
No. Oh my God. God almighty. Ooh, here it is. We can get Ash to hurt himself.
Okay.
Flounder is back, doing his dirty deeds, dirt cheap. That ain't dirt cheap. up until 11 p.m., he's going to do a $500 mega match. So all we need is $500 in donations by 11. That takes us to 1,000. That gets Ash his kink taken care of and 13 pies.
Let's do this.
Let's get crazy.
Let's do it. Just took on a whole new meaning, Riz. You got to change
weird.
the catchphrase. Let's do it. We cut away. We come back. He's in a gimp mask. Oh, maybe we should talk about football. Big Dom, $10 in there. New toy for St. Jude. Big Dom, thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys all.
We're just going to see everyone in the Slack that I have ever had a vehement disagreement with suddenly being like, how much do we have on the couch?
I was going to say, this is one of Ash's hairs, but that doesn't fly. Ash's cardigan.
Ash and I see things differently. I think that's fair.
I would say so.
Have you ever heard that before, Ash?
We will have discussions about it, but I know that you're a smart guy and you're coming from a position where I respect your opinion. I feel that that's reciprocated as well. And I love that that's something that like we can fight about opposite sides of so many issues, but we're friends and we like
well, exactly.
And that's something that I love that's about our Slack is that even when somebody makes just a wild statement like, oh, not only should they get OBJ, but bring in Deshaun Jackson too, even though he's a bigger malcontent and even a bigger diva. But like the letdown from that is like we're not gonna call you stupid. We're gonna call your idea stupid. I always love the way you condescend my ideas that way. I appreciate that. So.
Well, the nice thing about it, too, with the Slack chat is you can be having that conversation with somebody in Lions chat and then be over in mock drafts having a completely different conversation with that same person, and they do not bleed together.
Yeah.
Like you can be just like almost on the verge of screaming at each other in one, and then in the other one, you're both talking about how much you like a prospect.
It's very good like that.
It's not personal. That's the thing that differentiates it. People, and because when people, I'm telling you, that dollar is the biggest bar to trolls and turds. nobody really wants to spend $1 to be a jerk. But there's not this desire or this idea that I'm on stage and I have to be right, or I'm gonna never ever have a good, opinion in the eyes of the people that matter. Again, right? It's this great conversation, and I say intellectual, and it doesn't mean everybody's doing the calculus on the cap math like Ash. There's people that have some simple thoughts about football, but they share them, and there's some good thoughts, great generalizations, great ideas, and those conversations intertwine and work together, and people learn from each other. It's an incredible group of people, an incredible community. And I just feel like I'd be part of that one. I don't know how we did it. It just kind of
it's
sort of
really dark.
Organically developed. Like that's the thing. It's just crazy how good it has stayed. Like there have been so few people who have come in and not within a week or so kind of just gotten that vibe and gone with it. Like there's been a couple who have, there's only one we've ever asked, kicked out. And that was not related to their football opinions in any way, shape, or form, even though those were also stupid. You're allowed to have dumb opinions I disagree with. That's absolutely fine. What you are not allowed to do is be a racist dickhead.
There's one.
That's where we draw the line on this. So anyone who's been thinking, well, what if I say something stupid and everyone jumps on me? That doesn't happen. Pay the buck, get in here.
Mm.
You know what I mean? That's not the vibe of this place at all in any way, shape, or form. Everyone's there to learn.
One person we've had to pull out, and
in a long time,
ever.
Long time,
years.
Yeah.
Like this chat's been going for a real long time. Like it was the writers' chat before it, like when we used to do articles, before we started letting Patreon supporters in, and that some of the writers didn't really love that at the time, but I'm the only one of those that's left anyway, so whatever. I like talking to people, so it's fine. Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh,
man.
who did what?
We're going off. We've got Ash Needs to Feel Pain, $100 from Matt. Matt, our winner of the Fat Boy 40. We'll get that on again. We've been playing that a lot today, but it's a good one. Riley Dawson, $50. Thank you guys all for the great podcast. Riley, thank you for hanging out and the donation. That's really kind. Kula and Fred, how you doing out there?
Hey,
great job, guys. So much gratitude for you and what you're doing. Thank you. We're just here trying to bring people together, do something nice, and we're doing it. It's working out. This is great. We're $240 away from hitting the $500 mega match and getting pain to Ash. Pain to Ash. Who doesn't want pain to Ash? Ash needs to feel.
Kula is one of my favorite people to interact with. She's awesome. I cannot wait to meet her husband because it seems like they are like a perfect pairing together, and that's awesome.
And that's a new thing, right? Isn't he the new husband? Isn't he relatively new in that role?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Congratulations, Kula.
Very, very welcome addition to the broader Lions family.
She helped me when my son a couple of years ago was building a computer. I'd been out of building computers forever, and he needed his first one. And I was like, well, this will be a good father-son thing. Let's do it. And I had some questions. She pulled her son in and got answers for everything I needed to be able to do it. It was like just came in and helped just because she's a great human being. Really, really great person. So I am glad to hear that things are working out for her that way. And she's so helpful. Thank you, Kula, very, very much for that and for everything else. You're awesome. Show me BC in the super chat. I would love to see some trash talking old school WWF between you guys. Holy cow.
Well, what's to disagree about this week? Nothing really has happened.
Well, we all know that
I would have
Goff
liked
is
them
the
to have
future.
added at the trade deadline. How about we start with that?
Jared Goff is the future.
What? What?
Chris, you just got kicked out of the Slack. Fuck off.
I was supposed to do some trash talking. I was setting you guys up. I feed you the best line. And all I go is, what? You're kicked out.
Well, yeah, we both agree that that's ridiculous.
Yank the hair out.
I was expecting
George
like
Animal Steel biting the turnbuckle or something.
Chair, something, right? Come on.
On the topic of Goff, I was very much pro BJ when the number was $1 million for the rest of the year. 100% on board with that. But not because I necessarily even want OBJ. I want to know at the end of the season if Jared Goff is the guy. I don't want there to be excuses. I don't want there to be ambiguity. I don't want any of that. You know what I mean? I want it to be a 100% certainty. Yes, no. And the thing is, I think we know, but we don't know if that makes any sense.
We don't know
what I mean? There are too many excuses left.
We don't know the degree of how it is, right? I keep saying there's three things he needs. He needs blocking, he needs play calling, and he needs receivers to be good. And he had that where he came from, right? And he was good at times, and at other times he wasn't, but he didn't have blocking, right? But he needs at least two of those things. He really doesn't, at least against the Eagles. We'll leave that as kind of in a vacuum. He didn't have any of the three there. How do you measure him? Right? No quarterback's going to do good under those circumstances. You just don't know how bad things are. Now, I will go to the side of this where, we talk about the German orgies and this roster has more holes than a German orgy. But who do you put in there right now, right? We say no quarterback's going to be able to do it. Dan Miller himself today said this roster is worse than when Matthew Stafford left. So you're telling me Matthew Stafford, how is he going to elevate this roster? Is he going to elevate us to 2 wins? Is that worth putting a new quarterback in? And can you draft a quarterback as good as Matthew Stafford right now? I think you got to fix a whole bunch of other problems and let Goff kind of sit in the seat and kind of suffer through it rather than wreck a new guy and put yourself, I kind of built a team. I kind of got a quarterback, and now I got to get another quarterback, and I've spent all this capital kind of putting myself to mediocre, and nothing's really ready or nothing's really great to get me to where I need to be. That's my thinking now.
Here's the thing also. Landing spot matters for these quarterbacks. And when you're looking at a year where there isn't a guy You know what I mean? There's no Trevor Lawrence. There's no Andrew Luck. Like, that's not the situation anyone is walking into here. If you look at the players who have been drafted in the top 5, but not number 1 at the quarterback position in the last 20 years, you have 2 players that did not suck. Like, were not god-awful cut before the end of their rookie contract bad. You have Matt Ryan, who went to the Atlanta Falcons the year after the Michael Vick thing. So that was a playoff team who went through the weirdest season in the history of football and ended up with a top 5 pick because of it, because their coach quit halfway through, their quarterback got arrested and put in jail.
That's right. That was Bobby Petrino year, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the year. That's the only reason they were drafting there. So that's basically, that doesn't count. That's a weird one. And the other one was Phillip Rivers, who went to a not exactly terrible Chargers team that had a down year and ended up with a top 5 pick.
They had LaDainian Tomlinson back then, didn't they?
I can't remember which of those 2 old men was first.
Yeah. So,
but they still had their defense. They still had Junior Seau. They still had several players. I'm trying to think of their beefy lineman who I used to really like, and I can't think of his name.
Antonio Gates. They had him on the offense, right? I mean, he was there for the last century.
Yes, Gates was there.
And it's not a small sample size on that. Like, that's like 15 guys who've been drafted since then in that little pocket of quarterbacks, and every one of them failed.
Like Trubisky is probably honestly one of the better ones.
Yeah.
Say that
like
again.
Zach
though,
Wilson
Red.
failing is the most predictable thing that could have happened this year.
Make that original statement, the declaration again, because I want people to hear it and not miss it. Right? That may have slid by. Then they heard the explanation. They're like, "Wait, what was that?" I want them to hear. I want this to stick. So if you don't,
I have always been a person who believes you build the team before you get the quarterback, and when you're ready to get the quarterback, you give up everything, whatever you have to get that final piece in there. And that the landing spot for a rookie quarterback matters more than any other factor. Like, you look at the successes in the mid to late rounds. Like, you got your Joe Flacco, you got your Ben Roethlisberger, you got Patrick Mahomes, you got Deshaun Watson, you got Lamar Jackson. What is the one common thread between all of those teams? They had the supporting cast that was going to be able to make it so that winning every single game wasn't on them, and they didn't have to try to come into the NFL playing hero ball. Why did it take 7 years for Matthew Stafford to become a above average quarterback? Because he had to play hero ball for the team to have any chance to win. He had to not only take every single shot that was available, he had to hit them all, or that team wasn't going anywhere every single year, right up until probably like the Caldwell era. When they kind of went, okay, let's actually build a team around this guy.
Prime example of a team that is exactly what you're talking about. That, I mean, it illustrates this just impeccably. The Indianapolis Colts and Andrew Luck. They were the team. They had Peyton Manning. They had everything they needed. Peyton Manning was gone. They didn't have a quarterback, and everything imploded. They drafted first overall, got Andrew Luck. Boom. Right back up, elevated right to a playoff contender year after year after year after year after year with Andrew Luck. That's a prime example of a team.
They won a playoff game that year. A remarkable playoff game where they came from way the hell back behind.
Yep. Really, really interesting. Really, really interesting.
God bless Matt Painter. Curtis Painter. Matt Painter's the basketball coach. Curtis. Football.
Curtis Painter, player. Terrible quarterback. Dan Orlovsky, terrible quarterback. That was the starters they had that year. Which Dano was the only player who has started for 2 teams that were that bad that I've ever seen.
He was part of the problem.
But well, hold on. Dan says,
great guy.
Dan says,
I'm Dan Orlovsky, like no other man ever has. But
hold on.
When he's actually starting games for you, that was a problem.
Let's let Dan Orlovsky talk about it himself.
I'm Dan Orlovsky. When I'm looking for safety, I always take the extra steps and listen to Chris and Case on the Detroit Lions podcast.
There you go. All right.
I still can't believe he actually recorded that line for you guys. That blows my mind. You can tell that's like literally the first thing he ever did. With no thought of the future, nothing.
A couple more years, we're going to pull that out. It's going to be like nudes from college. I was young. I needed the money.
They told me it was tasteful.
You said it was a boudoir photo shoot.
What does it mean, Guam?
Guam is their safe word.
I just did. Oh man, that's good stuff. Okay, we're at 12,280. We're about halfway to what we need to raise to get to 13 grand. We got the $500 mega match going on right now. We need to get to 13,000. So Ash hurts himself. He's every $1,000 on that clock when Ash is about to sign off is another pie he's going to get belted with, self-belted. So it's even better. So go to stjude.org/DLP, stjude.org/DLP, and empty your wallet, or just give a couple bucks. Either way, anything you got, it all helps. It's all 100% tax deductible. Wow, that works when I do that.
Oh my.
Dave. Oh, is that legit?
That's 100% legit.
Wow.
So did you miss a decimal point, my friend, or is that legit? If so, well done. And like, first prize for you, my friend.
Okay, so a couple things. This came with a heavy message. First, Dave is the guy that put the 7 nights in the ski home up for auction. So super, super generous cat. The note says, please keep my sister Sarah in your thoughts. She's in the ICU with COVID right now. So a little bit of a downer. I mean, really up. Thanks for the donation. $1,069. I mean, he stayed on board 100%. Riz has to eat a bean. But folks, just take a moment, think about Sarah, and give her your best thoughts. Let's send some good karma over her way and help her get through.
Absolutely.
Take care. Thank you, Dave, for everything. And I'm sorry.
Thanks, dude. That's I'm floored, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was a swing of emotions. All right.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
Yeah, seriously.
Floundericious. He came through just now. 3 from downtown. Wow. We are at 13,349.69. Incredible. Thank you all. Thank you all for everything so far. This is really something. While we do this, much love to you, Dave. Tons of love in the chat from everybody. Sending the way for Sarah. While we do that, Riz, get your box.
I am. I'm going to refill my coffee first because it seems that's a pretty good palate cleanser. So I will be right back with.
It's good if someone pukes in your car too. Just put coffee in there and that'll take care of it.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my son
has done that. Like they use it to cover up
socks,
drugs getting through customs. So I mean, it's a pretty good odor masker, you know. Allegedly, so I've heard.
Riz keeps it in his underwear. He didn't want anyone to know.
Oh,
no,
hey,
I just drink a lot of coffee
to get through the day, man.
Just a big coffee guy.
You guys live in a much warmer climate than I do, so whatever you have to do to get through the day, you do.
Not baking brownies, drinking coffee. Oh my gosh, man. Yeah, Dave. Lots of love in the chat. Thank you, man. Again for everything.
Like that's,
God, you deserve more.
Sucks, but is also awesome. Like,
yeah,
I'm in a glass case of emotion.
Really am. Flounder, there's the 500 mask. You helped unlock a share of bone marrow treatment, man. Thank you so much. And now
what's that take us to? We almost did 14.
Yep, I've got to do a bean now. Oh my God. This isn't how it's supposed to happen. I wanted to watch him suffer without him suffering in my eyes. I have to give a shout out, and I have to do this again. Ash, if you can try to remember to remind me. Dave sent this to me. Dave, again, so awesome. I need to give a shout out to Jackson Coney Island in Jackson, Michigan. He's the owner. They've got awesome food. I don't know if we've ever been through Jackson. This place is awesome. Head on down there. Jackson Coney Island, the best people will to help you out and find you some of the best food at a Coney Island you're going to find. Jackson, Coney Island, out in Jackson, Michigan. Get there. And if the owner's there, go give him a hug. All right? There you go. All right, we got another one that just came in, and I have to say, it's thoughts and prayers.
Thank you.
Thank you for being awesome. Karma will come around for you and yours. That's for you, Dave, from somebody, from Thoughts and Prayers. And, Thoughts and Prayers for Sarah. Waxo, $20. May this fundraiser soar as high as a rocket ship. And then he's got a penis text. It's definitely not Rocket.
It all comes back to that.
Yeah, he's not a SpaceX employee. I'm just telling you that, okay? Although we did have one for a while. It was pretty cool. All right. 13,889.69. You folks, thank you so much. stjude.org/DLP. stjude.org/DLP.
If anyone's holding back, if we get to 16 while I'm still on, I will get a Lions logo tattooed on my leg.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Will you video it?
Yeah. Assuming they'll let me.
Yeah.
They should
probably just let you. They'll let you at least watch the needle hit, right?
Yep.
Okay, so now, guys, we've got a whole. Oh, hold on. Whoa. there's things are going on. We passed a milestone. Fab, we got to get you back to do the Sprite challenge. You owe us a lemon and a lime eaten together. We've got to do that. We're $2,111 away from Ash getting a tattoo, ladies and gentlemen. I mean,
and I'm not talking like a tiny little tattoo. Like I'm talking like this will wrap from my shin to like the back of my calf.
Wow.
You know, like
you're looking at a guy
I'm
in a
spend some money
cardigan
on this, and this is gonna hurt because like when it goes over your, I don't know if you guys have gotten tattoos over your shin.
No.
It's not. That's the one. It's a pretty uncomfortable spot, but like that's where the head will go. I'm thinking like the front of the head and the paw at the front of the logo. It seems like that's the place, and then at least halfway around. That's the size of tattoo we're talking about that I'm going to get here. Okay. If we can get to 16 while I'm still on.
So Waxo, I don't know that there's an amount that can do this because he works in a place where this is not going to be okay. But the question is how much for it to wrap around your skull.
No.
Yeah, I know. I want to be employed. I want to be employed. No. Sorry. So did you?
Sorry, but unless I personally am getting several $1 million, you don't get to ruin my life.
Yeah.
So did you hear this, Riz? If we get to $16,000, we will see Ash.
Thank you.
John, thank you very much for getting us there. That's art supplies for St. Jude, $50. John Callio. If we get to 16 grand and we're only a little over $2,000 away, Ash is going to get a lion tattoo on his leg that wraps from the shin to the calf, like not a teeny one, like a real deal, and he's going to video it.
That's sweet. That look badass when it's done.
Oh, yeah,
I think so too. Like I'm not getting a shitty tattoo.
No. You're all classy.
No, like I'm not. It's not like if we get to 60, you can make it the 1934 logo, which does not look nearly as good.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's correct.
This is all. We also passed the Fab, the lemon lime challenge, the Sprite challenge. You want him to record or go live? Let's do it live. So we got Fab. You did the lime, and you said it lasted for 2 days.
It did.
Fab has a theory that the lemon will make it better. He's going to eat a lemon and a lime. Call it the Sprite challenge.
I hope for your sake that's true.
We've passed that. 16 grand gets. Holy shit! We got to get to see. Okay. Oh. Okay. Hold on. I gotta get my shit together. 16 grand does not only gets the tattoo and the video of the tattoo. That's Riz's pie number. Riz takes a pie in the face at 16 grand too.
I don't have a pie.
You better find something. You better call Marie Callender's delivery DoorDash.
I'll find something. I don't know. Ice cream sandwich to the face or something. We'll see.
The open
Speaking
face,
of which, now that I've written a bunch of checks that my ass has to cash, when do you guys have someone else coming on?
I've canceled them all.
That would do it.
Thank you.
Patrick,
well, I don't have a hard out, but at a certain point, I do have to go.
Yeah.
It was 3 a.m., right?
I'm spinning the bean wheel of death here.
Yeah, I'm in the bean train, Riz, and you're only $750 away from another one. Just so you know, it's getting hot and heavy. Holy shite. Okay. This is insane.
Whoo.
Flounder will match $1,000 until Ash leaves.
Wait, that's phrased as
so he just cut the bar in half for what we need. Floundericious, man, I absolutely love you, brother. You are an amazing human being. We got to raise $1,000. Ash's face, look at him. He's a little bit stunned. We raised $1,000. We've got a tattoo on Ash of a lion from the shin to the calf. Video of it. That's going to be crazy. We've got Riz getting a pie of some sort in the face, melted ice cream sandwiches or whatever it becomes. Wow. We got the lemon lime, the Sprite challenge coming. Fab is peeling right now for that. Excuse me. This has been a whirlwind. This has been a roller coaster of a few minutes, guys. Holy cow. I'm gonna need a moment.
I got to respond to an email here. It's concerning something.
Riveting television.
Yeah, it really is.
DoorDash. It's DoorDash from Marie Callender's. All right. Ash's Pump. Have Riz order a pizza and mash that in his face. That's a pie. Oh, yeah, you could get a little square from Jets. Let's see. One time. Flounder has a question for you, Ash. Want to promise any more bodily torture?
Well,
I think I've overpromised already.
What's left, really? Honestly, I'm marking my body for eternity in a way that many religions would say is damning me to hell forever. So, plus, I get to carry the shame of being a Detroit Lions fan with me everywhere I go, not wearing pants. For the rest, it's pretty poetic, given the podcast I'm on right now.
We all know the shame of Detroit Lions fandom. Wow, I can't talk already.
Carter comes in $50. Go Gators from Carter. I have to support that. We'll be down there. Sun Applied, we're doing our campus tour next Friday, going to the game on Saturday against Samford. That should at least be a win for the Gators this year. They're having a little bit of a tough time. Wow, man, this is nuts. Jamie, if we get the tattoo, I'll double my pie video to 40 pies if we get Ash the tattoo. Holy cow. This is, how do I track all
That's
this?
a lot of pie, man.
Riz can't even get one.
I know.
This is not a metaphor. Wait.
I might have to save the pie for a different podcast.
So if we have to, we can do the pie later, Riz. If we get to 20, I'll have my pie. We've got it ready. I can do it out in the
Good. All right.
Nothing like a pie in the rain.
I'll tell you what, even if we don't hit 16 while I'm on the podcast, if we hit 30, I will get that tattoo. Like total, all in.
Okay.
Okay. So
you're
16.
You're a gentleman and a scholar.
16 while you're here. If not 16 while you're here,
13.
30 gets us over the line for that.
Yeah, because like maybe someone who would have jumped in on this doesn't happen to be watching right now, and it doesn't work out that happens.
Sure.
Stretch goal.
Yep.
If we exceed last year by $5,000, I will still get that tattoo. And
that's really cool.
If we hit both, I will get it done at the draft part or at the training camp party next year.
Holy shit. Okay.
Dude, we would love to have you come to that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
If you're not getting the ink done, that would be spectacular.
Even without,
it's a possibility anyway. Like that's a pretty easy one. I just then have to find somebody in Detroit to do the tattoo for me. But I'd imagine,
I'm
sure
not exactly
someone in our
Slack
tattoo mecca where I live right now. So somebody in Detroit can probably do that particular logo better than one of my local places. And I saw in the chat, someone asked if I'm living in Canada. And the answer is yes, I am living in Canada. I live in Edmonton. Don't know if I've ever actually said that.
Edmonton. I spent some time in Edmonton, met the nuttiest person I think I've ever met that had the money to stay at a real hotel. You know what I mean? She was ranting about the Canadian government had hidden all the gold in the giant lake in Newfoundland. It was quite the story. It was quite the story. That was after being in Fort McMurray, where I had thought I've seen some of the most nutty people ever prior to that. But those are some stories I can't tell in the air.
There's layers of madness in this province.
Ooh, it's something. It is something out there. Ken Holland, the GM in Edmonton, right? I didn't know he was in Edmonton. Wow.
Yep.
Just knew he's going. Wisco, $50 more.
All right.
Dave Griffiths comes in. Boom. Another 420.69. He's got
I think we go get there, boys.
Oh boy. So you've got a bean, Riz, I've got a bean, and you're $200 away from another bean.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this bean. I drew it's one of them that you had. It's the buttered popcorn or rotten egg. So I'm gonna hit that.
Ooh.
Do I have to? Oh,
come on, man up.
Which one do you think you got, Chris?
It has to be buttered popcorn.
Yeah, I also hate buttered popcorn. Disgusting.
That makes me feel a lot better if I get the dirty socks or the bar for the rest of him. If this is how he's reacting to that, I'm okay. I'm gonna survive this thing.
Yep.
Oh man! All right, I'm sorry. I'm using the power of Twitter to help get this thing to get done. I haven't tweeted much here.
Thank you.
Mr. Jake Duke, $40. Thank you, sir. And Jim Young, I want to say he's been here since the beginning. Such a great, positive, wonderful supporter, and just always around. Jim, you're the man. I really, really appreciate you, bro. $100. Thanks for promoting and supporting such a great cause. F cancer. Yeah, I will easily say I love that guy. He is awesome. So thank you, Jim. You're the best. 14-7-12. Hey, good news, Riz. You're less than $90 away from another bean.
I'm so sorry.
I gotta write down the time. I'm not recording this separate.
100% my fault. Well, and the fault of all of these wonderful people donating to this delightful charity.
I'm glad that my pain encourages people to give for the sick kids.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, we're so close.
I'm not happy about it, but I can take it.
I mean, this is
oh my god. That was like instantaneous, like nope.
Yeah, told you. That one. Wait till you get sour milk, my friend. That's the one. That's the one that I don't know. And you got off with the Tutti Frutti. Okay, so I got mine next. I'm at 13.8. Let's see what I spin up here.
Oh my god.
Oh shite.
It brought back the stink bug.
I just got buttered popcorn and rotten egg. I'm sure I get this right. I just got the same one you did. You friggin' prick. All right.
I'm gonna gargle coffee for a second here.
This is going to be you two guys retching while I try to figure out something to talk about pretty quick here.
while you're cooking up some pies.
Oh my god, that was bad. I'm with you, Ash. Who the hell came up with this?
Yeah, like what is wrong with these people? Like, someone watched that Harry Potter and was like, "Yeah, give me some of those."
That was a Harry. You're right. That was a Harry Potter thing, wasn't it?
Yep.
Thank you.
That's a piece.
I mean,
Wayne.
people have been eating disgusting things for eternity, but
thank you, Wayne.
Lions Nation Unite community coming together there. Love me. Thank you, Wayne. F cancer. You are right.
Lions Nation Unite. Thanks for the shirt, Herman.
$100. Okay, Riz, you are up for another bean, but let me do mine first. This is rapid fire.
Oh,
bean.
because I promised to get a tattoo I was thinking about getting anyway. Fuck you guys. Ever feel like you've been cheated? My hero, Johnny Rotten.
I absolutely love him. All right, here we go. Please, buttered popcorn. Just one. Just give me one. Fuck. It's not buttered popcorn.
It's so bad, Chris. I'm reliving it now.
See, this is the one. Like, I like the. I didn't like. It's all about how you breathe, I think.
Oh,
dirty dishwater was way better. I could take that. This is like organic. This is not. Organic will never be the same for him again.
Nope.
Oh, for God's sakes.
I'm not even going to talk about all the things I had to smell working in the oil and gas industry that probably left the exact taste you guys have in your mouth in mine right now. But
it's not the sulfur that I thought it would be. When they said rotten eggs, I thought it was. I'm like, oh, sulfur. I'm.
No, it's not.
I've been around, right? Like I said, like when I first described it, I said it was like an egg that's like gone a week bad, like a hard boiled egg that's like a week bad. You're like, I think I can eat it, and then you bite it, and you're like, oh.
Yeah, it's like you found an Easter egg on the 4th of July, and you're like, yeah, this looks good.
It's not that completely sulfurized kind of thing. And because like, look, I replaced catalytic converters, all kinds of stuff. Right? I know sulfur. I've looked at it. I'm fine. I was expecting that, and it was not that at all.
No, there wasn't a lot of sulfuriness. I mean, there was a kiss of it, but
Pranav Shah, $100. Thank you, sir.
Whoever the hell came up with the idea? And like I do want to know who approves these flavors and like tests them to make sure that they're accurate, because they're bloody fucking accurate.
It fixes everything, I hope.
Yeah, like what frame of like, do they just make something out of a bunch of random chemicals and then feed it to somebody and be like, what do you imagine would taste like that in nature? Like,
I don't know, man. The sweaty socks was like legitimate. Like, this is my son's sweaty socks.
Oh,
yeah. No, these flavors are absolutely on point. Like somebody actually did test these, Ash. I mean, they are, when they call like dirty dishwasher water is. I mean, you could tell. Like I said, the like the greasy foodish kind of little tinge to it differentiated it from bath water. I mean, they are right on top.
It's like the Waffle House drainage sink.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I've worked dishwasher jobs. I know the bouquet that you were referring to.
Being the dish dog is not a fun thing. That lasted about 3 weeks at that.
Yeah, I didn't last real long either. Football season started, and they were like, "We need you to work during this weekend." And I was like, "Sorry, out of town. I guess I quit. Fuck off."
Yeah, I was like, I can read. I don't need to work here anymore.
Yeah,
I made a career out of it for like 3 years.
Oh,
14 to 16 years old.
Man.
I went from a big boy when I was the day I turned 14 and could get a work permit. And then I worked in a there was a nice restaurant. It was like an upscale restaurant. I made some like real money, right? I worked a super overtime week over the summer. I bought myself a nice guitar. First, like I was like, hey, this is all right. And then like then I realized, hey, I can read. There's something better to do. But I did learn a lot. I'll tell you, I learned a lot doing that. Jerry, I'm going to try this Sommier. I don't know. I'm sorry if I've murdered it. I probably have, because I said it 2 different ways, and I know at least one of them murdered it. Let's see. Buy the new Madden so I don't have to see Patricia on the sideline, or an Ash leg tattoo. Easy choice.
I agree, because Madden hasn't changed in any measurable way other than, which coach is on the sideline in like 15 years. So,
and frankly, what I saw from the graphics of how Dan Campbell looks.
By the way, the last Madden that I bought and played had Peyton Hillis on the cover. And I played my son has the latest one. And other than not understanding the controls of the Xbox, because it's very different from what the Wii was, I knew how to play. If my fingers would have worked right, I could have beaten him, because it was the exact same gameplay.
Yeah.
And while there's a system that I appreciate, it's also like, can you do something?
Yeah, there's just zero innovate, like not zero innovation. They've made some like small tweaks and things like that. Like, you know, it used to be all you had to do is figure out which running back move was going to be the one that worked in that year. Yep. You know what I mean? And then like you just constantly jump up in the air every time someone tried to tackle you or whatever. But like they've made it better than those games, like the, you know, 2000.
I'll tell you this. Way back with the regular Xbox years, I was a broke kid and I had a smart friend, and he put a mod chip in my Xbox. And I could go, and I had it home, and it was great. This is before when Xbox Live. I remember when it came out, and I got a free disc. Right? Ooh, Xbox Live. What's that? But I had it, and he had put a mod chip and a hard drive inside the Xbox. And I would just go to Blockbuster, spend my $3 to rent Madden, bring it home, put it in, hit a button. It would burn it to the hard drive. Take it, return it home. I could play Madden forever. It was on the hard drive. It was mine. Right? It was amazing. He had all the ROMs for like. I think the statute of limitations is up, so I'm okay. But had all the ROMs for Nintendo, for PlayStation, GameCube, Intellivision, Atari 2600, all the arcade. There was like 25,000 games on this thing. It was the ultimate entertainment center. It was ideal. It was great.
Back before everybody figured out how to pirate everything.
Yeah. Well, now, you know, I'm
ruined it for all of us.
I'm in a place where I feel like people should get paid for their work. At that time, I was in a place where I couldn't pay anybody for their work. So anyway.
Know that feeling?
You make your justifications where you find them, I guess. All right, Flounder. Sweta did it. Ash, plan your tattoo. We got there. Sweta Patel, thank you, Sweta. You are, as mentioned earlier, the queen of the Lions. Thank you so much. $50 from her. We are now.
I didn't even know she hated me.
The hatred grows on you. It just takes a few minutes.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Like once you know me, it's not hard.
Another 75 from Jerry. You got it right the second time, Samir. Here's a match for getting it right. Oh, thanks, brother.
All right.
We got
that's good.
Ellen Hidalgo, I think so. Oh, God.
Hidalgo.
Yeah. $50 from her. Thank you so much. We're at 15,162.
Wow.
Now let's get this to 30K total so that we can get this done at the thing next year. Because like I'm gonna have to justify these flights to my wife. If I'm ever going to get to one of these training camp things.
It's for the kids, hun.
Like, yeah, I was personally responsible for like $15,000 of charity donations.
That might be true too.
50 from Fab. I got to get him a link to the he's here for his challenge. Sweta did it. Ash, plan your tattoo. Way to go, Dave. Thank you, Dave, for helping push us up so fast and get this train running. I'm still trying to chase this bean with a piece of pizza. Riz is gonna spin again. I gotta get Fab in here because it's time for the Sprite challenge. Yeah. Hey Fab, the old link I gave you should work just fine for you, brother.
All right, I'm spinning again. All right, that's the toothpaste or berry blue, but unfortunately I don't have any of those that I see in my selection here for whatever reason.
That one is so easy.
Unless they're like the
grab a random and tell us what you get, Riz.
Spin again.
We'll spin again.
The doom you choose is what you deserve.
I got another Tutti Frutti or Sweaty sock, and that's not good because I've already had one of each, and there's like 6, and I got the good one. Damn it. So I want to make sure that that's what it is because I'm not seeing clearly because the honest to God, the stink bug one is coming back.
Riz, you ready? Let's
just
get
like
this
Jared
16K.
Goff, there's something to be said for certainty.
Wayne right now says, I'm in Holland and I will get Jeff a pie. Wayne, you are my hero.
All right, I think this is. This
Flounder.
Sure looks like fruity or sweaty sock to me.
Hold on, really quick. Let me just hit Floundericious again. He just dropped $1,000 match that he promised. Sweater with the win. Ash is getting that tattoo. He just paid for 2/3 of a day of chemotherapy with that single donation. Flounder, thank you. Thank you very much, man.
The man is a prince.
16-12. You're at 14. I'm at 15. I've got a bean waiting, and we're only 600 away from another bean.
Man,
Riz,
what else can I do to make you guys eat more of these disgusting beans?
we're at pie time.
If we hit 18K, I will mow my lawn tomorrow.
Crap, I dropped the bean.
Oh,
So got my
I'll
water
take
ready.
my dogs for a walk.
you folks are amazing. You folks are absolutely amazing. Oh, you got to cleanse the palate to make sure you get the full effect. Is that what we're doing here?
Yeah.
They don't smell. There's no giveaway. They only smell.
They don't smell.
Once you break
They
them
really
with your
don't.
teeth. Once you break them with your teeth, it's all you smell.
Which is crazy. Like, what are they wrapping that in that is just so completely odor proof? Because like we are an organism designed specific, like
In all
detect
honesty,
things that might
are
be
like
bad for us.
these are truly remarkable,
Yeah.
like unbelievable, literally invention of how they've formed this and made it so like the integrity of the flavor is remarkable. It really is.
Have we approached them to sponsor the podcast?
We really should.
Seriously.
We just make this a thing every post game. All right, I will eat one of these disgusting things for every $500 you donate to this charity for this month.
Every win. I feel better. I'd have a better chance if it was a win. What color did you get? What's the chances and the flavors here?
I got the Tutti Frutti or Sweaty Sock again, which is the third time I've gotten, and I already got the Tutti Frutti, so I'm really not looking forward to another round of.
Man, okay, brother.
Going down.
Oh,
It's a good one.
I won't vomit on this one, but it's not pleasant. Mommy.
Wisco, we hit 18K. I will mail you the cardigan and you can burn it.
Chris is dying. You're talking about burning cardigans. He's chewing on sweaty socks. And I'm about to piss myself.
I think someone did actually ask us a football question a few minutes ago.
That one was probably too fruity, Michael. That was fruity over the top. Football question. What the heck? Let's see.
Oh,
We're 64%. This is wild. You folks, I will say it again. I will never stop saying it. You people are absolutely amazing, and I love you. Thank you. Thank you all for doing this. This is incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Why?
It's once a year, buddy. It's once a year. It's okay. Chris plays guitar not for
Why do these things exist? Oh my god. I'm like longing for the cement mixer drink that I had at Ohio U. Little Coos, stay away from that one. Don't.
You got you got to call him Cam. You can't call him Little Coos because it's gonna.
But that's fair. I'm reaching.
It's gonna reflect
And hopefully,
poorly.
I have the Triscuit here that will hopefully cleanse the palate a little bit.
All right, 16,212. How should I tell Wayne to get in touch with you? Do you want to meet him on a corner and Ash and I'll carry while you go out and so he doesn't have to show up at your front door for the pie? How would you like to get delivery, Riz?
Thank you.
And be sure to say thank you. Wes for $1.97. Thank you, sir. It's up to 16,214.69. Oh, chew your Triscuit while you think. There's not
I could
many
never
excuses.
remember who it was that just kept topping it up to 69 cents every time. But thank you, Wes, because I will laugh every single time.
Yeah. I am 12.
Always will
That
be.
was the world's greatest freaking Triscuit. Oh my God.
Belinda, I see you in the chat. I just want to say thank you. Yeah, absolutely wild. We're at 64%. Folks, Belinda in the chat is with St. Jude. They're the ones that put Dave.
Dave
hates the cardigan too.
Dave, I
or he
love
just
you.
really loves watching you
Please.
guys eat these.
Another Dave, man. Thank you, man.
I am so incredibly moved by the generosity.
Yeah, this is nuts.
So I've got to do my bean. You've got a bean now waiting for you again, and we're just a couple hundred away from me. I'm gonna spin right now. Oh my God, this is off the rails.
Wow, y'all are amazing.
Thank you, everybody. We absolutely, I mean it when I say I love you guys. You are just incredible. Let me really quick, Belinda, you are awesome. She put all the tech together to make this work. Her and her team. I want to be fair to that.
Yeah.
They coordinate all this. The chat bot, we're the first ones to use it. That thank you comes up because of Belinda and her team. That chat bot reminding people, telling us how far along we are. It's all because of the work she did. Thank you. If it wasn't so simple, I would not have been able to do it. She and her team are special and really, really doing a lot of stuff to help St. Jude here. Like I said, amazing organization, amazing people pushing this and making it easier on people like us to do something great. Founder DLP Jackass coming soon to MTV. And okay, I'm going to do my spin.
I'm out. Right. We hit 75K. I will shoot myself in the genitals with a paintball gun.
Ouch.
True story, bro. Like, in all seriousness, like, that's not going to happen. But if that happens, if this is what you were waiting for, is someone to promise to shoot themselves in the genitals for you to donate $50,000 to charity.
I will let Micro Mike come over and shoot me.
Here we go. 75K. 2 people get shot in the genitals. One is self-inflicted, one is not.
I got one lower than the other. I can't risk it. All right.
Oh my God.
I'm going to spin.
There are not enough good flavors in the world for me right now.
For God's sake, it's rotten egg again. Can I get
At least you know what you're getting. The odds are better, though, that you'll get popcorn one of these times.
Someone else just donated more.
Casey Vikas, I believe, from the wife. Thank you for the $1.31. Back 17,305.69. We're like,
no, I don't like
Rizzo's
it. Someone just
bean.
said I like pain. I'm not going to enjoy 1 second of any of this. But for the children,
I've got to eat a bean. Riz has to eat a bean, and I'm 500 away from another bean. But if we get to 18,000, the cardigan burns. This is insane. This is really insane. Okay, here it goes. I'm just okay. Here comes the stuff. I should have something to drink. I do. Okay. Jesus Christ.
Do it.
When do I get a good one? When do I get a good one, Riz? You got Tutti Frutti. Come on.
I'm what, 1 for 6?
Yeah, I'm over. I'm like Lions. You just
Maybe you'll
Eagles
get your
me.
first win in week 10. Who knows?
Oh,
Beginning to wonder if there are enough good ones to bad ones in the ratio that they advertise.
Well, they didn't advertise a ratio. We figured it was at 4-1. But what am I at? Like 6, 7, and I've gotten 0.
I think you're at 6 and you're at 0. I've done. I had 1. If I had 7 and 1,
technically improbable.
I mean, Ash, it does. The taste is so real that it makes your mind, make your stomach
imagine
turn.
the thing.
Yeah, it makes
like one of those things where like when you hear someone else retch after you've been drinking, like you felt fine until that very second, but the thought of vomiting makes you do it. Yeah.
There's a lot of that going on.
Yeah, my stomach is turning. I ate a piece of candy, right? There's nothing that's really bad, but my brain is saying, "Oh, you ate
Why are you eating socks, bro? We got to get that out."
I might prefer socks at this point.
I I don't know about that, Chris.
3 rotten eggs in a row, man. Oh,
do not envy you guys at all. That sounds so revolting.
It's not the highlight of my day.
Colin, can I donate $10K for a win this year?
That would be wonderful. Yes, we would all like that very much.
Let's see if it works.
Yep.
I'm willing to give it a shot.
You don't know until you try, man. Like, there are a lot of people with a lot of belief systems that they're working with that are based on less, realistic grounds than that. So why don't we try it?
Yeah.
At the very least, you probably end up getting me in Detroit.
Flying spaghetti monster to the rescue.
So we're $700 from you getting the tattoo at the party, Ash. Is that where we're at?
No, we're 700. Well, did we get the tattoo? Right?
Sorry, yeah.
18 is the cardigan burns.
Yeah, got it. The cardigan burns at 18.
Well, no, I mail the cardigan to Wisco and he burns it on camera. I volunteered him for this, apparently.
Oh, okay.
Which will make my wife happy enough. She won't be too mad about the tattoo. She hates this thing more than Wisco does.
So Colin says, Jesus, I've spent $10K between tickets, flights, and away games. See, you didn't spend it in the right place, though, Colin.
Yeah, you could have just spent it on the kids.
I feel it. If it was on the kids, we'd be there. And we'd almost guarantee the tattoo at the party at that point.
Yeah. That would basically lock it up.
We'd have like Riz and a tattoo. I mean, we're $8,000 away from Riz and a tattoo. Or a tutu. Sorry, not a tattoo. Well,
not a tattoo.
Riz and a tutu. Holy cow.
How much for a tattoo of a tutu, Riz? No.
that would be something else.
Oh.
Yeah, there's not a number realistically for that, I would assume.
Probably not. I am ink free at this point, and I've made it this far.
Yeah,
I found the football question. Way back when, and it was Flounder. So I feel like of all people, he should probably get his question answered.
Let's roll with that.
Get your bean.
Which free agent quarterback should the Lions pick up next year?
Oof.
And I'm looking at the list as I watch Riz Wretch. We have illustrious names that will be available, like Ben Roethlisberger and Taysom Hill, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Andy Dalton, Nick Foles, Tyrod Taylor, Jameis Winston, Jacoby Brissett, Teddy Bridgewater, Marcus Mariota, Joe Flacco, Mitch Trubisky. And I'm going to stop there because the rest is an and so on list, because it's a bunch of guys who are making $1 million or less this year. Mike White. He has one 400-yard game, with a terrible team. Maybe he can do that again.
He is our Matt Florham.
I think there's two scenarios for this one. We cut Jared Goff, and instead of him, we go with X. And there's a Jared Goff is still on the team, and we go with Y answer to this.
And that Y works both ways there.
Yeah. Marcus Mariota is kind of my choice on that list for if you are moving on from Jared Goff, there's a guy who creates with his legs, has an okay arm, wasn't that bad. You know what I mean? He wasn't good, but he wasn't. He was better than what we're getting right now.
Yeah.
Not much. We're not talking like he's the guy that's going to get us to the Super Bowl or anything like that. But if you're looking at placeholder quarterbacks, he can create with his legs. He's got a decent enough arm. Maybe somebody puts an offense together that he can run reasonably well. Yada yada yada.
I would be with that, or honestly, Mitchell Trubisky, because I do think that.
As much as we make fun of him,
he had some, as a draft prospect, there were things about him that I did really like. He can also run and create. Yep. He is not without some ability to throw an accurate pass down the field. He's the guy that you have to have a great offensive line in front of. And he really got that in Chicago. But
he's also got a history of playing real fucking well in Detroit.
He does.
Ouch.
He does.
Ouch. That really stings.
Much to our chagrin.
Oh my goodness gracious. Where are we at? 17,325, 69. Chris L, thank you for the $20 donation. That was just a massive rush. Riz, There's one bean still on the table. Again, I guess we walked past this and we don't want to. How do you want to get that pie delivered?
I don't know. It's next bean.
You're sober. It's 10:30. Go meet him at the gas station. Only good things happen at the gas station at night on a Friday.
Yes. All good things happen when you leave the house close to midnight on a Friday.
On 7 Mile.
I don't even know.
13 and a half hours to break him, folks.
I can't tell you how much I'm dreading this bean.
This is your chance to escape the bean.
I'm like really not well in the stomach right at the moment.
Well, they probably don't expect you to eat like 10 of these in a couple hours.
Evidently, the listeners do. Do you want me to take this bean for you, and you can have the next one, Riz?
I will do it.
You sure? I'll put you off the. I'll buy you.
Let
some
me
time.
reach down here. What the hell's that one? It's green. What's that say? Booger or
peach or pear
or juicy pear? I'm gonna assume that's what this is. Yeah. Great. Okay.
Get the pear so there's no scurvy in your life.
Like, that's not a great flavor or anything, but like little kids don't eat sweaty socks, you know?
Dogs do.
Yeah, I know. I've got a lab. I'm well aware of the ludicrous effing things that those are willing to consume.
Colin,
$20,000 in surgery later.
Colin, man, you rock, brother. $700.
Oh my!
We are at cardigan burning rate right now. $18,025.69. Wisco.
Well, I guess I'll leave it on when I do the pies then.
Wisco, you've got a cardigan in the box. All right.
I'm going to get the water ready first.
Yeah, get yourself. I recommend something to eat, but not salami. Salami was a bad choice.
Left.
Ooh, there's a pie idea for you, Riz. Shaving cream.
I might have some.
That's what they use for the Hollywood ones, is the shaving cream pie.
That's true. Yeah. That is. I will have to look. I am a shaving gel person, but to whip something up. Yeah.
Slop it back in. That might get the job done. Like, I'm not going to lie. I bought 3 giant cans of whipped cream that I'm doing this with. So I did not buy 18 pies.
We saw a shepherd's pie today. We saw a vanilla cream pie. It's so good. We saw the trebuchet pie. The velocity, that thing, it was the blood spatter.
Shot out of a cannon.
Yeah, it's the blood spattered pattern if he had been shot with a shotgun. I mean, it was just incredible.
He looked physically uncomfortable after that, like as though something were wrong. That was the one, like, because I've been bouncing in and out as like between classes I had today and stuff like that, and like.
It was the face of a guy in MMA who took the shot, and it was like this the millisecond before he realized I'm knocked out.
Yep,
that was the look. I was
when the one heavyweight realizes he's in with a much better heavyweight. You know what I mean? Like, he's like, I can take a punch. Boom. Oh no.
All right, Riz. I'm going to give you one last chance. I will take this one off your.
I'm on it.
Okay,
I got it. Again, no smell.
And this is booger or prickly pear?
Yeah, juicy pear.
Juicy pear.
Not sure that juice is better than.
Maybe it's juicy booger.
Great.
Plant the thought before the bite.
See, I'm the kind of jerk that I would make one that was called like vanilla or beaver ass. Because it's the same flavor. For those of you who don't know what artificial vanilla is actually made from.
Oh my dear God! Why?
So it's a pear, right? It's a juicy pear.
Oh my God! Oh.
Man, I'm running out of like stretch goals to get you guys to eat more of these while I'm on.
Riz is stretching his stomach. He is just.
Yep.
Oh my god!
See, and I thought that would be one of the least horrible ones. You know what I mean? Like, because it's not a pleasant flavor, but it's not like, doesn't seem on the surface like it would be that bad.
Oh, that was bad. Oh
my god. Riz or Ash, I owe you just for putting Riz in this state, generating this kind of.
Oh, well, when I found out you guys were having like the world's preeminent expert on the subject I had intended to talk about, I was like, oh, okay. All right. That's the guy before me. Okay, let's see what we can do here.
No, Chris, I want to be on at 3 a.m. Oh my god. Mike Hodges, as a kid, I remember boogers being slightly salty. Toughen up, Riz. He's totally out of frame.
I'm legitimately not sure I grabbed the right color of bean there because that tasted a lot like dead fish.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh man, and when you're not expecting it. Oh
god, yeah, no, that's a bad move, Riz. Just so you know. I know I'm a little late to the party on that. I know I'm late to the party on that, but that was really a bad move. So, Ash, let's talk about quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Malik Willis. Any chance you see him falling to like the 25 to 32 range? Is there anything?
We're going to find out this weekend, honestly, where he's going to go. Like this is the week. He's got the SEC opponent. He's taking on Matt Corral. This is you get to watch one game and see the guys who are basically somewhere in the top 3 of everybody's list right now. If that makes any sense.
Yep.
Like every list in existence has those 2 guys and somebody else. My other guy is Pickett, but some people like Strong.
Tell me about Pickett. I've heard some good things about him. I haven't seen. Isn't his big knock the hand size? Isn't it?
Yeah, somebody reported, and like there is no actual verification or even like tenuous verification. It's just a guy said he has 8 1/4 inch hands. And then everybody has run with this because he does wear 2 gloves and his hands don't look giant doing that. So like he does not have some big hands, but like if you wanted one sentence to describe the guy, he's like 85% Joe Burrow is basically what you're looking at. He moves well in the pocket. He runs a pro style offense. Like the jump for him mentally isn't going to be what it is for some of these other guys. Like for example, Willis, like if that guy sets foot on the field in the first year, like he's not going to know what the hell is going on.
Right.
But Corral's kind of halfway between those 2 things. Like he does do some things that are kind of pro style offense-y. Like he does take snaps under center, which is kind of weird considering the rest of the offense is mostly air raid concepts and that kind of thing.
Right.
But like, yeah, it's that's the 3 guys I'd say that if you're looking at someone to end up near the right.
All right, so I'm it's not showing up here, right? I come to just at about 10 inches, like literally right at 10
okay
inches.
Well, yours are bigger than mine. Like
I hear that a lot. But
mine are crazy thick but not that long.
Here's the thing.
Yep.
A pro football feels pretty big in my hands. Like I don't feel like I have a really sure grip. Okay.
Well, the thing is, what everyone says is that like small hands is going to make you fumble in cold weather. But like Brett Favre had 11.3 inch hands and holds the NFL record for most fumbles by a quarterback.
Yeah.
Now I hear he played a lot of cold weather games and that might have had something to do with it. Like this is one of those things where it makes so much sense. People believe it. But there's no actual statistical correlation. Like Mike Vick had 8 1/2 inch hands, and he was a pretty damn good quarterback.
He's a good runner.
Jeff Blake back in the 90s, like threw one of the sweetest deep balls you'll ever see, just dropping them straight in the bucket. also 8.5-inch hands. You know what I mean? Like it's not like no quarterback has ever been successful with small hands. Like, I mean, Joe Burrow made those jokes, right? Like, I'm sorry, I guess, I just found out I'm never going to play in the NFL because I just have such tiny little kid hands or something like that.
I love Burrow. Everything about him.
But,
I really love him.
Yeah, me too. Like that's the thing. That's probably why I like Pickett so much. Like if there was a quarterback that I have watched who is going to go first overall to the Detroit Lions, I would hope that it's Pickett. With that said, I would not have any of these quarterbacks in my top 10 prospects, like at all. Just straight up no. Like there's no, that guy's not there. Particularly with Thibodeau and Hutchinson, and I am for some reason blanking on the other pass rusher who might go number 1 overall. But there's a third guy who has a weird name.
They all have weird
which
names.
Is why it's infuriating me. I can't remember it. Hell of a player. But anyway, plus, you've got linebackers, safeties, whatever you want on defense. Basically, you have one of those who is a much better prospect at his position than any of these quarterbacks are at theirs. But with that said, if Coral goes to a team in the late teens, they're immediately going to be very successful because of the landing spot, right? Like it just, the less you have to ask him to do, the more immediately successful he's going to be. The only one of those three I don't think is that kind of guy is Willis. I think no matter who takes him, he's looking at ideally a year, maybe 2 to acclimate,
right?
Which he's not going to get. So that,
here.
No, never here. Like here, good God, he'd be in week 2, like just out of probably being better than the other option, even though he's not going to be good yet. If that makes any sense.
It makes
that's
a
the
lot
thing.
of sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And I don't even hate Goff as much as a lot of people do, to be honest with you. Like I'm always the guy who's basically going like, yes, he sucks, but the thing you're blaming on him is not his fault.
Yeah.
Like, in addition to this,
plus,
Matt Nelson also has to at least touch the person he's supposed to block.
Yeah. And this is, again, I keep saying this, and I know we have a rotating cast of characters. Some of them have been here the whole time, and I really appreciate it because those of you who've rode this whole thing through us have been here longer than Riz. But
Karlaftis, that is the one.
Besides,
thank you, Riley and Chris.
You guys have been rocking and rolling, and I forgot what I was gonna say. Sorry. There's 3 things. And here's what Riz just in time to hear him. You got to have blocking, you got to have play calling, and you got to have wide receivers for Jared Goff to work. You need at least 2 of those. 3 is really the magic number.
I'd say we need to add a run game to that and say you need to have at least 3 of those.
Okay. I could go with that. I feel like we're pretty decent.
Which is if you have 3 of those, if you're an NFL quarterback, you'll be successful. Like just straight up.
Period.
That's if you have those 4 factors, you take 3 of those and put them on one team. You don't deserve to be in the league if you can't be successful with that.
Yeah, for sure. Oh boy, so I don't think it's all Goff. I mean, Goff will get you to the middle, right? I mean, he'll get a great team to the Super Bowl. He'll get a team that's on a rebuild to a point where they're ready to jump off and get it. He's the epitome of a bridge. And why spend $30 million and then a first round pick on top of it to get 2 guys who can't do anything with the talent because there's no talent around them? That's just where my head's at.
It's super unlikely that the 2023 quarterback class is going to be worse than this.
Riz looks like he's about 98 years old.
I'm not well, dude.
Teeth out. I would have taken that one for you, buddy.
It's not going. I'm not straight up not having a good time.
I will not throw any more stretch goals out there then. I think I've been personally responsible for you guys suffering enough already.
The good part is I'm wide awake.
Well, there you go. Mission achieved.
That's much worse than Jared Goff's play.
Oh, so
is that how we're going to be ranking it now? Just for the rest of the year, it's like, okay, that game was sweaty sock bad, not rotten fish bad.
Oh my God, that's I'm never going to forget. That's like
one of those moments.
Yeah,
where you just look at it and go, "What did I do to end up here? And how can I make this never happen again?"
Record scratch. Scratch. I bet you're wondering how I got in this situation.
What life choices have led me to this point?
That whole retirement thing because you were too young. That's those plans are changing. Disappear off the face of the earth tomorrow. Maybe before the end of this show. Oh man! All right, we got
beans are
evil. It's like being the Micro Mike says it's like being the third person in the Human Centipede. Bad.
It's so. Oh my God.
Let's see. Oh, does Jeff want to switch from beans to a tattoo? Maybe a picture of Goff on his arm. This is great. Stretch golf for the bean every time. 2004,000 in between beans. No, we're staying on it. I'm the next one. I'm not worried. I can tell it's slowing down. Riz has got some time to breathe. Golden, what's up, fellas? Hope the day's been good so far. Ready to rock now until the morning. Thank you, Golden. I can't wait. Glad to have you here with us. We're going to be rocking and rolling here. We got Robbins is there still. He'll be showing up a little bit after midnight. Let's see, Anonymous. Jeff kind of right about Dan Marino. Marino's a 9 1/8, which is less than the average. What about Karlaftis? What do you think, Ash? Where's your? That wasn't Wisco asking that, by the way.
Well,
that's a Purdue guy.
Yeah, like he's just one of those guys that like he's very good. Like I don't see holes in that game. You know what I mean? Like honestly, the big three, like Thibodeau is the one that's a really easy choice to make. Hutchinson, maybe if you need him to work in space, that's not the one you want to go with. Karlaftis just beats people, and like
this is the analysis I'm tuning in for.
What else do you need to know? Like he's a very good pass rusher. I haven't watched a lot of Purdue games, okay? I just saw like 1 10-minute cut up of him beating the living hell out of a poor offensive tackle.
He's really, really good.
Yeah.
He's
Riz, Mike Hodges comes in with a really, really good point here. With if you go for that tattoo later on, you can just say it was Ryan Reynolds.
He does look like a really bad Ryan. Like a high school art student drew it version of.
You know all about those art students, Ash.
I do. I very much do. Wonderful children they are.
You stretch the pipe cleaner cat all the way to high school. That's what I'm most impressed about.
Look!
God. I legitimately a couple days ago was getting paid for about an hour and a half to make the equivalent of balloon animals out of pipe cleaners for grade 2 students.
I gotta give a shout out to Vinsanity for his $100 to St. Jude. Thank you, Vinsanity. You are rocking and rolling, my man.
Yep.
Appreciate it. And I don't think I fondled Colin just quite enough when he dropped that $700 bomb on us. Let's go, Colin. Thank you, brother. We really, really, really appreciate it. There's also the Ryan Gosling excuse. It depends who your audience is, Riz. You could go any number of ways to kind of protect yourself on that tattoo. Colin's asking $20K for a playoff win. Yeah, why not? I think it could work.
That would be spectacular.
There's only one way to find out.
Yeah, exactly. Let's try it. Tried everything else for 30 freaking years.
And now our surprise guest, Jared Goff. Good job. Guys, good stuff. All right, let's really quick. I want to talk about a couple things. First, the reason we're here. It's a lot of fun, and it's a lot of fun because you folks are here and helping out. So thank you all. This is dying. we're here to raise money for the kids of St. Jude. Sick kids need your help. We want to make sure that they don't have to pay for any travel, any food, any lodging, or any treatments. We want to get them taken care of and their families. If you have a sick child, even if it's just a cold, you know how much you care as a parent. Imagine what it's like to find out your child has cancer. Just absolutely puts your life on hold. And St. Jude makes sure that these folks don't have to worry about any of those things and to help their kids get better. It's an amazing mission. On top of it, they do the research that have helped beyond St. Jude, Children's Hospital, all kinds of other places that help kids get better. It's not just kept in the house. They share it with the world. This is one of the greatest, if not the greatest, charity in the world. There's nothing more important than our kids. They're our future, and when they're sick, they need our help. stjude.org/DLP. Your tax-deductible donation goes directly to St. Jude and directly to the mission. They are one of the most efficient charities out there with the money. They do great work. So please, 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 if you get an opportunity, donate, and we appreciate everything. $1 is enough. Don't let Colin out here putting the big one on the table scare you away. $1 is appreciated just as much, man. Riz wants to see him in the $1 or the $2 range so he can recover for a while. I'm good with the grand. I'll eat his beans. I'm here all night. No problem.
Yeah, like we did 5,000 in the last hour. Let's do 6.
Yeah, let's go. Flounder.
No, what I'm going to promise you guys. Which finger am I cutting off if we do 6,000 in the next hour?
Like that
I'm not
tattoo
actually
is
doing that.
Riz is like that tattoo is getting off early. They're easy. God, I can't even talk. Floundericious with a super chat. Thank you. My wife saw 2 stories this week of kids who died of leukemia. I've got more budget for the kids. All right, Flounder, big heart, man. We love you. Man. Riz riding the struggle bus. I want to tell you folks, there is another way to help out too. We like to do these things where you can, help the podcast by doing something you were going to do anyway, right? Help the kids by doing something you were going to do anyway. You head on over to DetroitLionsPodcast.com. Let me just do it because there's a better way to do it. Auction.DetroitLionsPodcast.com. And you will find, I'm typing it in right now because I have the memory of a freaking earthworm. You will find some of the most amazing items available for your choice of picking up. We have a DeAndre Swift signed football. We have a DeAndre Swift jersey. We have a TJ Hawkinson signed football. We have a Penei Sewell signed football. I'm starting to burp a little, Riz. We got a Jamal Williams autograph football. We've got 7 nights in a house in Winter Park, Colorado, right next to Winter Park. It's Fraser, but it's Winter Park, Colorado. 7 nights. It's a $3,000 value if you were to get it on VRBO or Airbnb. It's up for auction right now. It's sitting at $251. You can choose 7 nights. There's a couple blackout dates that are listed there. It's Christmas, that kind of stuff, right? But you have till May of 2023 to lock in your dates. You could build a really nice vacation for your family, your friends, your family and friends, whatever you want to do out of something like that. And it's in a 4 seasons part of Colorado. It is absolutely gorgeous out there. God's country, I believe they say. Really, really nice item out there. Also, there's the dinner with Chris, Sandman, and Riz from the Detroit Lions podcast down at Prime Proper in downtown Detroit. The best steaks in the mitten. I'm telling you.
It's a lot better than what we're eating tonight. That's for sure.
Riz setting the bar high. It is some amazing stuff. We also have Jerry Jacobs jersey coming, and I've said this. I'm still waiting. It's a bye week. Jerry's probably in the playbook, knowing him, instead of out doing stuff. But we believe it is the very first Jerry Jacobs Lions jersey he's ever signed. That's kind of special. That's actually kind of really special.
That is pretty awesome. What's that one at?
It's not in. It's arriving. He sent me the receipt with the tracking number. It'll be here on Tuesday. We'll put it up on Tuesday. He's also signed a football that's going to be up for auction as well. Dan Miller, he's not on there, but he will. He will have his voice on your recording. PG, please. But you can do it as a message to somebody. You can do it as your voicemail. You can do all kinds of things with it. A lot of fun. Dan Miller will do that for you. Billy Sims.
Or you could just get him to say "rubber baby buggy bumpers."
in rubber
super excited.
In his inimitable Dan Miller Way.
Yep.
Billy Sims, we got some stuff coming from him. I know we got a signed ball. There may be some other stuff they're working on. Billy's had a lot going on. We've been working with his people back and forth today, trying to put something together. Maybe tomorrow morning we'll squeeze him in. We'll see how it goes. A lot of good stuff. All available. Auction.DetroitLionsPodcast.com. 100% of the money raised there goes to St. Jude. Straight up. No questions asked. Any admin costs beyond extra shipping, anything like that, I pay for it in my pocket because it's important that all that money goes to St. Jude. And that sticks with that whole thing that we've been working on with since day one of the podcast. A way to support something, whether it's us or whether it's St. Jude, and you get something for it. All these auctions end on the 15th of December, so you can get this stuff under the tree in the stocking or give it to somebody in the stockings, however you want to do it, right? You can get this stuff for gifts at the right time of year. So get your stuff out there. Take advantage of this. This is a great opportunity to take care of the ones you love. Or if you just want to straight up help the kids and you're not worried about the stuff, stjude.org/DLP. You guys are all right. A lot of concern for you, Jeff. The jokes are subsiding, and now there's EMTs calling in. Do you want me to bring a pie and a first aid kit?
The one chip would make that flavor go away. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, it would. It might make me go away.
Yeah, there's literally not enough money in the world to get me to do that one. That was you can just see him turning red. That was another of the 3-minute bursts that I got to watch earlier in the day. Was right after he did that, as literally the color of whatever is right behind your left shoulder was the color of his skin. Yeah. By the end of that, when he finally got off.
He was a trooper, though. I mean, I cannot believe he went 20 minutes nothing. Right? It was what, an hour and a half later before he had some intestinal response or something. He said something similar. He said,
he got quite a bit. He actually texted me from the concert he was at, though, and was raving about the opening act. So he's doing okay.
Wow. So you're right, Ash. I mean, 10 years ago, I probably would have been dumb enough to do that, right?
Oh, yeah, me too.
Jumped in on
absolutely
that and been there and exposed myself. But since then, not so much. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, Colin, we'll I got your text. Sorry, I'm slow. Yeah, I can't do that. All right. We'll take you up on that depending on how late you're on. We got a couple things. We got Blandino here anytime gonna come in. He'll let us know.
That's right, Dean. We have Dean.
I knew there was somebody better than me coming on after me too.
You can hang out with Dean. It's all right. It's okay. He's
the meat in the sandwich.
Yeah. I feel like I'm just the mayo.
Oh my god. Definitely juicy.
Oh.
All right. So
yeah.
What did we help me remember what we accomplished? We're going to get a cardigan in Wisco's mailbox. He is going to video himself.
Well, he didn't agree to that, but I volunteered him for it, and he hates this thing enough that I'm sure he'll do it.
Yeah, he'll do it on a job site with a bunch.
He's always looking for reasons to start a fire. So,
both metaphorically and literally. Okay. Let me see. Where's Fab? Fab has some stuff. We got another video.
Oh, my internet connection is unstable. I don't like that.
It's like your stomach.
I'm getting messages for that. I swear to God, I'm not touching it.
Oh my gosh. Let's see. I'm not touching it. Yeah. What is it that you're touching? Okay, get that started. I might have to do my browser restart. This is what it is I think the YouTube stream just eats up all the stuff on the it just chows memory on the browser. That's what I think happens and makes it, but everything else seems to work. So, okay, I'm going to download this and just so it's in place. We've got a 2 minute and 48 second video here of the Sprite challenge. So let me do these things to clear some stuff up and then we'll get to that. Tell me, are you going to be okay? Riz, for real? I mean, are you spiraling down in bad places?
I'm fighting it.
Okay.
I'm trying damn hard.
All right,
it's not great, but it could be worse.
Okay. Look, we've only got 10 hours to go.
Is that true? That is true.
Yep.
It's so funny to me, and it's there's two things. Riz, I've never seen you so wrecked, even drunk, right? I mean, you've been wrecked differently, drunk, but I've never seen you wrecked like this. So that in itself is hilarious. But my heart goes out to you. I feel absolutely horrible for you. My pity meter is off the charts right now. Just looking at you, I mean, you're in your comfort hat. You've actually put the Bobcats hat on, and you're just kind of sitting there saying, rocking himself a little in the chair, trying to nibble on a couple things. Oh my God, brother, I feel so bad for you. I'm sorry.
Get someone to make some hamburger and rice. That's what we always have to feed my dog when it has some digestional issues.
Oh,
surprisingly tasty.
There might be a bean like that. I think it's wrong.
We do have a dog food bean.
Rancid burger. Look, he's just thinking about it. It's gone south. Oh, Riz. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for enjoying it.
Really good trust it.
It's a good thing we're not on the radio. Just moments of all of us just like kind of low volume laughing as Riz is just making grunting sounds. Even now, I'm sure people are like, what the hell did I just tune into?
Yeah, what am I watching here? And how did they get 18 grand for this?
As I said before, the first bean that I ate today, I can't see, I can't hear, so my sense of taste and smell is overdeveloped.
Yep.
That really doesn't help with these whatever the hell we're eating challenge.
Yeah, whereas I had H2S exposure enough times that I literally can barely taste or smell anything, so I'd just be like, pop. Oh, yeah, it's not good.
You're signing up for the chip challenge, I think, is what I hear. Ash, the chip challenge.
No.
Can't taste it.
Spicy food not happening.
But
that's
yeah.
I like spicy food.
You want to send me something gross when we get to 40K? Okay, I'll eat that. Whatever.
Look, I mean, it is. He gets the. You boys have been flicking your beans all day. He gets that point. Riz does this like this, boom, and it's like an old guy whose teeth aren't in, and he's trying to massage the gums. He is like broken.
Got Flounder in the chat basically going, throw the towel in for Riz. Throw the towel in. Get him out of the bean challenge.
Dude, I'm trying, man.
I'll take Riz's next bean. So that puts the next 3 you're on. All right.
Yeah, and I'm legit not.
A bean flicker sounds good, actually. That's a
I had
that's
a couple
an
other
odd
ideas
size
for stretch goals, but I don't want to do that to you, man.
I'm fine. I'm thinking about
They weren't good ideas, just to clarify on that. Like we've already gone past the point where I don't have to explain things to my wife. I'm going to have to try to win the Colorado vacation, and then she'd just be like, "Oh, okay, yeah, tattoo your face. I don't care."
Because I'm going to tattoo it after.
She's out of town. She knows none of this. I told her it was happening, but I doubt she's.
Okay. I've got a video of. Whoops. Oh. Wait. Okay, no. I got to change this. Which one is this? I've got a video that was promised by Big Bad Fab at the 13,000 mark. And it is him doing the Sprite challenge, which is a lemon. It is a lemon and a lime together. I'll put this up. It's about 2.5 minutes long. Give Riz a chance to kind of sit back and wipe the sweat off his brow. Maybe take a jog around the house, right? The whole thing. That'll make you feel good. All right, let's get to the video.
Ready?
Here we go. This is Fab, the guy who had the blood spatter pattern of pie on his garage door, doing the Sprite challenge.
Hey guys, Big Bad Fab back. Can't get in to do it live, but trying to pay off the Sprite challenge. Got lemon and lime, We're going to eat them together.
Fuck.
That bitterness is kicking in. I can see it.
Pleasant.
He just needs tequila. He doesn't know it.
That's generally true.
That was a bad idea.
I know that feeling. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, buddy, I'm with you.
Ugh. What's the Megadeth line? Mankind has got to know its limitations.
Yes.
Need some water.
It's tequila you need, my friend. And he still went vertical on the video.
I noticed that.
Lemon isn't bad. The lime is something.
Yeah.
It's like instant pain.
Oh my.
Dude. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah.
I don't remember Sprite tasting that bad.
It's not good.
Not good soup.
Ouch. All right, we got Colin, and I know he's not lying. He will chug a pint of bourbon at 20K. And I know he'll do it live. I know he's got it. I know he's ready to go. He will chug. My wife took my rum. He will chug a pint of bourbon if we get to 20K.
A pint.
A pint.
That's 16 ounces, right?
Yeah, it's safe.
Yep.
He's trained. He's an anesthesiologist. He knows what he's doing.
Medical professional.
This is
now
now,
you can come treat me. You can knock me out.
This is
Next time
from the Civil War era medicine medical book he has, but it worked. It was fine. They were able to amputate limbs this way, so it's okay. All we need is $1,800. $1,800 gets us to Colin chugging a pint. Now I'm going to tell you, Colin is an amazing cat already. Right. I mean,
yep.
and when he drinks, he's a lot of fun. I've got videos. Oh God, I can't share it. Colin, tell me if I can talk about the videos we shared in LA. You know who? Because I want to know if I can talk about it. I'm not going to show them. I just talk about them.
Good times.
There's some real partying. There's some real partying going on, and it's nothing like like anybody's going to get in trouble, but. One person I think maybe reputationally just doesn't want to do it. 18. No. We're at 18,000. Dom, we need 1,800 to get to 20,000. Don't mess with me. It's late and you're doing math. Ash is getting a call. A pint. Where is he?
Pint.
He hasn't responded yet. Reputation. I'm not sure if this guy wants this to be known or not. I mean, he put it out on social media, but I don't know how locked down his social media is. But it's some great stuff. I'm not going to. Oh, he said you're good. All right. There's a gentleman, a super fan, you all may know as Crackman. Crackman Cracchiola, right? What's his first name again? Dang it, I forget. He is awesome. He's a really great guy. You see him. He's the one with the shorts, overalls, the hat,
yeah,
right. The whole thing. Who loves you, baby? Right. He's got his whole thing going on. Older fella, white mustache, right, going on. He's got videos he puts out on social media, and he is Plowed. Plowed. I mean, you think Goff is a tank commander. This man is across the freaking, oh God, what was the line in France? Whatever, it doesn't matter. He's just the tank commander. He is gone. Almost took himself out in a hot tub in one of his videos. Just plowed.
What?
Colin finds him in LA and they go out and I'm texting back and forth. I'm trying to be a responsible adult, right? I got to meet Sandman. I got to meet friends of his that I haven't met, and Ryan, who I know. I'm trying to be like, I can't be in there all hungover and messed up. I'm going to be a responsible human being, the whole thing. Plus I was just in Vegas for a week, just a little bit of keep my liver from exploding kind of a thing. And we're texting back and forth. He sent these pictures of him and Crackman, and their eyes were as bright as 1,000 suns, except like red dwarf. They were just like, and I absolutely know that Crackman was in that case. Colin with a pint is going to be a lot of fun, and we will get him on live to do it and to hang around and see the effects. So $1,800 more. If we can get to that, guys, gals, that would be, you will enjoy every moment. The ladies will enjoy watching Colin. He's married. Sorry, it's over for you, but hey, it's good. It's always good to watch your favorite shows. And the guys will enjoy the bants because he is absolutely hilarious. Maybe he'll talk about a very famous tweet that was out there. He shared some information with me about it, and I'll leave that alone. I'll leave that to him to reveal. But it was just absolutely. It sent a wave through the Lions community. It was absolutely fabulous, and a lot of good stuff here.
Oh, I know what that is. Okay.
Good stuff. Colin is both amazing and a hell of a troublemaker. It's perfect. It's a perfect mix. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Colin and I share a birthday, so we might have some things in common there. With Rasheed Wallace, by the way.
Yeah.
And Mark Brunell and Patrick Mahomes.
Wow. I see the resemblance to Mahomes.
Yeah. Definitely.
Riz, you look like you're perking up a little. You feeling a little better?
That last the Triscuit helped a lot, honestly.
Oh, good.
I'm so it's funny because one of the things when I coach, one of the things that I do is like burp and settle. That's like just like get back to basics, and I'm burping and settling a lot, and I'm not liking what I'm burping, but at least it's
the settling part is working. That's
got to come out one way or the other.
Yeah.
You guys want to see the Fat Boy 40 again?
The upshot is I'm not.
Yeah, I didn't see it the first time.
Oh, you didn't? Oh,
no.
Man. Oh my God, this is great. Matt Leffler wins. I mean, he won the Fat Boy 40 with this. This is absolutely intoxicatingly fabulous. Really quick, get us $1,800 more, and let's get Colin on here and get him super tanked. Case has got a lot of work going on. Yeah, like Wes says, he is grinding. Let me text him while this video is going. But Fat Boy 40.
Fat Boy 40.
Thank you.
I can make that video for you.
Oh no.
$50K.
$12.34 from Anonymous. Thank you. Up to 18,238.03. Blandino just signaled he'll be on and ready to go in 5 minutes.
All right.
I should probably get my pies ready and get out of the way then.
You can join. You can do the pies while he's here. Ooh. Okay, let me put this up.
That'll be my intro to Mr. Blandino.
Yeah.
18 pies to the face.
What is that?
Day, sir.
That's Colin and his pint of bourbon, guys, gals.
Good Lord.
It is time to rock and roll.
Wow.
The freaks come out at night.
My guy works hard. He plays hard too. He knows what's up. All right, here we go. Let's do the Fat Boy 40. I got it. Jamie liked the humor of the 40, and it wasn't even intentional. Here we go. In Seattle on a beautiful day.
Area. It's the rain. Winterish. Actually, it sucks out here right now. It's time for the Fat Boy 40.
I don't know if this house.
I don't get tired of watching this. This is great.
Oh, Matt. Rich Eisen will never live up to this.
This car coming. It's good stuff. All right. Got to prepare.
100% breaking the doping rules in the 40-yard. Like, imagine someone doing it at the combine.
The face of determination. Okay.
The confident. This is the part. The confident strut up to the blocks.
Strutter.
He's like he walks like just so strong, and then he turns here, and a flip of the hat into the wind. Here we go.
Hopefully I don't injure myself.
Listen to him here. It's so great.
Oh my God, it's fucking hurt.
Isn't that great?
That is magnificent.
That's great.
That is the best thing I've seen this year.
It is fabulous. It is so good, man. And yes, Wes, he did have to warm up. It was smart. Don't want to blow a hammy. Can you imagine him going down with a hammy there? Oh my God. Oh, I have
to back up.
Hold on. I have to read this tweet. I have to, because this is Riz made the comment about my age being a little higher than his today. And we've got this coming across the twit line. I will say Chris looks as good as he did this morning. Jeff looks like he's had a rough day. I'll chuck it up to so many OBJ questions and beans.
Love y'all.
Oh, man. All right, we got Blandino here ready to go in a minute. Any minute. You can hang around, Ash. I tell you what, Ash, do you have the time? Because we'll keep Blandino on for like 20 minutes or so. Do you have time to hang around? Like, we'll put him in that third window. You'd have to log out. When he logs in.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll tell you what.
And come back and do
Message
the pies?
me when Blandino's done.
Okay.
I will come back and do the pies.
Awesome.
Thank you, Ash.
That's awesome, Ash. You're the best, man.
You are awesome.
Boy, you helped us. You helped us build a big. What did we? When you got here, we were at 11K, weren't we?
Yep. People love to hate on Ash, man.
Yes, they do. This is the energy that I put out into the world, that it comes back at me like this.
Wow. I'm very impressed.
Okay, computer, rain down on me.
Make Dean chug a bottle. I've got to think of questions for Dean. I'm like, it's been, let's let him know straight up that we're on 14 and a half hours, Riz, just so he knows not to expect a whole lot, right?
Yeah.
Is
it really that long?
Okay, he's on, Ash. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate
Thanks,
it
Ash.
more than anything.
We'll
man.
see you again shortly.
We'll
see you on the other side, boys.
All right, we'll talk to you soon, bud. Yeah, thanks. All right, we'll talk to you soon.
Yep. All right.
I just learned today that if they don't drop, if I boot them off, they can't come back. That's why Fab wasn't live. My bad. Okay, we got Blandino. Boom. Bringing in Dean. Blandino. He's got the hat. You see it?
Look at the hat.
What? This is. I didn't even realize. I didn't realize what
How you doing, buddy? Good to see you again.
Good. How are you guys doing? How's everybody? Got the coffee. You got the what else? What else is keeping us awake?
Riz, actually,
we've been bean boozled. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's ever want to be taking part in.
Yeah, I played Bean Boozled. That's fun.
So about every $1,000, we're taking turns doing it, and in the last hour and a half, we just pumped up by $7,500 from where we were.
Really?
And so we were just
it hurts.
Bean. No, I just want to say I'm fine, right? Riz he's had a tough day.
Not been great.
I've stepped in to take his next bean for him because he's been on the firing line here. He's not.
It's been hard. Yeah.
Did you have any? What was it like? Don't they have one that's like a dirty diaper or something like that?
I'll go through them. In this edition, they have, and I'm just going to read because the only
bad ones.
You got Tutti Frutti once. Everything else is one of these bad ones that we've got.
Yeah.
Stink Bug, which really that was about an hour and a half. That one stuck with Riz. I didn't get one, but he was suffering hard. Rotten Egg. He ate something after Stink Bug just to try to make it go away, and then he tasted both the food and the Stink Bug. It didn't go away at all. Rotten Egg, Barf, Booger, Stinky Socks. He's gotten that a couple times. Dirty Dishwater, Toothpaste, Canned Dog Food.
What
spoiled milk?
I'm just how do they
fish.
how do they like come up with that, and how do they make it taste like the actual what they're describing as?
They do a wonderful job of
they do
matching
I said they do a wonderful job, but what's the recipe for dirty socks? That's what
somebody has to test these. That's the thing that disturbs me, right? I mean, no, this isn't quite like the dirty socks I remember. It needs a little bit more athlete's foot to it. I don't know. I mean,
they could make it worse. They could do like Carl Cheffer's dirty socks after the Packers Lions game, the Hail Mary game. We could. Is it too soon to bring that up or what?
No. Oh, that was one of many.
One of many.
We at least blame our coaches for that one as much as we blame Carl.
I was telling anybody that would listen, that the Lions were the greatest 0-7 team of all time. But after last week, I'm not sure they're the greatest 0-8 team. I just that one game really it just got me off the right path.
Yeah. That was rough, man. That was a really bad one.
Have you been to SoFi yet?
Yeah.
That place is incredible.
It's really, I love the new stadiums that have kind of the design. It's just different. It doesn't feel like some of the newer I remember when like MetLife first opened, and it just didn't. It was like, okay, this is all right. It's a new stadium, but SoFi really has. It's just a great design. It's just super cool. I love it.
Yeah. It was great, and it's of course the Lions, right? Have a great version of the Barn Stadium, and then design changes, and you see things like AT&T Field, SoFi. It's like, oh, we're gonna wait till forever. We're gonna wind up with one of those, and then the next best thing's gonna come out 2 years later, and it's just gonna
I know.
It's this everything with the Lions this way. We got in the chat. Colin wants to thank you. The Hail Mary was his first first game. His dad said they're gonna break your heart, and he went anyway, and there it happened.
Well, that he didn't lie. He said they're gonna break your heart, and it's good. It's good for Colin that he got it out of the way early, because we didn't want Colin to no, this isn't that bad. This is fine. This is great. Right away. This is how it's going to be. So
absolutely. Oh man, this has been a really great day. I mean, I'm loving the folks here. They have been turning up with the donations like crazy. Logan just came in $162.66. Why the 66 cents, you may ask? Because it takes us to $18,469. There's a battle going on. People are changing the cents on this, but it always winds up somehow back at.
When I get off, I'm going to donate, and I'm going to see if you can tell what my number, what it means when I do it. Okay.
Okay.
You guys can try to figure it out.
We'll get our codex out and try to decipher.
He's going to give $8, and it's like, well, I put a 0 in front of it. What do you want?
You took it was gonna be 08, but now I got to change it. Now I don't know. Now I got to come up with what is Marty Morningwig's birthday? We can do something.
Oh my God.
Whatever day it was, the wind was
really
blowing.
want to torture Lions fans.
Yes.
Oh man.
Oh my goodness.
So how are things out there? Let's go ahead, Dean. I'm sorry.
How many hours you guys have left?
We're 14 and a half in right now.
Okay.
So we've got,
all right.
we got about 9.5. We're good.
Yeah. Doing all right. Yeah, we're okay.
How about you? You going to turn in early tonight? It's been a long week.
Get your
slippers on.
I'll be up. I'll probably be up. Get caught up on a couple of Netflix shows. I'm watching the. Have you seen the Netflix series YOU? It's
no.
I'm in the 3rd season. It is, if you want to learn how to murder someone and get away with it, stalk someone and get away with it, this is the series to watch. It's pretty intense.
Hey, is that
it's
my
pretty
TV in the
intense.
background?
What's that?
Is that my TV in the background?
Is that your TV?
Yeah, are you in my living room?
I might be.
You've been watching too much Netflix, man.
I knew. Yeah, I know.
About 40 minutes ago, Riz was probably wishing he was playing Squid Game instead of the Beans game.
Oh yeah, Squid Games. That's another one. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff when you're not watching football and crying your eyes out.
You've got to find those releases for you.
That's right.
You're on college duty tomorrow, right? Do you have any
college duty tomorrow? What I'm doing the afternoon games, trying to think what our big game is on Fox. I have to look at it. It might be a Pac-12 game. I've got to look at the schedule.
Yep. The Detroit style pizza, that was great on week 1. We appreciate it. It gave us all a big heart. And we weren't. I mean, I love Detroit style pizza. When we went to Buddy's and in Detroit, it was Pizza Hut. It's Pizza Hut. Yeah. So, they're trying their best, but it wasn't quite up to Buddy's standard, but it was pretty good. Well, now here's the real test. What did we drink with that pizza?
We had Verner's, which is spelled Vernors. Right.
That's right.
It's not Vernon's, but I'm sure there's some carbonated beverage named Vernon's somewhere that could.
I think he's ready to invest enough just to make it go away. I was referring.
That's right.
The Aldi knockoff.
So a couple things, some real questions actually coming rolling in the chat. First, this is one that happened just before you. Just tune back in. How we doing on Ash's tattoo? The guy before you said if we got to $18,000, he would get a lion's tattoo from his shin to his calf, and we nailed it, and he got it. So that's coming up. If we get to 30 grand overall, which is a stretch goal, but if we get there, he's going to have it done at remember the training camp party when he came to the
he's going to have it done there.
Yeah.
Can we can we help design it, or what's the just any lion's tattoo? I
think he may want creative control, but I think just about anything can be sold for this guy.
I think if we get to 40, can it be the officials picking up the flag against the Cowboys, and can it be that, like that scene?
You shouldn't do the ones when you were there, Dean. You should pick on the ones since then.
Or Calvin, them ruling incomplete with Calvin in the end zone. Maybe that one?
Think higher Blandino era, not fire Blandino era. Let's kind of get to the.
There wasn't any high points. There was all of my high points have come after I left the NFL.
Exactly. Okay.
So I got to ask you this on the Calvin thing. There was a Calvin catch situation in the game last night. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
That was not a catch, wasn't it?
That was not a catch.
Thank you.
No, that was not a catch. There's always, it doesn't matter. The catch rule, there are always going to be plays. You're always going to debate it. That's never, I don't care what rule it is. There's always going to be something with the catch rule.
What about the illegal face to the hands call though? Is that that's just a random one?
Yeah, hands to the face.
No. This was in Chicago when we got called for face to the hands, because who was it, Riz? Who had their hands all over our defender's face?
That was Swanson.
Or Swanson. Yeah, Swanson got his helmet pushed off and got called for hands to the face, but they were the hands to his face.
To his face. Yeah. Well, he shouldn't have had his face there. Is what the officials are saying.
Okay.
That it was illegal. He needs to move his face.
There's a face problem. Okay. Let me ask you. This is actually a more serious question. Why are we still using chains for the first down markers instead of some kind of like laser or something? I know there's like a lot of tradition, and Lions fans don't want the Thanksgiving to go away in the name of tradition, but they're talking about the lasers instead of the chains. What do we got here?
Yeah, I mean that goes back a while. I remember being at the NFL going back to the mid 2000s and having people present to us in terms of lasers and being able to do it electronically. And you certainly could do it. I just think there is that, there's kind of like that suspense with the change, right? And everybody's used to it, and it's not perfect, but why do we have to live in a perfect world? We certainly, as Lions fans, we definitely don't live in a perfect world. So, why does it always have to be perfect? We like the change. We like the old guys running out. Are they going to make it? Is somebody not going to make it out to the middle of the field? That's dramatic.
It's the only exercise they get, right?
I like the change. I like we keep some people around and employed, and it's exciting. So, but who knows? I mean, I think at some point we're going to see more technology, and we're going to see them utilize maybe the chips in the footballs and locations and GPS and all that. But at some point you got to say, hey, we're still playing the game, and it's still human beings, and I don't know, too much technology could be a bad thing.
Sure. Any talk of that in XFL?
Yeah, we'll see. XFL, spring 2023. Stay tuned. We'll see if what comes about with that. But in the last go round, a lot of cool innovations, and I think the opportunity is there for a league like the XFL to do things and kind of show fans a little more transparency, get them into the replay booth, listen into what's happening. I love that. I love being able to show fans that and show the viewers that. And I wish the NFL would do a little more of that.
Absolutely.
Matthias Wagner, a fellow LA fella, just dropped $2,500 on St. Jude, 20,920, and we're back at the 69 cents. Matthias, thank you so much. He's going to be on shortly. His son and my son played soccer together, and his son got diagnosed with cancer. He's going to talk about the journey they went through. 24 months good, 24 months in remission, in good shape. So,
good.
Yeah,
good.
So it's a good story with a good ending, but you get to hear about a lot of the good that the stuff here and that St. Jude does. Let me ask you, Dean, another real question. Why do I keep hearing the refs call neutral zone infraction with contact instead of just encroachment?
That's a good question. It's not. I mean, neutral zone infraction and encroachment are two different things. And encroachment is when you make contact before the snap, and neutral zone infraction is when you jump into the neutral zone, cause the offense to react. So I hadn't heard that, but if they're saying that's unusual. That really shouldn't be the case. It's two different fouls, and they should be announced that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So Dean, in the chat, and I, when we talk, I say it, absolutely love what you've done with the officiating and the transparency in the XFL. And I go out there and I take slings and arrows. I see your Twitter feed, and anytime I get pulled into there, man, it is a violent. I mean, I'd rather face McGregor in the octagon than your Twitter feed.
I don't understand. I get it. I get people are passionate. I just never understood, somebody you don't know, you've never met, and you just want to send them a nasty message. So I just don't get it. I don't get it. And it's fun. It's funny to watch people, and what I love is when I get two or three people who are going to argue just in my feed. Like, I'm not even involved anymore, but yep. I am now just tagged in every back and forth, and it's hilarious.
They want you to make a call, Dean. You make the call.
They do. They want me to make the call. I don't know. I just it's pretty funny. It's definitely pretty funny.
So what I mean, I honestly do go out there and take the heat and talk about, look, you guys, you think back to the NFL, Dean had an imperfect system to work with from the beginning. He did what he could. But if you want to see the kind of work that Dean can do and the innovation and the way he thinks about officiating, go look at the XFL. And I know it's more than just you, but you led the charge on putting that together, didn't you? Isn't that really kind of the mind of Blandino with all the input of all the great people around you?
Well, yeah, I mean, I was certainly a big part of it, but there were a lot of great people. That the benefit that the XFL has, or any new league, it's you don't have years and years and years of structure and foundation and those things. It's hard for the NFL to say, okay, next year we're just going to peel the curtain back and we're going to do, whereas a new league can come in and do those things. I think the NFL can take steps and start to look at different things. For me, when I was at the NFL, a big part, I always felt to be able to explain things to fans. If there was something, hey, if we screwed something up, I never believed in, we're not going to say anything. We're just going to get out in front of it. You know what? That was the wrong call. And here's why, here's what we're doing to correct it. And you make sure you talk to the two teams involved first, and then you put it out that say, hey, this was incorrect. And here's the reason. And I think people, then it kind of, people will still be upset about it, but then it kind of goes away, right? We'll move on to the next thing. Okay, they admitted the mistake, and we can move on to the next thing that we need to be, pissed off about. And but I think the NFL, it's tougher because you have 100 years of structure and tradition and different things and fan bases, and sometimes you don't want people to see exactly what goes on, everything, right? How the sausage is made, because then they might go, whoa, wait a minute. That's a little scary.
I wasn't expecting the vice versa.
yeah, exactly.
So you gotta whip out a little German.
There's another flavor I don't need.
Oh man. Let's see. Oh, there's a good question in the chat. We talk about the announcers coming in and they get kind of picked like the best games, get the best announcers, and they work their way down to the Lions, and we get what's left, the new guys trying out.
We get the Sanchez.
When we start
great. Mark's great. I love Mark.
Yeah. What does it work the same way with the gradings on the officiating community? Do the official teams, do the teams of officials wind up based on their grade play in the bigger, more impactful games, or do they is there a different way they get assigned to the games?
Well, yeah, that's a good question. You put a schedule together in the beginning of the year, and you have the ability to move crews around and make changes based on what happens. But your goal is to kind of spread the crews around. You don't want the same crew to work the same team typically more than twice in a year, because things can happen, right? Somebody screws up a call, and then we're coming back to see the Lions in week 8, and you guys we've talked about this, right? Why is this crew coming back to the Lions? They had that call. We talked like Cleve Blakeman and others.
None left.
So so you want to spread it around. You don't want to have that too much. One crew seeing a team too many times during the season. And then you are going to be more mindful of your primetime games and things like that, your bigger games where you want the crews that are performing better. So you have an ability. Crews, they know their schedule about 4 weeks out for travel. So anything beyond that, you could make changes and it doesn't impact anybody's logistics, or they don't know that they were taken off a certain game. And then certainly once we get to the postseason, then all the grades and the evaluations go into putting those postseason crews together. So if you don't grade out well, you're not going to get a postseason assignment.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, Riz, I'm rolling through the questions here if you don't mind. I know. I mean,
nope, go right ahead.
You're breathing and breathing.
They will have let the voice of the fans. Let's let them.
All right. They're wondering if you'll offer some future sacrifices, maybe that you would endure, so that we can suffer now. There's one. Greg was very adamant that you should take on that pie challenge, and
I know I got to do the pie challenge. I just I'm going to do the pie challenge. I promise. I'll do a video. I don't know, my oldest son is being a little annoying today, so I was going to offer him up as a sacrifice, but maybe not. Maybe we'll keep him. But if that could get us a Super Bowl, maybe we could work something out. But yeah, the pie challenge, anything else, and if somebody can come up with something like funny, but not that embarrassing tonight, I'll do it. If you have a contest, whatever, I'll do it. So
awesome.
We got some creative minds here. So
yeah,
we've seen someone take a shepherd's pie. We saw someone take one at a velocity.
It sounds good, doesn't it?
I keep saying it looked like it was shot out of a trebuchet, but the blood spatter, the pie spatter on the wall behind him, it was like it came out of a shotgun. It was just like wham!
Really?
The wall was like 5 feet behind him. It
glorious.
was great. It was incredible. Kids breaking parents' noses just about. It's been It's been a journey.
It sounds like you guys have had a pretty eventful 14 hours. I can't wait for the next 10.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Hey, you know what? Can I share a quick video with you? We did the Fat Boy 40, inspired by Rich, and we have a guy who won. I want to make sure that we got this right. I want to make sure that he's done this appropriately to pass all NFL standards. There was one question about potential doping on the way, so here, let's take a look.
Area. It's the rain. Winterish. Actually, it sucks out here right now. It's time for the Fat Boy 40.
It's important to warm up, right? Gotta stretch it out.
Oh yeah.
No hammies, right? I don't know why he arms.
It's a big boy right there.
Yes, it is.
All right. Coming up on where there could be doping allegations.
Car coming.
We got to watch because
Good
it happens
stuff.
fast.
All right. Got to prepare.
Right here. Can we do this at the combine?
What is that, an inhaler? What is
He has an inhaler.
The face of determination.
I'm getting worried that he's not going to make it.
This is a powerful strut. You think, you see the determination here. And then when he makes the turn, is he taking it serious?
Well, was that? I thought that was because that was. Oh, here we go. Okay.
Here we go.
Hopefully I don't injure myself.
Yeah, I'm praying for him.
Oh my God, it's fucking hurt.
The speed. I mean, what we're talking, right?
Wow, that is.
What do you think? Second round talent here?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's probably a 14.940, maybe. I don't know. That's pretty.
We're looking at Aaron Gibson times here.
He's probably in the marathon. He's settling right in the middle of the wheelchair kind of segment of the marathon. They break the marathons down into different age groups. Yeah, that guy. But hey, you know what? I got to give him credit. He's out there in the rain, in the wind, with his inhaler, and he's out there doing the 40. So,
and I'll tell you, he said that he's actually using this as a challenge. This year, he's doing it, and he's taking a year-long journey to try to get healthy, trim down.
Oh, you know what?
And
That's
work it
awesome.
out and do a combo cool. Year over year, see how it looks. So it was
pretty cool.
A lot of fun. We got a comment, runs like a long snapper. It winds up being a pretty cool story. So this will be a fun one to follow.
Yeah, that'll be cool.
Yeah, we're rooting for him to do it next year and see if he can have his time, which would be great.
Yeah,
we'd be very happy with that.
Absolutely. All right. Well, Dean, you spent your time. You did your time. Maybe we'll say. I know you gotta get up and work tomorrow. You got the big games. You got Sunday. If you want, you give us a little nod and a wink next time. There's like a call coming on the Lions game. You just do the little wink. We'll know. Okay, it's all right. We're on the schedule this time for number one.
I'm feeling pretty good that the second half of the season is going to be. I mean, I know the bar is pretty low, but I'm feeling like there's progress to be made, and I think we're going to have some. I think we're going to be optimistic at the end of the year. We're going to have some hope. I really do.
I tell you, the thing that told me that things were going to get worse before they got better. It was like 3 games in the season. Was when Jared Goff. It was the Baltimore game. After that, he said no more gut punches, and the former media reporter Tori Petrie. Yeah,
nice.
Yeah, Tori Petrie, former media reporter for the Lions team, came back and says something like "Sweet summer child," thinking the gut punches are going to stop, and then it all went downhill from there. Yeah,
right.
It's like, oh, Jared, he got torched by a former.
Well, maybe are we gonna is OBJ coming? What's happening? Was that we're gonna take a flyer on OBJ? What do you guys think?
That was a big topic today. It doesn't seem like the Lions can afford him based on the terms of the settlement. So probably not. They do have the ability. They are number 1 in the waiver claim, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Okay.
Do we have a recourse against Bob Quinn? this is, a big part of this is $50 million in dead cap, right? I mean, you're already starting with a quarter of your salary cap gone. It's hard to put together a team at the level of talent in the NFL when you were there. Question. And then the injuries on top of it. I mean, we've had Jerry Jacobs on, starting cornerback now, undrafted free agent cornerback starting. Whoever thinks they're going to have any success there. I mean, we're lucky. He's really been outperforming.
He's been good.
Yeah. I think 1 week he was number 2 PFF for corners that week in his first year as like I said, undrafted. Pretty crazy. But we've had we say there's more holes in this roster than a slice of Alpine lace. I mean, it's not even Swiss cheese. It's worse. We've got to pay penance for the sins of the previous regime here, but things will get better as we get the players.
It'll get better, and then we'll draft well. We're gonna have high picks, and we'll be there. I think I'm hopeful.
How well you know Dan Campbell? How many have you met him?
I mean, I know Dan. I mean, not all that well, but Dan from when he was with the Saints and my visits down there and working with their staff and everybody I talked to, everyone, even my experience with him, just a real good guy and a real sincere guy. Like people think like that's not an act, that his whole deal, like, it's not an act, that's him, when he's in a press conference and he's crying, I mean, that's how much he cares. Like and not that there aren't other people that care. But again, like you said, you're not, there's not it wasn't the greatest situation to walk into and win right away. And so it's going to take some time.
Yeah. That's one of the things, the authenticity that him and Brad Holmes both seem to really, really bring, this kind of concept of servant leadership, right? Where everybody kind of has a say. There's people that are in charge, right? But there's a lot of input, a lot of people working together. It seemed, love to see it work. I've seen it in the, in the corporate environment. Absolutely would love to see this work out. Dan really does seem like an authentic guy, though, and I think that'll take you a long way. So we just got to get the talent. We got to mold them.
We're rooting for it.
Yep.
Gotta be patient. Gotta be a little patient. We can do that.
All right, Dean. Well, man, thank you so much for coming on
all right,
again.
guys.
We love you, man. Thanks for everything you do. All right.
All right.
Give Brady Quinn my love, please.
All right.
He means it. He's not kidding. Also, just so everybody knows, hit stjude.org/DLP. Get your donations in. We're over 20 grand. We got a lot to do here. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dean, so much for joining us, man. We love you.
All right, guys.
All right.
Talk to you
Thanks,
later.
Dean.
See you, buddy.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
All right. Oops. I missed the button on that.
Again.
All right. Now I've got to get Matthias.
Yes.
Can
let's
you
do this.
slack Ash really quick?
Yeah.
Matthias,
Yeah.
we're late on. We're going to get him. It's a great story. It's compelling. It's important. Apologize to Ash. We've also got Colin. We hit the 20,000 mark. We've got a pint of bourbon we've got to get down live and the effects thereafter. Once we get Matthias in, excuse me, we can get that going on. Where am I going to find this? Like this.
What?
There we go.
Why am I not finding what I'm looking for here?
Oh my God, my throat is a little roasty.
Yeah, I'm still not great, but that could be worse.
Here we go.
All right, where is Ash? There is Ash. I'm sending him the message that we. What was that? I didn't do it.
That's the message is going. That's him joining right now.
Good deal. Okay. Wow. I'm overwhelmed at some of the donations that we've gotten and the fact we're over 20 grand now.
Yep. Matthias just showed up. He's about to join us right now. And let me get this going. We're going to get him in. All right. I'm going to turn off the little. He's not Dean Blandino, folks. It's not real. Let me turn that off. Sorry. Matthias, how you doing, my friend? Let's see. Audio, can you hear us? Oh, he's still getting warmed up here, getting everything working.
Great. Have you got me?
There you go. How you doing, Matthias?
All right, we can hear you. We're good.
I'm doing terrific. How's it going?
Oh, doing so well. I first and foremost have to say, Thank you, man. That donation came in, and we're talking to Dean Blandino at the time. He's former VP officiating for the NFL, and that rolls in, and we just all kind of like stopped. Like, oh, man.
It was
that's great,
very incredible. So thank you so much for that. That's amazing.
I know.
Happy to do it. Happy to do it, guys. Great cause, and I'm thrilled to be here with you guys tonight.
So I didn't get a chance to read the note that went with that, and I want to make sure everyone hears it, because I think it actually winds up being a good setup for our conversation. In honor of my son Logan and all the kids like him who are fighting pediatric cancer, and thanks to you, Chris, and the guys in the podcast tonight, and everyone for supporting this great cause for St. Jude's. Very much, man. Very, very much appreciate what you did, what you went through. We talked about it a little bit last year. There's all new people here, and it's just such a compelling story. If you don't mind, can we go back and kind of start? Let's set the tone, okay? I'll go back to the point where our boys played soccer together. You were the coach. Even before that, Matthias and I worked together on a giant corporate-wide project. I mean, we got to be friends before our kids played together. I mean, there's a connection here that's gone on a long time. Beyond even that, though, Matthias was the kind of coach. If you remember, I wrote that letter to the board to tell them how amazing of a soccer coach you were, and you got an award that year, right? It was the coach of the year. Something like that. It's just an absolutely fabulous human being, great with the kids, great family, just the kind of people, just like the perfect American family from the outside, the kind that people aspire to. And so we go on, we move on. You guys go on with soccer. We wind up moving across the country. We not necessarily lose touch. We've got Facebook going on, but things happen, and then we find out that Logan got some news. We got some news. Pick up from there. Tell us kind of the story from like the day you found out and how you found out.
Yeah, thanks again, Chris, and to all of you for having me here tonight to tell my story again. And fortunately, it's one that thus far has had a really good ending. So let me kind of pick up where we left off last time. And so about 2.5 years ago, as you'll recall, Logan, at 13 years old, was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma. I mean, this just kind of hits you as hard as you can imagine, right in the gut. As a parent, as a person, you don't want to hear about it, this happening about any kid, let alone your own, and let alone a 13-year-old kid. And he's in the middle of 8th grade, about ready to go into high school, going through a lot of stuff. Just trying to be a kid, and then you're hit with this, which I can't imagine how he really kind of internalized and interpreted at the time. Must have been very tough. It was tough for all of us, but we got this diagnosis, and here you are. You got cancer. Your whole family has cancer, basically, and you're having to deal with a lot of emotions with all that. And to kind of compress the story, he had to have surgery. Had to have some lymph nodes removed in his neck where he had cancer, and then he went through 3 months of intense chemotherapy over at UCLA and Mattel Children's Hospital, where he received really great care. And very, very fortunately, after going through that, and we all know how terrible chemo is for adults, you can imagine a 13-year-old, just turned 14-year-old kid at the time endured that. He had his first scan after going through that treatment, and thank goodness he found that he had cleared the cancer out of his system. He was cancer free, and he could stop the chemotherapy, which was just brilliant. Of course, you can imagine what chemo did to this poor guy. He lost all of his hair, he lost all of his eyebrows. He was kind of really knocked down physically, weak. Could barely do his passion, which was playing basketball, and just really had a tough time. Had some other little adverse reactions from all that, but really endured it like the tough guy that he is. And so we got through that, and then it was just about getting him back physically fit and getting him back into school, which he had to miss a little bit of, and getting back to 100%. And since then it's so far it's been all good news. Fortunately, he has had 2 6-month scans that have been clear, and which has been great, is these CT scans where he goes into the big CT machine, just like you see on TV, and he gets his full body scanned, and they look for any signs of cancer, and those have been clear. And now he actually has about a week and a half. He's got his 24-month scan. So I hope you and all the members of your audience will wish him luck for that, because that's the big one. If you can get through this one at 24 months, which we're all hoping and praying and crossing our fingers about, then he'll be good to go for another year. And that's a real good sign. If you can get through a couple of years without having any recurrence, then chances are really good that he can go another couple of years, or maybe hopefully longer, hopefully forever. So, so things are looking good for Logan right now. He's full speed back into being a kid. He's 16 years old now, and he is all into being a junior in high school. Like your son, Jake, who I remember was a great soccer player, and I think he's an even better student from what I can hear. I think I about 1650 out of 1600 on the SAT, Chris. Is that right?
It feels like it. Yeah, I'll say the number 1490. Yeah.
All right, it's pretty good.
You know how it is.
That's pretty darn good.
I didn't have a 1490. That's pretty good. But Logan's back at everything full speed. He seems real healthy. He's in the last 2 years, he's just gone through a huge growth spurt. He's 6'1" and shooting the hoops up really good and having fun with his buddies, and got a girlfriend, and being a kid again, which is what I've been doing at 14 instead of battling cancer. So he's doing pretty good. That's
so great to hear. That is so
awesome.
Great to hear. How about as parents talk about that, right? Talk about the toughest part of your life, right? The most meaningful things in your life are your children. Everything stops. And, before Jacob was born, I was like, kids will be fine, right? I know I'd love them. It'd be great. But then they show up and it's like, right? It changes the way you're wired. It completely changes you. You feel their pain, right? This happens as a parent, man. You got to lead. You got to be there for them. Tell me about that. How did you guys do it, man? Because that is a burden to carry.
Yeah, I tell you, it's just a lot, just kind of taking me back, just hearing about it. In a way, it seems like a long time ago that we first started going through this, and it's starting to bring back a lot of this to me right now. And I just remember thinking to myself when this all happened, that I had to be really honest with Logan about what was going on. I didn't want to sugarcoat it or anything like that, but I also wanted to kind of preserve his innocence. But I just told him straight up, here's what's going on. You've got cancer, but we got a plan. We're going to take care of you, and we got good doctors to take care of you. And very fortunately for Logan, if you had to get cancer, Hodgkin's is the one you want to get, apparently, because it's got a very, very high cure rate. And he was fortunate to get stage 1. No one wants to get cancer. No one wants to have your 13-year-old get cancer. But if you got to get it, this is kind of the one you want to get. So he had a very, very good prognosis, and we just told him about all that positive stuff. We were talking earlier, Chris, about how I coached the kids way back when, and since then I've been coaching soccer, youth soccer in particular, has been a passion of mine. I've been doing it for 13 years, doing rec and club and so forth. And I've always tried to be real positive about things, and I had to kind of really think about what do I do as a coach, kind of trying to get a kid through a tough time like that. What do I need to tell this kid here, both as a coach and as a dad, to reassure him that he was going to be okay, because that's so much of it. You just having a good attitude about things and making sure you're committed and know you can win and you can beat this. So those are the sorts of things that I was thinking about. And, at the same time, kind of struggling as a parent, thinking about, potential, what's the worst case scenario that can happen to my kids? You don't want to think about that, but you think, God, you think about it for a half a second, then you quickly get back to, I can't think about that because I need to be here for my kid and make sure he knows it's going to be okay. And so that was really the mindset that I had going into that really tough conversation when I picked up Logan from school. I could just remember it like it was yesterday, Chris. I picked up Logan, picked up my daughter Lauren from school that day, and they all kind of knew what was going on because I'm usually not picking them up. It's usually my wife picking them up, and they said, "What's going on?" I said, "Oh, nothing. We just want to talk to you guys." And then we had to sit them down at that point and tell them what was going on. But I could tell you, from that point on, what a star Logan was, and how tough he was, and how tough my family was to just kind of get through this. And that's kind of what you got to do as a family. You have to You have to look at this as positive as you can. You got to take every day that you can, that you have a positive, something positive out of your day. You had a good read on your blood test. You had a good read on your CT scan. You had a good day where you weren't feeling too sick, and just build on that and tell your kids that that's a good sign, and that's a good sign. If you had a little setback, just like anything on the soccer field or the football field or anything else, you're going to have setbacks, but you're going to be okay. We're going to get better, and you're going to be stronger for this. And just imagine yourself when you're at the end of this journey, how much stronger and how much better you're going to be for having gone through this. I know it sucks right now, but you're going to be stronger and better having gone through all this, and you're going to have that experience to take you through the real hardships you're going to experience elsewhere in life. And honestly, if there's any positive out of this, I think that's exactly what Logan's gotten out of this, Chris. He does not look at problems in the same way that I would have looked at problems having not had cancer as a kid, or many of us would. He does not look at setbacks in the same way that other people look at setbacks. It's just a bump in the road for him. He's been through the toughest thing he's already had to go through. Yeah,
that's really something. Gosh, I tell you, the chat, we got bunches of people, hearts. Thanks for sharing your story. Belinda, one of the folks from the crew at St. Jude, is here and has is thanking for the story and big hearts. Let's talk about Children's Hospital it's not St. Jude. It is different, but St. Jude has impacted Logan and you guys on your journey. Can you talk about that a little bit for us?
I sure can. I'll say great things about UCLA and the treatment we got there. I will also say great things about St. Jude's. And what I want to call to your viewers' attention is what they do in the way of research and how that benefited Logan and other kids, and how it benefits other kids like Logan. I may have mentioned this last year in the session we had. Years ago, kids like Logan who had Hodgkin's would have a very similar protocol of treatment. They'd have 6 or 9 months of chemotherapy, radiation, and surgery. It was a one-size-fits-all type of a thing, just not even that long ago, just a few years ago. And St. Jude's has put in the research to find different ways of treating Hodgkin's and other pediatric cancers. And so that when Logan went through it, they actually were able to use a protocol where he only, in quotes, had to have 3 months of treatment of chemo, no radiation, and then also just the surgery, but only 3 months of chemo, because St. Jude's had done research to determine that was just as effective as the 9 months. And the only way that happens is because you've got organizations like St. Jude's that are putting in the time, the money, and the effort to study these things very, very carefully to see what is the lowest effective dose of chemo. And why is that important? Well, because number one, chemo sucks. That's the first thing, right? For these kids, 3 months was miserable. He loses all of his hair. He's got all the energy issues. He's throwing up all the time, all this other stuff that you don't want to see or hear or feel. And that just extended 6 or 9 months if you've got the longer chemo. That's one part. The second part is the impacts of chemo. We all know chemo is really poison, right? You're poisoning your body to get rid of the cancer. And the consequence of that is that down the road, you have a higher incidence of secondary cancers, like stuff in your kidneys and other stuff that can happen because you had to go through chemo. And having a lower dose reduces those risks. So we're, very hopeful and optimistic that, because Logan only had to do 3 months, he's going to be better off down the road and have lower risk of cancers or reproductive risks and so forth. That only happens when organizations like St. Jude's are actually doing the research to make sure that happens. So we're very, very grateful to St. Jude's and very, very happy to be supporting you and St. Jude's tonight.
Well, Matthias, love to have you on. We work together at a company which we won't name just because we don't want to give too much information of ourselves out, but they do a lot of great work there and help patients in a lot. The patients were always at the front, and the patient stories were always so moving and so important for people to really understand. And we didn't expect that generous donation. That's really, it means a lot towards, our goal and for everyone else. But the story is so compelling. Absolutely. It helps people understand why we're here and the connection of what it means from a human aspect. And you've been able to come and do that for us. It really means so much. And I can see it in the chat. I can see the folks reacting. It's a very, very important thing for people to understand and kind of hear those stories and get a sense for, and be able to kind of put themselves in that place, what it might be like and what it means. And the one thing we talk about St. Jude, they help people and families when they're at the very, very worst point in their lives. There's nothing worse that you can think of happening. And to be able to have the research at their service, to be able to have the lodging, the food, the travel, the healthcare, and your life's on hold, and not have to worry about that money aspect, that means so much, and helps take so much out of the equation that it just heals a part of you that you don't have to think about while you can concentrate on healing. So I appreciate the story. It means, the patient stories always got me at work. That was the one thing that always connected me to what we did. And I appreciate you coming on and telling your story and helping people connect, because again, it's just so important for people to really understand and see.
My pleasure, Chris. Thank you so much for having me on. And thank you so much to your audience for their generosity as well. I've been watching these donations come in and been watching you since I got off of work a few hours ago.
Oh, I'm sorry for what you saw.
I've been enjoying the comments. I've been enjoying the silliness and the pain you guys have been going through. And I really appreciate that you're all doing this to help kids like Logan. And I hope you'll keep doing it, and we'll blow past that 25K goal.
Awesome. Thank you, Matthias. Love you. Love the family, man. Thanks a lot. Thanks for sharing your story, and best of luck. I'll be checking in. Everyone's rooting for him for this screen. We know it's going to turn out great. Fingers are crossed.
Thanks, brother. You guys take care.
All right. You too, Matthias. Thanks so much, man.
You bet.
All right. My good friend Matthias and his story about Logan and what they went through. Very that's compelling.
That's cool.
To know somebody. That's the thing.
Again.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Just the whole concept of like I have a 16-year-old son, and I can't fathom going through what he has gone through, and what Brett and Cameron went through. It's so cool to see the other end of it after they've come out through it. Is really inspiring, and that reinforces why we're doing what we're doing today.
Absolutely.
That makes me happy.
Yeah. Yep. That's I say to myself, there's no true altruism in the world. I know there's people that are. I say that because I don't know that I am capable of soul true altruism. When I walk out of doing this, I feel so good about what I did, and that's what I get, and it means more than just about anything else that I do. With this podcast in a year. So again, thank you to everyone who donates. Thank you, Dean. While we were talking, he did a 2026 what was it? 2026.60 $2026.60 donation to us. Anonymous hit us with $3.40. Golden hit us with 69. Other Chris with 100. Smiley Face with 50. Matthias, the guy you just saw, hit us with 2,500. Jay Barry, 20. Go Lions. And we're back to Logan. You all are just the most amazing people. Thank you. And hopefully hearing Matthias, the family story, trust me, I knew them. We worked together. We knew each other. We were close. And to hear and see them go through that was very, very meaningful for me. Hopefully they were able to connect that back for you guys to see how important this is and how much it means. All right.
Absolutely. That's it's really I can't believe all the donations. So what are we up to for a total now?
We are at $23,169.69. We're less than 2,000 away from a 2-2. We've got 4 beans on tap.
Oh yeah.
I guess that's 3 for me and 1 for you because I said I would take 1 for you. So
I'm not sure I can take the beans. Honestly, I will give it a go. But,
all right. No, we still got 9 hours. We can keep it in the hopper for you. brought in the big guns when Riz thought he was safe. All right, here we are. We've got, let's see, we've got Ash and Colin. All right, let me just get this straightened away really quick. I want to make sure everybody gets in.
We got to prioritize what we're doing here.
Because I think if I get Ash in, because we promised him after Dean, and Matthias was there.
We got some pie to.
Yes, so we can just bang those pies out really quick, and then I'm thinking Colin he's doing the drink. I don't think he's going to slam a pint of bourbon, and we want to hang for a little bit.
I don't know, man. Like maybe
we still want to hang for a bit and see the what happens, right? Thank you, Belinda. Much love, and thank you for everything you're doing over at St. Jude. We appreciate all the help. You guys really killed it with this. The chat bot, the whole thing has been awesome. We appreciate it. 92% of our $25,000 goal. Can you believe it? We are $3,000.
Bring it, folks. Bring it.
$3,000 over last year already.
Wow.
This is awesome.
Good pace. Let's keep it up. Let's keep rolling.
If you are eligible, consider signing up for your country's bone marrow register. The procedure has advanced to become basically a plasma donation. It's Nick. It's Australian $5. Nick from Australia. Let's do that. Get in there. Sign up for your bone marrow register. You can help a lot of people that way and do some amazing things.
Absolutely, you can. I will. That's something actually that my brother and sister and I have all done, and it was very worthwhile. It was very. It hurts. I'm not gonna lie. It does hurt a little bit, but it's worth it.
Okay. Colin says he's going to slam and then come back. Ash, if you're watching, I hope this works for you. With extra pickles, thank you very much. You just got us a wagon for St. Jude. Let's get Colin. Oh boy.
All right.
Too much to think of. Where we are. Here we go. All right, Colin, I am going to via Twitter DMs, I am going to send you the amazing link you need.
That way? That's good.
Where is he? God darn it. I've been texting him.
The do not disturb on my phone has kicked in. Let me switch that off.
Okay. There you go. Damn, that one got me a little bit.
Nah.
That one got me. I know them. You know what I mean? Know them and love them. They're a great family. All right, while we're waiting for Colin. Oh, wait, no, we got Ash here already. Colin, hold on. Good. We're just gonna get Ash in. We're gonna get the pies done, and then we're gonna go. All right, let me get Ash added. Do your rotation station.
Why does it always do this every time?
Something about iPhone. Something. iPhone.
All right.
Oh, you've changed sweaters, my friend.
I have. Unfortunately, I got the 18 pies ready, and you guys, hold on. I gotta turn off the sound on my TV.
We're getting the view of the Ash.
I'm gonna spin for a bean real quick.
Yeah.
You do that.
It's toothpaste or blueberry. Toothpaste or blueberry. Let me get this going. So I can get it.
All right.
Hold on. I gotta do my bean really quickly.
He's
I got my stuff prepped. Was ready to come back on after Dean.
Hey, Ash, give me 1 second.
And then you guys.
Really quick. Let me just do my bean. I've got 3 of them to catch up on.
Oh Jesus. Okay. Yeah. Do your thing, brother.
All right. Yeah. This is toothpaste or whatever. Oh. It's toothpaste again.
Not toothpaste. Oh.
It is toothpaste. Ooh. The toothpaste though.
Oh.
This is a good ride. It is. This is like a refresher. It's like I'm brushing my teeth right now. I'm okay with it. Go ahead.
Cleanser, as it were.
Well, I haven't brushed my teeth since this morning. It's been 14, 15 hours.
It's been a little while.
16, whatever the number is. I don't know the math yet. But it feels good to have a little bit of cleanser going on. So blame your daughters for eating the blue ones, Riz. All right, go ahead, Ash. I'm sorry, man.
No worries. Basically, I was standing out in my garage ready to go. And then you guys bumped me for that heartwarming as fuck story. that I wasn't crying in the shower. You were crying in the shower. Because
we're
the
all to
pie
buy a
started
spoon cake at some point.
basically. Like if you take spray can whipped cream and fill a pie plate with it, it starts shrinking pretty quickly in the Alberta cold. So I have recorded the video of me doing it and shared it with you on Google Drive.
Got it.
So it will be recorded for posterity and all time. And this is what I wore to work today. It was just the closest clothing I had after I hopped out of the shower.
This is a clean badge. Oh my god,
man! I look like I am covered in that stuff at the end of this thing.
Are we sure it's whipped cream?
He was eating some whipped cream.
I'm not answering that question.
That's what progressed along.
It's white and it's fluffy and whatever.
Got it. Okay. I got the email. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna download it. We've got Colin about to blast through that pint of bourbon. Oh, he just bounced out. Colin, come back. We'll get Colin. He's gonna blast through that pint of bourbon. Yep. We want to do that live, and then after that, I'll put the video up. Ash, you okay with that?
Absolutely, man. Bounce me for him.
All right.
I'm out.
All right. Thanks, Ash. Appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, buddy.
Where's my button I'm looking for? Right here.
All right. I cannot wait to see this.
You got your Trisket. All right. Oh, this is sweet. Okay.
Very good.
How you feeling, buddy? You feeling a little better? You seem to have been alive.
It kind of comes and goes, honestly.
Okay, that's fair. Download anyway.
I'm hopeful that I keep getting the message on my laptop that my internet is unstable. And while we were talking with Matthias, it did actually fade out for a minute. So I'm hopeful that it comes back strong here. I don't know why it would do that because there's probably not a lot of demand at 12:23 a.m. But
are the kids awake?
I don't believe so.
Okay, all right.
My daughter is certainly she goes to bed like a normal 13-year-old girl. My son is probably, I bet he's probably asleep. He's got a really big day. Big weekend, so he probably turned into. He takes his Xboxing seriously, but he also takes his basketball career very seriously too. And he's got a lot of that going on this weekend. So
that's the right kind of attitude. Okay, Colin, let me ping him again. No, you were here. Hold on. I got it. Autocorrect. Hit it again. I'll let you in. There we go. Okay.
All right.
He said it didn't work, and it's because I had him on hold for Ash. All right.
I'm
gonna spin for another bean.
Hit it. Go for it.
Yeah, I did a Riz bean. I'm gonna do my bean.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Rotten egg again. I got all ballsy here. There's so many of them in here. They're all gonna be.
Oh, I got here. We got.
There we go.
What's that?
Yep, it's fucking rotten egg again. God dang it. Oh, man.
Oh.
He's like, what? Oh, he sent a video. Everyone's sending videos. Guess what? Vertical.
I knew it. The bane of your existence. I keep landing on the toothpaste when I don't have any of those. I've done it 3 times in a row now.
He's like, wow, that was bad. I'll chug the rest. Hold on.
I got the buttered popcorn or rotten egg one again. It's not good for me.
No. Just wait. So you think Dean's 2026 was Super Bowl 2026?
I need to process this for a second.
Wait, and then 60. It was 2026 60. Is that Super Bowl 60?
Yes, it would be. Yeah. We're going to win. He's in on it.
I'm putting money in. I'm putting the Blandino money down. All right.
Maybe by then we'll have a quarterback. I'm actually confident that we will get a quarterback, just not necessarily the way we might all think of it. Who knows what's going to happen?
I know what's going to happen. Dean told me.
He's got the crystal ball.
All right.
So you have a video from Colin, right?
That I've got to get it sent over. Send it anyway.
Yeah. All right. I will. Let me get the water ready here. Let me get the bucket ready. I did empty the bucket. For those of you who are concerned about that, because otherwise it would be not pleasant in here. Yeah. Come on, buttered popcorn. I am never eating a jelly bean for the rest of my freaking life. I don't care if they're all like whatever flavor. I ain't doing it.
Oh, I'm tuned now. Okay, wait a minute. Got all these things going on.
Yeah, there's luck for being 12:30 in the morning. We have an incredible amount of activity going on still.
Yes,
and quite a few people still watching live, which is very encouraging. Although I guess for the West Coast folks, it's a good hour.
Well, and we picked up Australia too, so we got that going for us, which is nice. Extra pickles.
Excellent.
I'm sorry. He's working. He wanted to be here so bad, but he's working. All right.
Case has been incredibly busy. He is still very supportive of us, which we love to see, because whenever Case wants to be involved, Case will be involved.
Yeah, he just got my address. I got my invitation to the wedding coming.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm going to get to Fargo, and I'm going to find out. He tells me, "Oh yeah, our burgers are better than Miller's. Oh yeah, our pizza's better than Buddy's." It's like, okay, time to put your Fargo where your mouth is, mother Fargo.
I've never been there, so I can't comment.
Neither have I. All right, we've got the Ash video. It's 2 minutes and 16 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and put that in the background. It's going to take me a second, though. Download attachment.
Okay.
It's going to take me 1 second to get it. It'll be the screen will be black for a second. Okay, Apple download. Sorry, I'm trying to do this while that's going on. Okay, I'm going.
That's all right.
We'll be all set once I get this done. We'll be all set and ready to rock and roll.
Rock and roll.
There we go. Okay, let me do my thing. This may play right away or it may not. We'll see. If it doesn't, it'll only take a moment. But thanks, Ash, for doing it landscape. That's all I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
He did landscape. Good for him. We'll be rolling here in a minute.
Yep. Here we go.
Rolling what? Rolling. Here we go.
All right. Well, I didn't get nearly enough whipped cream for this because I didn't really think I'd end up doing 18. And they're starting to wilt. So I'm just going to record this and send it to you guys. So glasses off because we're serious. And I've made some terrible, terrible promises. So, first two. Three and four.
This is so Ash. This is so Ash.
Ha. 5 and 6.
He's...
Oh. 7 and 8.
He looks like Uncle Fester. Oh my God.
9 and 10. Oh, almost dropped that one.
You caught it. That's good.
Maybe you could catch a football. We could use him.
Shall we go for a dozen, folks?
Two at a time. Two fisting. That's the DLP way.
Yep, that's the right math.
That's the right math. He's our cap guy. He's doing the math.
Up to 16 after these.
Wow.
Well,
I think he really.
I'm happy for Ash that he's bald at this point.
And here we go. As promised, 18 pies. You guys are the best.
He's doing it with malice. Oh.
Wow.
Fuck you very much.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Did he deliver?
That was fantastic.
Oh my God! Did Ash?
I'm very happy for you that you only have facial hair and not on the top of your head, because that would be tough to get out. And there were honestly a couple of them where it looked, I know it was your hands, but it felt like it was somebody else hitting you with them.
It was serious. All right, Colin, get your camera on. Holy moly!
Wow! There's a whole lot of wow going on.
This is something. We are 23, 269 and 69 cents. Colin, I know you're into the bourbon. This is not the blackout we're looking for. You gotta
turn the camera on, big guy.
Turn the camera. Do the audio.
There's Colin. Hi, Colin.
Hi, Colin.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Finally. I've been sitting here like, when am I going to down this?
Okay, so you sent me a video. What was the video? I was just about to put it on, and then I saw you in the waiting room.
The video was like half of the pint, and I got half of it down, and I was like, yeah, the rest of this is not going to happen. But I'm going to try to do the rest of it right now.
Well, hold on. Let me do the video. Take a chance. You get a chance to take a breath. Let me play the video of the first half so we can get everybody caught up to today. Okay, cool?
I played my Kayvon Thibodeau jersey in the background.
Here we go. Let's check out the video.
I love it.
Let's fucking go.
Oh my God, dude.
Game day drinks.
Yeah, it's a rough one.
Okay.
Oh my.
Holy cow. Okay. Now we know how we got here.
My wife walked down about 10 minutes ago and she goes, "What the fuck are you doing?" I said, "Listen, the guy that we walked up like 8 flights of stairs for at SoFi, that's what I'm doing it for right now." She's like, "Oh, okay."
So, yeah. My wife would be like
400 levels at SoFi, like 27 flights of stairs.
There is an escalator, just so you know. That's how I got there.
I have people telling me you can't take this elevator to meet your friend up there, and I was like, "Oh, okay." And I just walk outside, walked back in. I was like, "Oh my God."
We gotta note the next fundraiser needs to be for Colin's liver.
You know what though? After I saw DeAndre Swift catch that touchdown, I was sitting in the 6th row. I was like, "Yep, this might go down." There was no Rams fans around me anywhere. I think what you said, like on the podcast, there was about 40% Lions fans. I would 100% agree with that.
Oh,
yeah.
The whole time SoFi, it was like that end zone right there. That's sort of where I was sitting, and I might be skewed with that. But like, I would say 2-3 rows behind me, I was sitting 6-7 rows off the field. There was no Rams fans around me. Everybody was Lions fans. It was crazy.
Yeah, I think the Lions fans would have won the fight too, even though we were outnumbered.
Well, we got me and you there, so
that's,
I mean,
that's half of them right there, right?
Take them down.
I'd just be doing the whole like pick them up and throwing them kind of thing. Colin be pop, pop, pop. All right, let's see what that bottle looks like first before we go too much deeper. Okay.
You're under no obligation to
Right.
Yep.
Listen, I finished it. I got a Kayvon Thibodeau jersey sitting in front of me, so
don't hurt yourself. That's the main thing, Colin. We need you around for the long haul. Okay, so
my only day off of work tomorrow. We're good to go. Let's go. I promised it on 20,000, so we got to do it.
You are indeed a medical professional, so we will somewhat trust your judgment.
Is this? Are you truly using the Civil War version of the medical journal to do the anesthetic here, or we're ready for an amputation at any point?
It sort of worked out perfectly. I was midnights the last 2 nights, so I do like 2 or 3 midnights like every 6 weeks, and my nights were actually like the last 2 nights. So I'm like ready to go right now. I'm like on the midnight. I'm like, let's go. This is party time.
He's ready to pull out the crosscut saw and amputate a limb at 30,000, folks. I'm trained.
If I do this though, Kayvon Thibodeau is going to be a Lion.
Okay. I think you're putting that in the universe. I mean, I see his jersey right there. They've already got it printed. I mean, what more evidence do we need?
Prater Etch-a-Sketch Kayvon Thibodeau jersey. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm wrecked.
I was going to say, are you the tank commander, my friend? We need to get him an army helmet. Bobbling around underneath.
I need some of that dust to stay awake. Come on. All right, let's go.
All right, let's go.
Give the old college try here. Oh my God!
Damn, man.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Drained it. Holy shit!
Burp and settle.
Burp and settle. Burp and settle. That's good advice.
He's
okay.
Yeah.
Oh
my God!
Yeah, Chaser.
Kids don't try this at home.
No,
he is a professional of something.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, do not try that at home, please. Thank goodness you're home and not having to need a car, even because I'm not sure you can remember your address.
Yeah, you have a service. You're married now. If you need a ride, you need to get something. The service is
hours.
Say what?
I have to drive her to work in 6 hours.
Oh
no! You're gonna flip an Uber, brother.
I don't think so.
Either that or go make yourself puke that up. Because you got 2 choices: an Uber or a ride to the bathroom.
For tomorrow.
I think the Uber is the way to go there.
Well, I mean, we got 2 cars. She can take herself. It's fine.
There you go.
Okay, that's fair. Then you get the best of all worlds. But when it's time to pick her up from work, you're still going to be wrecked.
I mean, I have to do laundry, maybe. Probably not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
And watch Michigan State. That's going to happen.
Yeah. Well, get your bucket by the couch now. So you're
I've done that multiple times in college. Might be okay, maybe.
I don't think so. I try. I mean, if there's somebody I have faith in, Colin, it's you. I really do. I mean, seeing you with Crackman,
that guy. I know you dropped on the stream tonight, but it's like if that was the guy you're going to party with, you're going to party with that guy.
Your liver cannot handle that. Nobody. I mean, he is a monster.
Wow.
He had Tiger's opening day party in his hot tub, and he was like drowning in the water, and everybody was like, "Yeah, that's fine. This is what." I was like, "What
happens?"
I'm watching him live on Facebook, and he's like,
"Exactly it. That's exactly it."
I'm like, what?
That was exactly. I didn't think.
Go get him.
Tiger.
Singing the song.
Chris, tell Riz, bro.
He's singing. I mean,
he's singing the like old school Tigers Bengals song from like 1957. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
Go get 'em, Bengals! And then it'd stumble through and then start again.
I met him at a bar in LA 2 weeks ago. We took an Uber together. He fell asleep on my shoulder, woke up, picked up like a girl 30 years younger than him at the bar. And I was like, oh my God, this guy is a fucking legend.
That's impressive.
Jamie says you are beast. We got Logan saying Colin is greater than Aaron Rodgers. Dude's a champ.
Well, I about my vaccination status. So
what?
I'm alkalized.
I'm alkalized. Go get them, Detroit Tigers. Go get them, Tigers. Bengals. Go get him. Like, it's the ultimate. He's his own percussion. Like, it's like there's a drum roll where he's going and
he's a retired line worker for DTE. The guy's a legend.
He is absolutely. I mean, I laugh because I couldn't do that. I could not do what he does because he doesn't stop.
Than I get at 30 every weekend. It's like, how do you top that?
And he skis. He just goes out and he's going. I was talking to him. We were going to do him and have him in the Blandino video when he did it, and he's like, I'm going to be up in Aspen skiing for about 4 weeks. I'm like, what do you mean for 4 weeks? How do you ski for 4 freaking weeks? And I just like to go skiing.
I personally met him like 20 times, and every time he's like, oh, hey, nice to meet you. Shakes my hand, and I'm like, you're like just wrecked every time.
I got pictures. I'm your brother.
Sat next to you in Los Angeles. You fell asleep on my shoulder. And then the next weekend, you're like, oh, hey, nice to meet you.
Oh, my God.
Oh, I snorted.
This is what the Lions do to us.
We are this way for a reason.
Chris, I don't know if I've ever told you like the history of like my fandomship, but it's like I have no choice at anything. So my parents met at a Lions game.
Ooh.
My mom went to the bathroom. My dad saw her go to the bathroom, followed her.
Is his name Crackman by chance?
He came out of the bathroom. He walked up to her, and he was like, "You're the most beautiful," whatever.
Something smoother than you're going to say right now.
1987, I was popped out. I was too young to see a playoff win. 1993. I remember walking down to the basement. I was like 4, 5, 6 years old. My dad goes, do you want to watch this game with me? And I was like, yes, please. I want to watch the game with you. You're a Lions fan. I'm going to be a Lions fan with you. We beat the Packers in the wild card game, week 17. We're pumping fists. We're like, yes, yes, yes. He's got season tickets. We go to the Silverdome the week after. I'm 6 years old. He goes, all they're going to do is break your heart. You sure you want to be a Lions fan? And I was like, yes.
How many
Dad,
stories like
Sterling fucking Sharp is my first memory as a Lions fan. We walk out of the game. He goes, told you.
Picking on his kid.
We drive back 45 minutes to Windsor. That's where I'm originally from. I moved to the States since then. We drive back 45 minutes. We get home. My mom's like, how'd the game go? He goes, I told them not to be a Lions fan. And That's what I remember. But for me, it's like my dad died 10 years ago. So it's like, that's one of the special relationships that we hold. I have two brothers. It's like text all about the Lions. Everything, like it's craziness, man. Like that's one of the things that, like, the one thing that we hold on to for my dad is like the Lions. It's like, even that the year that he died, it was like the 2010 Stafford year. So it was like we had all those comeback wins, and every time the Lions came back, my mom was like, "Oh, they're coming back because of your dad." You know, we're in Oakland. It's like Kelvin Johnson catches two touchdown passes in like 40 seconds, and it's like, "That's your dad," and I'm like, "No, but sure." And that's what it's been since then. So I literally have zero choice in anything, and that's it.
I have a story. I want to know. You have a choice in this, so try to put your sober brain on a minute. Someone did the math. Public service announcement: 1 ounce of hard liquor is the equivalent of a full beer. A pint is the equivalent of 16 beers. So you put 16 beers down in about 5 minutes with the 2 chugs. So put your sober mind on really quick. Do you want to talk about that magic tweet that sent ripples throughout the Lions Twitter sphere?
Okay, so I have a what we call a warm, close personal friend. We were testing, like, we wanted to see how gullible the Lions Twitterverse was, and what we did was. What he did, not me, what he did was he said Robert Saleh was taking the Lions head coaching job because his wife ordered a cake in a San Francisco bakery, just to see what happened in regards to the Lions Twitterverse. And this thing went insane. It was just a straight test to see what happens. As far as what Lions fans would say,
story comes out.
It went absolutely insane. Even you, Riz, I mean, as a Lions beat writer, whatever, you could say, like, this was one of those things like that everybody was like, "Oh my God, this guy is."
We had to investigate it. I was informed pretty quickly a bit, thankfully. Somebody let me in on it.
There were articles written, weren't there, Colin?
Right now.
This is one of my friends that last year we had a tailgate at his house one weekend, my house one weekend, and then every other weekend we exchanged houses. He's a Lions season ticket holder, and we just wanted to see how gullible Lions season ticket holder fans are. And what happened was Robert Saleh was going to be a Lions coach.
The answer is they're stunningly gullible.
And
he also created a fake Sheila Ford Twitter account that everybody followed. He had like 500 followers within a day, and then it got banned. And I was like, "Oh my God, this is absolutely insane."
The Ford Borg will always find that kind of stuff, but that's the Looney Baker one is the one that I love it because there were stories written, right? And think about this.
He texted me and he's like, "What do you think we could get?" And he's like, "Can I like make a cake? Can I like create a shawarma because he's Arab? Like, what can I do?" He's like, "I want to be racist and I want to." And I was like, "Just make a cake, make like a falafel cake or something." And he's like, "Okay, this." And he created it, and everybody fucking ran with it. And I was like, "Oh my God, this is fucking insane." This fan base is nuts.
So very, very quickly, I want to say that I discounted it immediately. I just want to say that I was like, "No, that's BS. This is a fake account." I did call that out, Colin, from the very beginning.
Well, his name was PlayStation 69. So yeah.
But articles were
And he
written.
sold like probably 17 PlayStation 5s from that account.
Yep.
It's better than the limo driver. It really is.
Yeah. Yep.
You know what though? Yeah, it is.
Oh man, Noah Colin is Noah comedy. Noah Colin is Noah comedy. We went to Miller's. It was after training camp, right? One of the days after training camp for burgers with your buds. And Greg.
My bud loves Carry On Jones.
Oh, dude, these were. I swear to God, I was hanging with an improv troupe. They are the funniest MFers I've ever hung out with. I was roaring with laughter nonstop, and I promised him crickets, and I never got it for him. Colin, I gotta do that. But those guys,
click on it for us.
That's all right.
His garage.
Funniest dudes.
I love them, but come on, man. If you're doing a podcast from your garage, you guys.
These guys, I mean, there was no quarter for anybody. Everybody in the world was a target, and they went hard. It was freaking hilarious, man. It was these guys.
You guys are welcome. If you want to text me, Chris, Jeff, any weekend we have a tailgate, I'm throwing a massive tailgate for the Pittsburgh game. You guys are more than welcome. We're gonna have a party. Same guys.
Wow. Okay, and that's at your crib, huh?
Yeah.
You're not going to Heinz Field? Come on.
Well, I got to work the next day, so.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to the next road game I'm going to is Denver.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, my wife is like. So what we do for like the road games, it's like I pick where I want to go, and then it's like she can pick like what she wants to do around it. So one of the things she wants to do is go to Denver. So we're going to go to Denver.
And SoFi was one of the things that she wanted to get her steps in.
Fucking LA.
I want to get 8 flights of steps in while I'm there.
I was drunk from the time we got off the plane till I got back on the plane.
I know. So I was like, he just stopped texting when he was on Crackman night. He kept giving me pictures and updates, and they got funnier and funnier. And then just everything stopped. I'm like, should I be worried? I mean, this is one of those things. Should I have no other people in his lives numbers. I'm just going to assume he's okay, and we'll talk tomorrow. Next morning, dude, I was so wasted last night. He was up before I was.
Yeah, exactly.
Damn.
You know what, though? Like, sitting at the seats I sat on in SoFi, I was like, this is fun, man. To go to a game like that, that's one of the best stadiums I've ever been to for, like, an opposing fan.
Yeah.
I can't talk. I've been to Chicago. I've had when we were in Chicago, I had a few friends that played for the Lions, and they came up to me and we started talking. And then obviously the Bears fans were like, "Oh, was that your boyfriend?" It sort of carried on throughout the game. Other than that, I've been to Lambeau. I was at the Trey Flowers Monday night game. That was bad. We're in row 4 for that game. The Justin Coleman interception was like right in front of me, and we're like, "Is this happening?" Even like what's happening? And I was like, I can't even explain this to you. It's like we got 2 onside kicks, we got a fake punt. It's like, it was just wild. Where else have we been? Tampa Bay. Chicago was the worst place. I would not recommend going to Chicago for anybody.
Yeah, not many good reasons to go to Chicago anymore.
Where else did we go? I don't know. We'll be in Denver. I'll let you know how that is. But Chicago is by far the worst place I've ever been.
Do you and the wife golf? Not golf.
With an L.
Like hardcore softball still. So as soon as that's done, I'll be a golf guy. But
okay, all right. Denver is one of the most. If you want to like feel like you got the big stick, Denver, the ball flies. Like I had to go down 3 clubs in Denver because the ball would just sail so far. So you want that big drive. You want to feel good about yourself in golf. But now when you slice, it slices just as much accelerated further as well. So you got to be, and then they have all the signs, don't go into the deep grass to retrieve your ball because there's rattlesnakes and tarantulas and all that other stuff. So,
well, those are things that I don't want.
No, you just bring a couple extra balls of the normal.
what do you think? How do you think Denver's going to be in December?
I think
I wouldn't be golfing there.
I mean, we're going to have OBJ on the team, so.
Yeah. I had a plumber. He stopped by at a house. He was actually.
I'm going to have my Third Burglar 13 jersey. I told my friends, if we sign OBJ, I'm going to have a turd burglar.
That's just a rumor.
Please. I fucking
no
hate
proven
it.
validation to it.
I hate it, but I love it.
Yeah, you just put alleged turd burglar. That's all. You're good to go.
Much like the cake for the Sala family, it's one of those legends that's like, this is just so weird that it might be true. From out of nowhere.
Well, you got the Cleveland Steamer, lore. You got the Browns, right? I mean, everything just fit right into place. It was such a natural.
To the Horseshoe in 2 weekends. I'm a big Michigan State fan. I was at Michigan State last weekend. I took my father-in-law. He's a big UMM fan. We went to the game, and at this point, I'm hoping Michigan State's undefeated and I can just go to that game and then just walk into Brown Stadium because they're going to play in the Lions the next day. So
Right.
That's right.
Yeah. You should be able to get tickets, I think.
That's not a tough ticket. It's an expensive ticket, but it's not a tough ticket.
For Cleveland?
Yeah.
I already bought tickets for OSU. They're about $250. I was blown when we lost to the Eagles by 50 points. I was like, "Yep, this is the only thing that I got." So let's just buy these tickets right now.
All right, Flounder with $20 more. We're at 23,309, 69 raised so far. Help us out. We're close. We're at 93% of the goal. At 100% of the goal, Riz in his diminished state will be tutuing around, dancing, prancing, and tippy-toeing.
You guys are killing it. I can't believe what the guys are doing, man. You guys have been up for, what is it?
First
15,
yawn
16.
since we started this.
I woke up at 5:30.
Yeah.
You think Patty Mahomes will throw us like some money for being like birthday brothers with them?
That would be fantastic if he would do that. I would love to hit him up on that.
I would even, at this point in his life, I would even take like half of his talent. As bad as he's been, I would take.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that. We also share it with Mark Brunell, and I would love to get Coach on and rap with him for a little bit.
Yeah.
Able to get That's my dude. She was like always my dude when I was growing up. So, Chris, the guy who donated a lot of things that
John, right?
Yeah,
Pro Sports Zone.
John had Chauncey and Ben and Rip at his store.
Oh man, this guy how is he so connected? How did
what I paid for was a Darren McCarty puck, the fuck you Lemieux, in the Slack chat. That was like one of the biggest things that everybody wanted. So I was like,
absolutely.
Okay. But this year I upped it. I got a Darren McCarty boxing glove that says "Sweet Revenge," signed by him. Fuck you, Lemieux. Signed by him. That's a big one.
That's glorious.
And then what I sent you there's a crisp good like 8x12 from the crease. it says like 401 wins, 3 Stanley Cups, one of those things. And then there's a Jamal Williams mini helmet. Quintez Cephas mini helmet, Herman Moore mini, and then a Chris Osgood puck that says 401 wins, and then his shutouts and things like that. So it should be some good donations for you guys. So
yeah,
wow,
yeah,
that's awesome. Thanks, John.
The Darren McCarty things, I met him a few times, like at John's, and it's like, yeah, this guy would throw that boxing glove on and knock me out right now.
We got to get an autographed picture of that too.
Colin has, I mean, look, John at Pro Sports Zone, I don't know how he knows all these people, how he makes this happen. He had Kelly Stafford shilling for him for a long time. This guy, he is excellent with people. That's the only thing I can explain. But Colin has the hookup with him, and he's not only just a great person, he's super, super generous. Colin every year comes through. He had a ton of stuff he got for us last year too. It's really appreciate all you do, Colin. You're a special kind of dude, man. Really love you, man.
Of course. No, he's a good dude. He knows, like, even this year he was like, oh, you're doing the thing for the charity again? Yeah, here's this, here's that. And I was like, all right, cool.
Jeez, that's crazy.
Nuts.
I'll see the guys at Prime and Proper again.
So yes, this is our winner from last year who won the auction,
and the year before when we went Roos Chris.
I don't know. I might have somebody else do it this year, man. I know it's been a big conversation in the Reddit and Slack chat. And we'll see what happens. If it gets to like I got to donate to win it, then yes, but I might let somebody else win it. You guys
we would always enjoy. We would love being with you again, Colin. But if somebody else wants it, that's perfectly great.
And coming to dinner would be awesome too.
No, you guys didn't kind of really become my friends. I mean, even you, Chris, like going up to meeting you up where your seats were and stuff, and that was super cool. Great. And you really creating a relationship like we've created. Awesome.
Nope. You don't do this at our age. It's really nice to be able to do, man. You know what I mean?
It is.
You don't make friends at this age. It's one of the things that this podcast has really. I've met so many awesome people. Colin, same thing. Happy to call you a friend after all the times we've gotten together, the things we've done together. It's just absolutely cool. And you don't get to meet people like this, man. There's something. The team may suck, but it's the people you met along the way, right?
All I got, man.
It's such a mutual bonding experience of dealing with being a Lions fan. There's a mentality to that if you're still here, there's something about you that's going to be appealing to other Lions fans.
And you
Chris, like, don't invest it in your son and your daughter's future. Like, it's like I have you on Instagram, and it's like you like my random fucking photos when I'm in LA with my wife, and it's like you're posting videos when you're in Indy with your son, and it's like he's dropping dunks on drop stand dunk on somebody, and it's like I'm so invested in that.
I appreciate that, man. We're very proud of our kids. That's for sure.
Oh, your kids are, as crazy, man, crazy athletic. So proud of you guys, man.
Thanks, man. It's great.
Vision us being.
All right. Hey, Colin, I think we're going to let you fly, brother. Is that okay? You going to be all right?
Yeah.
Of course, do you need supervision?
To wake your wife up. She probably wouldn't appreciate that too much. Your wife is awesome, by the way. Let's keep it that way.
All right, guys.
All right, Colin. Hey, thank you for everything, brother. And we'll talk again soon. Check in with me. Text me tomorrow when you wake up. Just let me know how you feel, okay?
Yeah.
I got to take her to work in the morning. I'll probably be sober at that point, so it might be a better interview.
I don't know about that one, buddy.
We'll talk to you in the morning.
Yeah.
Lean to the Uber or her driving. And
that's the way to go.
Tell her we'll treat her to some kind of dinner or something just for driving and in the hassle of you not taking her, just for everybody's safety. All right, brother.
All right, guys.
All right. Be good, Colin.
Colin is. We love Colin.
He's a freaking monster, man.
The fucking 16 shots you made me do. You want to see the end of it?
16 shots. Now I'm staring at the walls. What the hell?
Oh my god.
Oh,
that was wow. Just wow.
That is something. That is something, man. All right, Riz, can you give me 3 minutes to do a bio run really quick?
Absolutely. I will hit you up on the flip side of that too.
All right.
You absolutely go first.
All right, thanks. I'll be right back.
I don't know how to follow that, to be honest with you. I really don't. Colin, wow. Just wow. That's something else. Let me look at the chat here, see how many of you fellow degenerates are still awake with us. Wow, there's still a lot of you here. George, no, I haven't done a rant. We've been a little bit more passive. I'm also in a house full of people that are sleeping, so I try to be respectful of that. But yeah, Jordan, yeah, you probably do. You'll probably get one at some point. I can't believe that Colin did that and drank that. Oh my goodness! Wow, we've seen some things. I'm glad that he did that without even needing the lubrication. Oh my goodness! Oh, this has been fun, man. We are at it's 1:08 a.m., which means that we are 8 hours away, which means we are 2/3 of the way through this. And we are so close. We're at what, 93%, 92% of our stated goal. And you can absolutely give more and go beyond that. But my God, for all y'all on the West Coast, for you guys, my Aussie friends that are friends, the Brisbane Lions, we share the brotherhood there. It's, my God, I'm in awe of it. It's something that Colin talked about, and Chris and I have talked about a couple of times. But my God, the community of people that we have as Patreon supporters, but also just like guys who come to training camp, guys who come to our training camp party, people who interact with me on Twitter. There's a lot of negativity that goes along with the job that I do. So I'm very appreciative of all of you who keep it positive or keep it real, keep it, supportive. Oh man. I can't believe that I'm eating another bean here in a few minutes. I'm really not looking forward to that. Oh my God. For the love of God, folks, if you ever get roped into a Bean Boozled challenge, try to wiggle out of it, because it's really not good. Oh, it's rough. I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking at this. So I got it's right here. It's the egg or popcorn one. I'm praying for popcorn, and I don't even like popcorn.
You're considering doing your bean, right, Riz?
I'm going to go to the little boys' room first, but then I will do that.
I'll get one ready for when you get back. Okay.
All right.
I'll do one first. You can kind of just chill. You can do that. Get something to drink and have some food, man. Something substantial. I found that pizza.
Yeah, I'm going to grab a little food on the way too. So.
Okay. Cool.
Right back.
All right. Riz is on it. I've got sorry. It's my job to make him go away. Got a little bit of the scratchy throat going on. It's really going to be a big time. So, what a day. What a day. We are now, let's see, 12, 16 hours in. 16 hours in out of 24. We've had such amazing support from you guys and gals today. I got to tell you, I really appreciate everything. You guys have really, really nailed it. He was destroyed. He was absolutely destroyed by those jelly beans, I have to tell you. Poor Riz Poor Riz. Any Riz rants to wake everyone up? We might be able to get one going, George. I've been working at him a little bit. Ooh, I know we got Chris Robbins wants to get in and talk analytics. We've been I can't believe how busy this day is. Let me go through really quick all the things that have happened. We've talked to Justin Rogers. We spoke with Tony Ortiz, Dan Miller, Luke Easterling, Coach Fonts. We had him on with Herman Moore and Lomas Brown. We'll get that on for a replay here for folks because it's a fabulous interview. It's like 30 minutes, but it's an incredible interview. It's really, really great. Really love all that. It was that and more. Greg Warren did the one chip Packy 1 million Scoville chip challenge. That was crazy. We got Kyle Krabs came on. Dean Blandino, who he's just on recently, and a little push later, but that worked out. Big Bad Fab came on, did a pie. Flounder did a pie. We had Cam and Brett Kuzno telling their story of Cam's cancer and how they dealt with it and went through it. Mark Schofield came on. That was a great time. Ash, we had him on. Matthias talked about the story about, Matthias, a friend of mine, and his son, a friend of my son's, talked about their story. Ash came back with the actual pies. Colin came on. You saw him just now with the alcohol. And Billy Sims, we've been working with him all day trying to make everything work. And even that didn't, we weren't able to get that together and make that work, but he's going to get something going for the auction. So we got some good stuff. Leffler, welcome back, my friend. I have to tell you, Dean was impressed with your 40. He was concerned and then impressed. It looked good. Thanks for coming back, man. All right. Where are we? We are now at $23,309. I feel bad for Riz. I think he might be getting a little tired as well as the beans hurting him. So we'll see how he holds up here. I'm not sure if he's I have faith in him. I just worry about his ability to make it here. Pray for our man Riz. All right. We're at $23,309.69. That's 93% to our goal. We are 7% away. I'm impressed. We've outdone ourselves by over $3,000 from what we did last year. But we're still looking for more help. Riz gets in the 2-2 live, dances the whole thing when we get to $25,000. So stjude.org/DLP, stjude.org/DLP. Riz fell asleep on the toilet. I'll talk about that. Delusional Lions fan. I'll talk about that, taking a safety, and we'll talk about that. So stjude.org/DLP. Donate in and help us get to that $25,000 mark. We would really, really appreciate it. And thank you all who've donated so far. Even $1 means something, right? I mean, you can see in the last set of donations, we had someone come in at $3.40. It means something. Okay, so don't be afraid that you're gonna give too little or any of that. Come in and share and help make it better. Every dollar, it comes together and it makes a difference in people's lives. You saw those folks who came in and talked about their kids and their battles with cancer, and that dollar it turns into $5 into $10 into all of a sudden it's a chemo treatment, right? It takes a lot, kind of a village of people to put something together to help these folks. So everything matters, and we appreciate all of you guys for doing that. We got a report from Matt. He's only a couple thousand miles away that Riz fell asleep crying. Also, we have an auction. It's full of can't lose stuff. If you're looking for stuff for a holiday gift for people, auction ends the 15th of December. There's all kinds of great autograph stuff in there. We got a house in Colorado for 7 nights. It's $3,000 on Airbnb for that thing. $3,000. Set yourself up with a beautiful vacation in Colorado. It could be summertime. It's right near Winter Park, right next to Winter Park, in the mountains west of Denver, about an hour and a half, hour and 45 west of Denver. It is beautiful country. You can do anything there. It's great. Also, there's the dinner with Chris, that's me, Sandman, and the Riz, Prime and Proper. It's an absolute good time. We love that, and there's a lot to have. It's a great evening. Drinks, food, the whole shebang. We just go have some of the best steaks and have a good time, talk football, talk whatever else anybody wants to do. It's a great time. Darren McCarty stuff is not in the auction yet. It will be in the next couple of days. We're adding Jerry Jacobs jersey, Jerry Jacobs signed football. Both of those are signed. Dan Miller recording a voice message for you. The Darren McCarty signed puck. The Darren McCarty signed boxing glove. Chris Osgood signed puck. Chris Osgood signed glove. Quintus Cephas helmet. Herman Moore helmet. Ton of stuff all going into the auction space. So you'll see that come up over the stuff from Jerry's arriving on Tuesday. Last year, Colin paid to mail everything up to me, and then I mailed it out to everybody. I'm just going to I'm going to pay him to mail the stuff out this year rather than do the extra ship on that. So he's just getting pictures so we can get that up so you can see what it looks like. And we'll have all that stuff ready for you here. Just give us like 3, 4, 5 days for everything to be up. And
can't make it all happen at the same time.
I tried, my friend. I did everything I could. Welcome back. My throat is dry, right? And I don't normally talk this much. You wouldn't believe it, but it just gets dry and I start losing my ability to speak, and then a little bit of water and I'm back at it again. I think it's better than alcohol though, because I would probably scream through it and break it. Ooh,
definitely.
Yeah, baby. Not throat drops.
Certainly where I'm at.
Some kind of hard candy. My wife down in the truck. Do you need some throat drops? Maybe some hard candy. I think throat drops might make my stomach a little disgusting with the beans. Yeah. Iowa beans still, Riz. So if you want me to do that, I will do that ahead of you, and you can still
sure relax.
Got to say thank you very much. Just now we had Dan Halsey come in at $10. Great show, great cause. Keep up the good work. Also, Riz looks like he needs an Afghan to stay warm and cozy. My bud.
That would be nice.
Finally got the whipped cream out of my ears and nose from Ash. Here's the other one. Anyone know a good tattoo artist in the Detroit area? He's looking for the $30,000 to get that tattoo at the party.
That's going to be epic.
And I'll just tell you straight up, if we get to that $30,000, that's when I do the Fat Boy 40. So you guys get to see me do the 40-yard dash. And
we need to make this happen.
I will do a full-blown production on it. I can't license the music for Chariots of Fire, but I'll have the best rip-off of that I can have. I will put together a Sidney Poitier masterpiece of comedy and athleticism. So, Carson, to you, Ash, in the chat, I have to commend you for the pies. That was incredible.
That's a lot of pies.
Ash, man.
It was impressive. That's for sure.
All right. Thank you, darling.
Yeah,
we'll give it a shot. What the heck? Hot water and lemon is on the on the menu, boys. Maybe just some Skittles would do it. All right, let me do a bean. This is the last one I owe, and I'll take the next one at the 18. If we get to 23,800,
I do have one out that I'm still.
I want you to get yourself back. I want you to be back in the game, Riz. So I'll do one now, and then I'll also do when we get to 23,800. I'll do that one. Okay, at 24,800, that's right before the 2-2. So I feel like that you could really own that. Does that feel okay?
Get a little water in there.
Okay. Oh my God, my poor guy. I do, and I'm laughing, but I'm feeling terrible for you inside. My empathy gland is just pulsating, man. I'm sorry. Oh wait, no, that's not my empathy gland.
Is that a different gland?
What do we got here?
All right. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Toasted marshmallow or stink bug?
Oh, I hope for your sake it's the marshmallow.
It's not gonna be. I haven't gotten anything good. I'm on 8, 9 now.
You're overdue. I think this is number 9 for you.
Okay, I got some water. Got some Ricola if I can. Okay, here we go. Please be toasted marshmallow. Please be toasted marshmallow. I'm clicking my heels
together. Please be toasted marshmallow. I'm rooting for you. I'm pulling for you, Chris.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Dog shit on bark.
Not good.
Yeah. I see the dog shit on bark.
Yep.
It is. It's like shit and earth.
Yeah. Yeah. It gets worse in a minute.
Oh my God. Oh.
And it will stay with you for a little bit. It's really, really foul.
It is.
Awful.
It is literally the taste of crap and soil. And yeah, like potting soil.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it smells.
It's like they picked it out. It's like they found a stink bug that was covered in potting soil, like from a tomato plant or something.
And dog crap.
Yeah.
Oh, for God's sake! I'll tell you this much though, Riz. I'm getting good at these. I mean, this is.
You're getting better at them. I keep getting worse the more I do.
God, it is. It's potting soil. That's what's left. The crap. The crap.
That's up front. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it has a nice flavor of dog shit at the start, and it rolls back to the back of the tongue with a taste of potting soil and a nice dark earthy finish.
That's what we're going with here.
The shite sommelier.
breaking down the breaking downs of the Bean Boozled.
Yeah. Hey, if the truck is listening, which they may be right now, I could go for some of those pretzels and pub cheese, maybe.
You need something to get that.
Something to scratch the throat.
Yeah. Yeah. It's wildly unpleasant.
All right. Oh, there was a football question. Sorry, I wanted to do this football question. Where was it? Sorry. Delusional Detroit Lions fan. It was. Could you see safety as a legitimate position taken in round 1 of the next draft? Ours are just so bad. We kind of talked about this with Kyle, right? Kyle Krabs.
Yeah.
The thing about it is, and Kyle made a great point when he said the impact of the very best safety is nowhere near anything else you would get at the first pick we have in the draft. Now, if you go to the end of the first round, to our Rams pick, that's a different kind of ball of wax, as Wisco loves me to say. Thank you.
That's where you're looking at a guy like Jaquan Brisker out of Penn State, or their names are escaping me because I'm tired. A very good safety class. That's one of the big, that's one of the primary positions. That's a position of strength in this draft, is that there will be, there you go, there will be safeties available at wherever the Rams pick is, at 33, at 55, at 97, at, those positions are going to be there where you can get a safety or two, probably just one.
So if you're looking for impact at the point of the pick, you're not going to use that early pick on a safety. Yes, our safeties are bad. I'll say Tracy Walker has been on a heck of a redemption arc, but seeing his eyes in Philadelphia and his face after that Philadelphia game, I worry about him. Ash nailed it. Worry about him even coming back. You know what I mean? Or wanting to play for this team. Will Harris, absolutely agree.
He can go away.
If we can get Tracy Walker to buy in, and he's playing very, very well.
He's played good football.
We can pull up a safety. We can as athletic as Will Harris is, we can relegate him to like a backup role. Great spot for him. I mean, I think that's good. He can help you out in a pinch, a couple plays if needed, whatever. But get yourself a good safety. It's just getting the right amount of value for that pick. Will Harris should have been gone a year ago. Carson, I won't disagree, other than if you look at what Bob Quinn has done to this roster, he's downgraded at every single position. And if he was gone, you'd be down yet another position. People talk about the roster. We've said this a couple times tonight so far. Roster having as many holes as we've heard a German orgy, Swiss cheese, but we're now at Alpine lace, right? It's like a sieve is what it looks like, right? If you look at it, there's a lot of holes to fill, and adding another one is not the way to help this. Will Harris is better than not having anybody.
Not much. A lot better, but he has a couple things going for him. He's a good dude in the locker room, and he's cheap. And you're not overpaying Will Harris. He's it's unlikely that he's back, but he's not a troublemaker. He's a good guy. He is a likable guy in the locker room.
Yeah, works hard.
Fortunately, isn't very good at playing safety and hasn't gotten enough better that he merits a spot in the starting lineup. And we saw him. Yep. He did not start the Philadelphia game. Dean Marlowe did. Dean Marlowe wasn't much better, if any better. And that's
Dean Marlowe is the fella that played safety against the Vikings. He was the one guy who made the wrong play in the prevent
That's
defense.
Correct. He was playing zone when everybody else was playing man.
He, out of position, gave up the 19-yard play to Thielen. That was not Jared Jacobs, for those who don't understand the coverage, which then led to the game-winning field goal. That
the
one
Greg
person,
Joseph career-long bomb.
Yep.
To the first of the field goals that crushed our souls.
Yep. That one play changes the entire game. One guy played out of position. One guy played the wrong defense, even after we called a timeout to ensure everybody knew what the play was. This is part of having a young team. Guys are going to do that. And
that's the MAs that Dan Campbell talks about all the time, missed assignments.
Yep.
One was pretty easy to find after the fact. There are some other ones where we have to do a little bit more digging. They're on both sides of the ball. There's players that I love. There are players that I don't love who are responsible for these things. And just getting it all sorted out, it's tough when you've got a young team, you've got a young coaching staff that hasn't worked together before. Putting all those different variables together, it's tough, man. It's something that we've talked about. A couple of our guests have brought it up too. The fact that there isn't the veteran leadership presence in each of the position groups. That's, we tried with some of them. We tried and failed. Like Tyrell Williams obviously didn't work out. Brashad Perriman didn't work out. I'm trying to think who, like it would be nice to have a veteran cornerback. Like I think Nickel Roby-Coleman was supposed to be that guy. He just didn't work out. Quentin Dunbar didn't work out. Like there was a lot of veteran risks that they took. Like Anzalone has worked out okay. Mm-hmm. I think Michael Brockers hasn't had the impact on the field, but he's another guy who's that type of leadership. But you're looking one of the guys who was a big leader, at the end of last season going into was Jamie Collins, and he got out quickly. Needed out quickly, frankly.
Yeah, he was sent out quickly.
Have enough of those kind of guys, with Ragnow and Decker out on the offensive line. There's a veteran leadership void on this team. Jared Goff I'm not going to criticize his leadership skills, but he's a different sort of cat than I think what would handle, he's a different guy than a Ryan Fitzpatrick or trying to think of another, I don't even know. He hasn't gone through it before. And I think there's a value to having been on a bad football team before and failing before that Goff doesn't appreciate. And he will be better for it after this year. But right now, look, he's floundering with everybody else. And that's, it's tough because he's good at being one thing and he's not in that situation anymore. And it's hard for him to translate that. And that's true of a lot, like Jamal Williams coming over. This is a guy who's known success his entire professional career. He's in a situation where he's swimming in waters that he's never been in before, and he's trying his best. And I respect him, and I respect what he's doing. He's a great dude, but he's probably not the best guy to understand what it's like to have been through the adversity before. And that's Brockers did have that because he was with the Rams in the Jeff Fisher era when they were going through that some 7-9 bullshit all the time. Those other guys who have been through that, like the guys that they plucked from winners, from winning organizations, have been winners. There is value to coming out the other side of a losing season.
Yeah.
And a lot of the Lions who stick around through this will be when this team is good in 2022, 2023, 2024.
2026, Super Bowl 60.
That they're going through now.
I got to call out Scotty. Thank you, Scotty. $20 to St. Jude. Thank you guys so much for organizing this. No matter the team's record, this will always be the highlight of being a Lions fan, man. I'll tell you that you folks are the highlight of being a Lions fan. To be able to, we just give an opportunity, right? We put an opportunity together, and it's all of you who got us to $23,339.69 so far. It's all of you people that did that. We're just a vessel for your generosity. So the real MVPs here are all of you guys, you folks that are listening, you folks that are donating. Appreciate it. It means a lot. You're making a difference in the world, and we're just giving you an opportunity to do that. So
we're just a conduit for your goodness. Yep. Goodness, which makes me happy
to see this in the world. And like I said, this whole idea of this Lions community I've met since doing this podcast, these people, I would think the world was lost if I was watching TV and roaming around and just dealing with people right now. But the people I've met doing this give me so much hope. Every one of them, Colin, right? Partying his ass off. Never really would have probably met him or crossed paths or said, hey, we're going to hang out. This guy's cool. We would have looked at each other and said, no, there's no mesh there. Right? No. That's not someone who's my buddy. Case, another example, right? The fucking Odd Couple.
Yep.
For sure. And
it made for a great podcast.
Yeah, it really did. And still great friends. Like I said, going to his wedding, the whole thing. It's spectacular stuff. Good people, good, the whole thing. So
yeah,
you folks
are absolutely just all the people that we've met in real life have been so rewarding. Like you brought it up a couple times. At our age, it's difficult to make friends.
35, by the way. Not 35.
but finding people who are supportive of it and it's just really cool. I'm blessed to be a part of it. I'm very happy to participate in this. I missed it last year. It wound up being at a very bad time where I wound up not being able to be involved at all. But it's just so cool. I'm happy. It's 1:33 a.m. At least that's what my laptop says. That's probably correct.
1:33 a.m.
We're feeling good.
Me too.
Other than the beans, it's been phenomenal.
Oh God, but the beans were so much, man. I mean, people love it.
So I've got this one. It's sitting right here. It's still here, and just looking at it is like.
No, you want to wager on it with trivia? We'll bring some people in to play trivia for us and be our representatives. And if I lose, I'll eat it for you. How's that sound?
I'll
give you every opportunity, my friend. I just want a good one. That's all I want right now is a good one. All right.
It reminds me of the first time my wife and I gambled. We were playing one of the video slot machines where you have to get like the certain amount of things to get the bonus game. I dropped $250 in that damn machine before I got to play the bonus game, and I lost it on like the very first opportunity that you could. I was so overwhelmingly happy that I finally made it to the bonus, and it was worth the $250.
All right, let me get this pretzel in. Here's what we'll do. If you missed it earlier, we're going to have two people call in. Two people join us on the show. You use your phone. We have the best out of 5 for trivia answers. We have 5 trivia questions. I have them here. We can't answer them because we already know.
Super chat.
It's a big one, my friend. NM donated $99.99 via super chat.
Very nice.
Thank you. Man, super cool. Best out of 5, and whoever you'll represent each of us, and whoever loses, either representing Riz will be all about the whoever loses have to eat the bean. So Riz right now is on the hook for the bean. I'm giving him an opportunity to win freedom, and I'm hoping for the opportunity to get a good bean eventually.
Give me the 40 ounces to freedom, baby.
Gentlemen, thank you for everything you do. Love y'all. One pride. And thank you. And appreciate that, man. That's man or woman. I don't know. Guy or dude, guy or gal. I don't know.
Doesn't even matter.
Really,
it's all
really
good.
appreciate it. All right, we got a caller. Let's get the caller on right now. And hey, caller, what's your name? Have you had anything to drink yet? Oh, we scared him away. Oh man, thank you, NM. That's really awesome. All right, we need 2 people to call.
Wasn't a car warranty thing, was it?
I have a meme about that while I was waiting for the phone call at my new job at a guy who I knew who worked there, and I was waiting for the call. And every call that came in, I was answering, right? Because I'm waiting for the answer kind of call, the offer, right? And it's like, oh yeah, me waiting for the call, me carelessly answering every call that comes in. And I did it with a clown meme while I was doing the makeup. And the last one, right? Which you need to extend your car's warranty. Like, this is me waiting for the call. Not doing video, Chris. Audio only. For the trivia, we just need 2 people to call in to represent us for trivia. 248-782-8384. We'll give it a shot for a couple minutes here if we can get to. If not, then
give the number again.
248-782-8384. If we can get the folks on and get that to work, we'll do it. If not, we'll figure out another way that we can wager Jeff's bean away.
Velveeta biscuits, baby. These things are great.
Pub cheese and pretzels. This is good. I haven't had this in ages. This whole thing is an excuse to eat like shit for 24 hours too. I don't know what's going to happen in the bathroom after this, but I haven't had this many carbs in ages. Well,
so one of the tricks that I used to do when I would work, when I worked at the hotel, I had to work some crazy hours. I would work overnights occasionally to fill in like the night auditor was on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
And it would get to be about that was a shift where I would work 11 p.m. to 6:30 a.m. And when like 4 o'clock would come around, I would finish my last cup of coffee and I would deliberately not go to the bathroom. So I would have to pee, and that would keep me up and alert and awake. And I'm going to get to that stage pretty soon here.
All right, let's see. I think we got 2 callers. Do we have 2 callers? Just kind of chat your name here. Let's see if we can coordinate you guys or gals. Hello, caller.
Hello. Hi.
All right. I think I heard
Chris.
I heard Chris.
Hey.
Do I hear you, Chris?
Yep.
All right. Who's the other caller?
Yeah. No, this is Travis.
Travis. All right, Travis.
All right.
I got Travis and Chris on the phone. All right. So let's see. Chris, Riz, do you want Chris or Travis on your team?
I will roll with Chris on this.
All right. You got Chris Robbins, Travis. You're representing me.
Hold me down, Chris.
A lot is on the line.
See, my thing is that I'm just going to say this up front.
That's a good choice, because I'll probably lose. So
I will say this: I'm pretty good at the more recent stuff, like 2008-ish, like post 016 to current. But before that, like when I was really young, I don't really know much in terms of like the historical stuff. So if these are like old style questions, sorry to tell you this, but I'm not going to be much help.
Yeah, you'll be good. I have faith.
I don't think these are going to be. We're not going to stretch anybody too hard here.
Yeah.
All right. So Travis, I'm going to let you go first. I'm really interested.
Yeah.
What we want is you guys, when you know the answer, make the air horn, imitate the sound of an air horn. Okay. And that's how we know that you went first.
All
so
right.
If you could imitate an air horn for me real quick, so I know what you sound like, Travis. Good. Like it.
Wow.
All right.
Good.
Chris, let's hear what Rizen's air horn sounds like.
I'll just do something different, like ding-a-ling-a-ling.
Okay, there you go.
That works.
So that's good. Different.
You are Risden's ding-a-ling, and I've got the air horn. I like it. I'm already feeling power. I see a bean in your future, Riz. All right, guys. Travis and Chris, are you guys ready?
Yeah, I'm done.
You guys are down. Okay. Let's see. Someone was saying they had some dead air. We'll go. Okay. Give me one more time. Just tell me if you guys are ready. I just want to make sure the levels are good.
Yep,
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, cool. There we go. All right. So the first one. The Detroit Lions' official team colors are blue, silver, black, and white. Specifically, what color blue is it?
Ding, ding, ding.
Oh,
I'm
Chris Robbins. He chimed in first. What do you got, Chris?
Honolulu blue.
There you go, Honolulu blue. See, that was before your time. You got it. Okay, that's the first out
Well,
of
it's
5.
also current.
All right. Here's one. Number 2. Dick Lane was a defensive back for the Detroit Lions from 1960 to 1965. What was his nickname?
Ding, ding, ding.
Travis, man.
Night train.
You're hurting me. Night Train. See, look at you. Oh, I don't know.
I'm on the night train.
That's cool.
All right. Here we go. There's a recency bias here. What Lions coach led the team to the NFC Central Division title in 1991? And it was the first coach to ever lead the team to a final. Oh, here we go. Travis, what do you got, my friend?
Wayne Font.
Woo! All right. We're still in this. Okay. The 2008 Detroit Lions became the first team in NFL history to do what?
Ding-a-ling.
Oh, the ding-a-ling came in first. What do you got, Robbins?
What?
16 winless.
Lose all 16 games. Yes, that's it. All right, Riz. You can count on Chris Robbins. Travis, I'm not mad. I'm here to help Riz, and this wound up probably better for all of us. What do you got?
Well, I didn't mean to let you down, but you're going to eat it anyway, so.
I just I'm here to try to help Riz. I'm not hurt that we lost.
Yeah, I know. It looks like he's dying.
I know. He's got.
He needs to have like 5 cups of coffee and do some jumping jacks because, man, he's not looking so good.
If we can get about $1,600, he's gonna be dancing around in a tutu.
The bean wave while Ash was on was rough.
Oh man, how you guys holding up? Is everything going okay with the show for you guys?
Yeah, I've been listening since hour 1. So
wow, I appreciate that.
Wow.
And for me, I've been up since 4, but I had a doctor's appointment, so I got a late start. But I watched it on 2 times speed, and I've been following along ever since myself. So
awesome.
Sweet, very good.
All right.
Yeah, I'm out here in California.
Oh yeah, what part?
And I've been listening since 6 o'clock in the morning, Riverside, California.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Oh wow.
I used to live up in Thousand Oaks.
Oh, there you go.
I loved it out there.
Yep.
Had to move. job.
But hey, good job, Chris.
Oh, thanks,
Chris
man.
Robbins, good job, man.
For sure.
I took credit for Robbins.
Yeah, thanks for coming
I'm
out.
very happy for Chris. Thank you, Chris.
Travis, thank you for listening all day, man. Thanks for getting up and staying in with us, man. I appreciate it. Robbins, you, man, you're always there. We appreciate the hell out of you. Thanks a lot. And
I'm so smurfly.
Stay close, Chris, because we're going to get to a point here, and we're probably 45 minutes away from some analytics talk. If you're good for being up that long,
Sweet.
love to have you on to.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I asked if you guys were down to do a video call. I didn't know if that was the thing that you were doing for everybody or what. But
yeah, we'll pull you in. I'll give you a link to the Zoom for that, and we'll pull you in on video.
Awesome.
But for this, it's just easier with the audio.
Awesome.
All right.
Yeah, I'll look for that whenever you send me the link. I should be up still by then. I've had quite a sugar.
Hey,
rush,
just
so
wanted to say what you guys are doing is great. I love the podcast. Jeff, hang in there. You only got a couple more hours to go.
Oh,
and you guys take care, okay?
All right. Thanks, Travis.
Thank
Appreciate
you, Travis.
it, man.
Thank you, sir.
All right. We'll talk to you guys
All
soon.
right. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Yep.
Man, that's awesome. Here we are, 2 a.m. Got guys doing trivia.
That's good, man. Other than the beans, I'm doing great. The beans are just...
Yeah, you seem to be recovering all right. This tea was perfect. Babe, you nailed it again. You're smart. You know what I need. All right. Let's see.
I do.
I was talking to my wife. 26 years of marriage, and she knows exactly what I need. There you go. Thank you, baby. I was like, my throat's getting dry. It's getting pretty bad. She's like, you want some tea? I'm like, oh, that'd be great. Pulls up, boom, nails it. All right. Let's see.
Wild. Oh, man.
This is bad. Wow. This is bad. It says strawberry, then it has banana smoothie question mark, and then it has dead fish.
Oh.
I know it's going to be dead fish. I just know it.
I'm not looking forward to this for you at all. At all.
Oh wait, hold on. It's peach and barf, and that looked really close. Let me look at this one here. Okay, the peach and barf is the oranger one.
I think the darker or the more solid orange color is the dead fish one.
I think this is it, right? Oh, get my face out of there. It'll focus.
That almost looks whiter. I don't know.
I think this is it. This has got brown.
Yeah, so there's one that's like more translucent, and I think that's the barf one.
Yeah, yeah.
We're having this conversation.
How close are we to? Is it barf or dead fish? How close are we to the tattoo? The tattoo has been nailed. Ash is getting the tattoo 100%.
Ash is indeed getting the tattoo.
If we get to 30,000, he is going to get it live at our podcast party. Diabetic Wars.
Or at least as close to it as we can. I'm sure they're not licensed to give a tattoo at the Uptown Grill.
Well, yeah. If not, we'll get a crowd together to watch him in the shop. Have him do it in the front window. We'll find a way to do it to get people there.
Yes, we will work on that. We have some time to play with that.
Oh my god! Oh, the tutu. Sorry.
Tutu. We're coming up on that.
Oh yeah, we're 1,600 away from the tutu. 1,600 away from some dancing, prancing, Risden magic. So I think this is the dead fish. Where's that at?
I hope it's the strawberry banana smoothie, which actually sounds really good right now.
I think this is it. Yeah.
If anybody wants to open a Smoothie King, put one in Holland, Michigan, and I will be there every.
You just come visit me, buddy. Is this it?
That's the dark. Yeah, that's
the one.
Yeah.
So I don't even like regular fish.
Oh.
So it's all because I have an allergic thing with shellfish, and I learned the hard way. It kind of developed as I got older.
Thank you.
And now I'm anti everything fish. Golden, thank you, my friend. $69. 23, 428, 69.
Oh wow, we are really close.
Kevin, I recently learned that people buy goldfish as pets and not just to swallow them. Wisco still around. All right. Let's see. Flounder until 3 a.m. The Flounder will match the next $250.
That's awesome.
Wow.
Thank you, Flounder.
$250, folks. That gets us to 500. That gets us to about 24 grand, a grand away from the tutu. $250 gets us real close. All right. I'm gonna get
that thing fits.
Oh, it's gonna even be better if it doesn't. Here we go.
All right.
This one worries me the most. Let's wait for this other super chat to come in.
All right.
You remember I took this off your hand. We're waiting. The lights are on. Everybody else knows it's here except YouTube. Come on.
The lights are on.
Flounder is a god, Dan. You're right. God, Dan. All right. I'm gonna read it with a mouthful of dead fish. I know it. Here we go. Paul's back. Please.
I'm really worried for you here.
Please be a good one. Here we They're wondering if we're going to see your wiener tonight, my friend. Here we go.
Oh. Nope.
It's a banana smoothie.
You got lucky. Congratulations.
My God. 41 from Wisco. Thank you, my friend. I'm going to chew on it for a little bit because I want to go.
I'm incredibly happy for you that it was a banana smoothie.
Yeah, that's the scariest one for me, the dead fish. Having done the stink bug now, I'm fine, but oof. Oh, I feel so much better. All right.
Yeah.
So now the 800, 23,800 was mine, but 24,800 is yours, right?
All right. That's fair enough.
Okay. Because you're going to be dancing with a bean on you. All right.
Might be dancing with a few things going on there. Who knows?
Jordan, the link is stjude.org/DLP. You see in the top right of your screen there. That'll take you right to the link and show the whole how much we've raised so far and all that. And
super chat.
Sorry. stjude.org, stjude.org/DLP. There you go. Awesome, brother. Thank you. Thank you so much. Are we showing the ween tonight? So we keep getting questions. The real question is, and we got Riz Ween. Is Riz Ween on the menu?
The crowd gets bluer the longer we go.
I know that you're not a Clutch fan, but I'm ready to start singing the crowd goes wild, wild, wild. Got a boat him right out. Or is going off for the after hours party. All right. Kevin got us to 69.69. So now people can only donate in $100 denominations. There we go.
Wow.
Super chats going off, but the super chats aren't happening.
We've hit like the after last call crowd or something. Ooh. Burping these things up is really not fun.
It's okay, buddy. You what is it? Burp and maintain? Is that what you come up with? Is that what you
burp and settle?
Burp and settle. Burp and settle.
Mm.
Wisco's admitting to being hammered. That's good. That's exactly what we want. Kind of peel that wallet out, Wisco. You can do it in $100 increments. Do it in $1,000 increments, Wisco. Wow. Yeah, Nick, thank you. You guys have been spectacular and supportive as all hell. They turned it on at 9 a.m. and missed only 2 hours. And they're blaming the kids because they had to feed them. 11:40, they put that one in. That's something, man. We love them. You guys they've been great. Super good people.
We've had a pretty steady crowd in. And that's been fantastic to see. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Look at this. Look at this.
Whoa. Diabetic War Slug, you are my hero. Holy
that's first off, that's a fantastic screen name.
Oh my God.
Look at
we're hitting it because we've still got the flounder. We could, holy crap, we could get to 30.
We really could. We still got 7 hours.
Thank you, Mr. Relax. He's a Clutch fan. I know you're not, Riz. I love him. I just love, I don't know. I know it's because you saw him live and you didn't like him.
Yeah.
I just love the old man vibe. They're my favorite song, and it's probably a little too poppy for most people that are fans, but Willie Nelson. I could sing along to that song. I could yell along to that song doing just about anything. I love that song. It is funny.
Yeah, they just weren't. They didn't do it for me. They didn't like her.
So we've got a tweet right now. Okay, I'm going to get through these donations here in just a second because you guys, I want to make sure I give you guys the recognition you deserve because this is really, really huge. Nick an hour ago says, Risen, I just want to point out, the longer this day continues, the younger you look. You could currently pass for 17 on the 24-hour podcast. Somebody's buttering up. Somebody's buttering up.
That's very kind of you to say.
Ash was on. He's like, we got up to 18K. First 12 hours, not at 11K. My 2 hours, another 7Ks. You guys are officially the 133 coolest MFers on earth. When do we get the video?
We had quite the time with Ash on.
Yeah. God. Absolute crack ups. Oh my God. Let me get these going. 100% worth it, as promised. Yeah, the pies. We'll bring Ash's pies on again in a little bit here for those that missed it.
We will.
Fantabulous. This is just you folks, man. I love you people. I absolutely love you people. Let's see.
Thank you.
Let's see. We got another one rolling. Jerry again.
I'll keep giving.
181. Oh my God. Okay.
You guys are.
Let's get these folks.
It's overwhelming
what
y'all have done. It really is.
We did it.
It's awesome.
Gotta do 3, right? $25,000.69.
Y'all make that work. That's beautiful.
Oh my God, it is Sir Mix-a-Lot booty thick.
I said that once upon a time.
That was a premonition of the tutu, my friend. Maxed out now. Diabetic War Slug. Thank you, man. You all of here we go. Let's get the names. Let's do it. This is a big run. All right, I'm going to refresh this to make sure I've got everybody on here.
Yeah, let's get through all these because y'all deserve the recognition for doing what you've done.
41 was Eat a Bean Case. Let's see. Jeff, you can't escape this. Sorry, that was Diabetic War Slug with his $1,100.
That's fair.
Jordan, thanks for everything. I've been a Lions fan since I was a kid. Been listening to this Riz since I had him on 96.1. He's a hometown guy for me.
Thank you. Yeah.
He is absolutely worth listening to. He's a good kid. He deserves all the crap he gets. And then Jerry, I had it right before, and I don't want to get it right. Hold on, Jerry. I'm going to make sure because I said it twice before.
You did,
and he put
and I
the
can't
pronunciation
see
here.
it anymore.
I'm looking. Okay, Samir. There we go. Jerry Samir. $181. Tutu time. You people. Thank you. Thank you. We're not even 18 hours in, and we hit the goal.
Well,
you people are awesome.
Yeah.
You people are awesome. I don't even have the.
We hit it at it's almost 2 a.m.
This guy needs a and I'm going to find him and just give him a big
Blandino. What do you say, Riz?
All right.
We cracked this one. Wow.
We'll go try to put this thing on. It's somewhere between a tutu and a mini skirt.
Okay. I tell you what, I'm going to go and guys, I want everyone here right now to know I'm going to make the goal 30 now. Okay. It isn't because we didn't reach this. Okay. It's just the way the software works. I can't make it go like a thermometer bursting out the top like I want to. But 30 grand is Ash getting the tattoo at the party. It's me doing the Fat Guy 40. It's all of those things. I'm going to put it up there. But I think we just, for a moment, let's pause, Riz, and just celebrate what these folks did for us and what these folks did for St. Jude and for the kids and the people, man. This is an exceptional moment. I mean, it's the middle of the night. It's just us 69 people. We have 69 viewers, Riz.
Oh my God, how appropriate is that? That is nice in so many different ways.
$35K. Chris wears Risden's tutu. Oh, for God's sakes!
Nah, you don't want to do that.
I don't think your daughter wants her clothes back after that.
That's fair.
Oh, okay, yeah. And Belinda left Flounder, but let's keep that on. It says when you got to the 100%, it said help them reach their goal, and it probably should say help them exceed their goal or something like that. Yeah, guys. I mean,
he's sending me.
You did it. You guys did it. Wow. Just need a moment, right? This is. We put $5,000 more than last year, hoping we could really stretch it. And you guys,
think of all the kids that y'all have helped doing this. You're talking about like paying for a day of chemo, giving toys for Christmas, making putting parents up at a place kid is getting treated. It's amazing. It's overwhelming. It really is.
Yeah. For hitting the goal, we deserve a Chris Dust and a Jaeger shot. Riz to drink a Miller Lite. I will do a Jaeger shot at the end. I will. I don't want to mess up. We promised 24 hours. We're going for 24 hours. Do you have a beer to drink at the end, Riz? You want to do a?
I will.
Drink together at the end.
I will get one.
That might be apropos. I should have. If I had half a freaking brain, I would have bought and sent and had some champagne that we could do at the end to kind of toast. Well done, but a beer
will be good.
A beer will do it. All right, David. Thank you. I know you got stuff to do tomorrow. This is late for a lot of people. I'm going to go now up this. Please do not think that this is me saying you didn't meet the goal and you guys didn't reach what we want. Right. What we wanted. This is now the Ash tattoo. This is now so much more. This is beyond our wildest dreams. I'll just tell you all right now.
I can't believe it. I really can't. It's
stunned.
Wow. Just wow.
I'm absolutely stunned. Where's the thing where I do this? I can't explain it. I don't know how it works. Raise targets? No. Rewards? No.
I can't believe that we got a surge at between 1:30 and 2 a.m.
Closing time.
Yeah, it's exactly what it was. Last call. Like, you know what? Okay, I've had enough. Now let me give what I was going to spend here at the bar. Now that they've closed, let's throw that to the kids. And God bless y'all for doing that.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to change the description. So we can, I want it that way we can say, we can acknowledge that we achieved our original goal.
Yeah.
Because you folks deserve all the credit for this. This is, and we did it. We did this, man. We all of us did this, dude. We put this vehicle together, and here they are. And you folks, wow,
unbelievable. Wow. Just wow, man. So cool. We're just wow.
I've never thought. Excuse me. Boom. It should be updating right now. Oh no, I made it 300,000.
That's really ambitious.
There it is. 300,000 is the goal. There we are. Or 30,000. Sorry, 300,000.
Yeah, I hope you fix that.
Joseph McAllister, if the math holds, we should hit 37K.
You people in your math, I'm impressed.
I will do something loony at 37K. If we get to 37K, I will do something to make it worth people's while. I don't know if it'll be something silly or something heartfelt. I don't know. We will absolutely do something because that.
I think at that point we got to go heartfelt because that's like we'll do silly stuff for lesser things.
Yeah, I'm with you. Okay, that makes sense.
I don't know what it would be, but we're certainly open to ideas on that because that would be unbelievable.
I can't
I can't believe I can't believe we are where we are.
Yeah. Wow, you guys, you folks. May I ask reflective questions from a while ago? Okay, sure. We'll go reflective questions. That's okay. Oh, it says original goal on there. There it is. Okay, so it doesn't get lost in the ether. Excellent. Okay.
Good.
Good night, y'all. Congrats again, Dan. Thank you. MCDC would be proud. What a knee-biting display. 18 hours of grit and sweat. No 67-yard field goals. Bringing our presenters down. Thanks, George. I appreciate that, man. Baker Mayfield stuff. Do they actually dumb down the offense for him? I haven't heard this. Thank you, David, for the compliment.
I don't think so. I think it's more of it's an offense that's geared to what he does well. I don't think they dumb it down. I do think that it's a different style of offense, but they give him options on every play. As Mark Schofield's talk, you have your front side, you've got your 3 and your 2, and then you have your backside 1. And Odell didn't like being the backside 1, and that's his biggest complaint about it. But what happens with Baker is going to be very interesting. That's I have very little doubt that they will extend him at some point. How much it costs, who knows? The going rate was $40 million a year for a quarterback. I'm not sure that he's ever going to be worth that, but I also know that that's a franchise that had much worse quarterback problems than Detroit did, and that's including Scott Mitchell into the equation. So he's got some leverage there. I also know just from he's a guy who embraces the challenge of winning where they've not won before. And that's the kind of guy we need in Detroit. He was the right guy for that in Cleveland. I think he wears that. I honestly think he puts a little bit too much on himself to be that guy. But that's a different style of mentality than some other quarterbacks have. And I'm not sure that Matthew Stafford had it when he first got to Detroit. I think he certainly developed that over time, and would have loved nothing more than to have won here. But when he got here, I don't think he was one of those guys that's like, I'm going to be the reason why this happens. And Baker grabbed that bull by the horns and rode it, man. And but did win a playoff game last year in Pittsburgh. That's pretty damn significant.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Let me ask you though. That's something to follow though, because that is something I don't. The Browns organization, I see them being like probably 2 years ahead of where Detroit is. They've been pretty transparent in how they've done things as well. And one of the things that they've always been honest about is they will pay Baker if they feel that he's worth it. And he's not paid yet, which is sort of the incentive, the carrot's still out there. Like, hey, go get it, Baker, show us, and we'll give it to you.
Let me ask you though, because I'm hearing from you, it's not dumbed down. It's just built around what he can do. You got our favorite samurai sword salesman. Baker only needs to manage the game. Chubb and Hunt are amazing. That sounds 100% like Jared Goff in LA.
I would say that Baker is charged with doing more than Goff was. But the fundamental principle of it, where he had a healthy Todd Gurley before the arthritic knees bit him, when he still had Robert Woods going, and who else was with him out there? I'm blanking on it. I can see him, but I'm blanking on it. But I do think that there's more responsibility on the quarterback in Kevin Stefanski's offense than there was in Sean McVay's in Los Angeles. And as Mark has pointed out, they did dumb things down for Jared Goff to make it work there and to try to keep it working. And they've taken those shackles off with Matthew Stafford. So that sort of tells you where Goff is.
Let me ask you. So we got a couple things. Dan Campbell. This is a total Wiscoism. Dan Campbell's currently in his basement, surrounded by empties with a dip in, probably watching Smokey and the Bandit or something, which is a great movie.
First movie I ever saw in the theater, and still one of my favorites all time.
Second for me, behind Star Wars. So Star Wars first. NM is back. Apologies if you've touched on this before, Jeff. But who do you love more, the Browns or the Lions? This is an interesting question.
Oh, that easily the Lions. Not even a question. As I've told Chris, and he knows this, I actually root for the Texans more than I root for the Browns because everybody else in my house is a Texans fan. I want the Browns to do well. It's my hometown. Most of my family roots for it. A lot of my childhood friends root for them. I have never had the emotional attachment of winning and losing with the Browns. I lost that at a very early age. That's one of the reasons why I gravitated more towards Detroit, was because I saw the havoc that the Browns in the Cardiac Kid years. And this is right when Billy Sims got to the Lions, was like, oh, that looks better. I'll go on that path.
They seem to know what they're doing.
7-year-old me, 8-year-old me fell hard for that. Damn it.
Same.
I do like this Browns team a lot, and I do want to see them succeed. I'm a huge Myles Garrett fan. I'm a huge Jarvis Landry fan, but like, if they win or lose, I don't have skin in that game. I don't. I got much more upset when Deshaun Watson and those Texans lost the playoff game to the Chiefs. That was a rough day in the Riston home.
Did your wife pick up on Houston because the kids did? Because I don't see a connection for otherwise. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Very, very mom thing to do. We heard that when we were talking.
She was born in Canton, Michigan. Grew up there. Then she moved to the greater Chicago area, and then she moved to the Cleveland area. So she's like been all over the place. And
you can't call it the greater Chicago area anymore. There's nothing greater about any part of the Chicago area.
The greater part of Chicago is not being in Chicago.
Yeah. That's with somebody with family in Wheaton. Okay. Uh-oh. Riz froze out. Is his internet down? Is my internet? Oh, he's back. Okay.
No, I'm back. That I think that was. I haven't. I just got it again. My internet connection is unstable.
I was doing a murder mystery. Is his internet down? Will he be back? Tune in.
That was a very quick resolution to that one. Thankfully.
Okay. So here, you feel old about this. Wisco says his first movie was Chicken Run.
That movie's great, by the way.
Yeah. Riz, how do you feel about Dragon's Milk?
I like Dragon's Milk. I just actually I bought a bottle of the Madagascar vanilla variant on it, and I had it like 2 weeks ago, and it was really I was happy to find it. Not all of the original Dragon's Milk is like, okay, I can take it or leave that. But the barrel aged and the flavored ones that they've done, other than the orange chocolate one, which was freaking nasty bad, they've all been really good.
All I know is that Chris likes dragons. I got more dragon than you got hanging. I'll tell you that.
Oh boy.
I'm here for another 6.5 hours, folks. Tip your waitresses. Would we take calls or trivia for fun, or we got new guests? We got Chris Robbins wants to do some analytics. How does your head feel about it? You okay? All right.
Pleasant.
Is it when do we want? Are we going to do the 2-2? Let's start talking about that.
We can do it any time.
Do we want to end the show with it in the morning?
I think we would get a bigger audience then.
Yeah.
Not sure I want.
Yeah. But if you do it now, I will have it recorded and replay it on video.
That's great.
So we've got that going for us, which is nice.
Just awesome. I'm trying to figure out now the logistics of where I'm going to do it, where we can get it on camera, where you get me in a full body shot.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave my shirt on just because children might see it, and I don't want them to have nightmares.
Just keep the top. You can fold it up under and let the bottom, the pouch hang. How about that? The pouch hang over the. Let's go all in.
It very well might.
We're gonna do this. Let me see if I can do this. I've got something. I want to show something from last year. This, and so you're safe here.
Yep.
Excuse me. Let me find it. Stuff is all over the place.
I have a feeling this involves Case in a very weird getup.
What?
No.
What? Let's see. Where would this be? Unfortunately, what I've done is I put this crap all over the place because I'm an idiot and I haven't just gotten around to like saying, "Hey, I'm going to get it all together." And let's see. That's not it.
This is the latest I've been up sober in a long time.
That's the hardest part, right? The sober part. I'm used to being up. I'm cool. I'll be fine with that. But here is this it? Let's see. Film. No. God, where is it? This is so worth it. Senior ball thumbnails. No, it's got to be here, right? All right, I guess I'm just gonna have to find it somewhere because it's not jumping out at me. I really, really want to. It is a Case thing, and it is fabulous. It's real and it's fabulous. Let's see. Oh, Wisco wants to know if we've talked about Jared Goff sucking lately. Because he really sucks.
We spent a few hours on that. It's interesting because the day has been like, now that we're into our 17, there's been a lot of Jared Goff bashing, but also some backhanded defending of him in that the play calling isn't good. We're not sure that the offensive coaching is all that great. We're not sure that the wide receiving, the limitations of the weaponry around him is certainly not helping him. So in that way, it's just all bad.
It really is. Oh my God, I can't find it. Where is it? Where is it? I can't find it. All right, I'll have to.
Hopefully that's not what she said.
I'll have to find it in a bit. I'm at a mental block as to where this is. I trip over it all the time.
When I get to do the tutu thing, I oddly really want to brush my teeth.
Ooh, do the blue beans. They're really refreshing.
I have no blue beans.
What? No
I even spun that one twice. There aren't any blue beans in my thing.
That's no way to live, my friend.
I know.
Your daughter hurt you. Just so you know, she hurt you, and you have to let her know that.
Thanks, Lizzie.
All right, no crop dusting. Yes, that's so. There's Chris dusting. That's a Slack thing. That was pretty good. That did some Chris dusting the other day. Oh, I'm proud. What's the favorite Michigan brewery?
I like Founders. I like. I'm going to be loyal to Drafting Table, where we held our first training camp party. They got some really good brews. Their coffee with a blonde is a personal favorite. That's really good.
Mm-hmm.
The Buzz Blanket is really good too. And my old neighbor Max, hi Max, if you're out there, he lives right by there. That's we got hooked up with it. Nice. Every time I get over there, we try to go there. I like Perrin. Some of their stuff is a little weird for me. I like Odd Sides. Some of their stuff is a little weird for me too, but a lot of it's really, really good. But like, just, yeah, Founders is probably my go-to for the most part. But there's so many good ones. Like, it's ridiculous how many good breweries are. When we went up north, we found I found Storm Cloud up in Frankfurt is really good. They, in fact, I have a couple cans of their blonde ale in my beer fridge, which I love it. I've been to so many good ones. Canton Brew Works in Canton, tiny little place in an old strip mall. Fantastic beers. They have an amber there. It's called Admiral Ambar after Admiral Akbar from Star, which is just phenomenal. That's a place. Chris, you've been there, where I set up camp when I'm over in the area. I can walk there and stumble home. And had the best night. The first time I went there myself, walked there. I'm like, okay, I'll give this place a try. They have board games there, and I wound up playing. What's the game called with the trains? Ticket to Ride. Playing that with three complete strangers over. We played like 3 games of it over like beers. The best night there. It was great.
No kidding. That's crazy.
Yeah. So good stuff. There's so many good breweries. There it is.
Case from last year. Oh my goodness. Is this not
the glasses completed?
Yeah. I was always extra fond of the coconuts.
You would be.
They just added a special flair to the whole thing. But this is Case last year doing things that only Case could do. Where did it go? There it is, right here.
I wouldn't even try that.
What?
I will do my own reasonable impression. We all have our own. It's great.
That was Case doing his thing last year, raising money for St. Jude. God, he was he was into that. He had the costumes like you wouldn't believe. And he wore this. He wore this for like an hour. He was, if I can find one, he sat there. Here, let me upgrade it. I'll show you right here. Where is the Case? Where did it go? Okay. I'll upgrade it with another picture. Oops, this is wrong sized.
Good one too. The snowfall's always good.
Look at him. It's just like all there. Into it. That's what we do. Oh God, Case. Love my guy. All right, there you go. We'll have Case there. In infamy.
That's
right?
Fantastic.
Yeah, the coconuts. I mean, check. He had the whole. He's like, I got a cool outfit. I'm like, okay. Like he'll probably just be in a grass shirt and like whatever. No, the pineapple glasses, the whole thing. My God, Case. What a guy. Case looks like
Case.
Tina from Bob's Burgers. Oh man,
that's true.
See, okay, I'll talk about my favorite beer because most of you probably don't have any idea what it is. There's 2. One I can get, the other I can't.
I know one of them.
What is it?
It's a German Werfensteiner or something like that.
Very close. Very good. Very good. You have a memory like
I do.
Like an elephant. All right. Really quick. Thanks to Floundericious. I'm getting this live. Darn it. I'm not smart. $250 in for St. Jude because he's like all over this stuff. Over the 250 or over the 25K hump. Way to go, DLP fam. That's right. Thank you, Flounder. I mean, you carried a lot of this, Flounder. I appreciate everything you did. All of you folks, again, just spectacular people. Really, really good. So my favorite beer that I can get, and I have a really hard time getting it in California. They did just build a Total Wine near me. so it's gotten a little bit easier, but they didn't have it last time. I get it maybe once a year, if I'm lucky, twice. It's called Francis Connor. It's by Spaten bought them. They've been brewing it since like the 1300s. It is a fantastic German Hefeweizen beer, and the first time I had it, I did a castle tour with a friend over there whose wedding I stood up in. German guy, does German stuff, right? Got married, signed his book. My wife was the maid of honor. It was a great time. But well before his wedding, when we were just hanging out and getting to know each other, when I was there on a trip, and we did a tour of a place called Burgeltz. And one of the things I love about Germany and German traditions and kind of German life, you go do things, but everywhere you go, there's always a beer garden. And you don't necessarily go there and get tanked, right? But like we did the castle tour and we had an absolute riot. We're going in, like, one of the things that you don't know is as you walk downstairs in a castle, you walk down to down to your left, right? They always spiral down to the left. Why is that? Because when you're coming up the stairs, if you're fighting, because sword fighting was the fighting of the day, right? You were against the spiral on the right side. It was in your way, right? So you're either a left-handed swordsman or you really had a hard time and you had the advantage of being right-handed fighting down the stairs, right? So it gave you a tactical advantage. Of course, leave it to the Germans to be efficient and think about these kinds of things, right? But they did. So we did this. Yeah. Now, my friend and I came up with an idea. If we could come up with an army of left-handed dwarves, we could have conquered Germany. But that's a different story. So you do the tour, and it's a little bit humid out. So whatever, in the center part, the not the keep, but whatever, the center of the castle, the courtyard, they had built in there's of course the gift shop there, but they built in a little beer garden. So you go down. We had a seat. My buddy said, "Hey, I'll go to get us some beer." So perfect, okay. Don't know much about it. I'm still pretty new to Germany, still soaking up the culture. Got a little bead of sweat on my hand. We were laughing about the left-handed dwarves. He comes up, sits down, and he's got these beers, and he's like, "Cheers, cheers." I take a sip, and I'm not even kidding you. It was like the heavens open, the angels. It was the sun, the whole thing. It was this moment, and literally to this day, when I crack one of those, the first sip of that beer, I'm literally transported to that moment in time.
You take sense memory recall, baby.
Yeah,
that's what it's all about.
Absolutely. I am right there. It was the most delicious beer I'd ever had in my life. It was fresh. It was good. It's a Hefeweizen beer. It's just absolutely fantastic. Francis Connor, Franziskaner. Just
so let me ask you this. With the Hefes, some of those can be a little banana-y.
Yep.
Be a little peary. Where's that one lean?
So this one, and I will tell you, there is no American Hefeweizen that is like a Bavarian Hefeweizen. I've tried I don't care who the brewery is. I've even tried, there was a brewery in Colorado that uses the yeast supposedly from this other beer I'm going to tell you about that is my absolute favorite. But it's still, there's an American taste, and there's like a tinny taste to it is the only way I can explain it. There's a little metallic taste to the Hefeweizen, and it's not an enjoyable beer. I'll actually drink something else instead, even though it's my favorite style of beer. It's the Bavarian Hef is completely different no matter what they call it in the American craft brew scene. I'm just telling you straight up. This is a banana bubblegum kind of mixture. And it's very bready though, so it's not like a super sweet.
So they must have a little bit more malt forward in it.
Yeah. And it's all about that yeast. That yeast is the magic in there. So I thought that was it. That was the be all end all. Hacker Shore was good. Paul Honor was really good, but Francis Connor was really the one. And then I worked for Audi for a while, Volkswagen and all that. I blasted over to Ingolstadt, which is outside of Munich, and friend there, he's a different friend. He said, "Hey, let's go to this place. It's this abbey. They make beer there, and they have great food." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, that's cool." It was called the Kloster, which is the Abbey Andechs, Andechs. So we went there, and he's like, "What do you want?" They have all kinds of different beers, and I was like, "Hefeweizen, that's me. Give me a Weizen beer." All right. So he goes up, he brings one, and this was literally made by monks. Still make it in a modern facility, absolutely modern, like a biotech facility, right? It's the ultimate in brand new steel and everything. But they've been making it since before the dawn of time as well. Unbelievable. unbelievable. I'm like, holy cow, how did I not know this? I find out they don't export. They only have it in the region, and you can't get it out of the region. So anytime I hear of anybody that kind of is in that area near Andex, I'm like, bring me back some of the Weitz beer. Please, 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 please. And you know how hard it is to bring liquid back on, I mean, it's heavy, it's all that.
Yeah.
But that
it's
stuff
an ordeal.
Is amazing. It is amazing stuff. They now have it in real limited quantities exported into the U.S., but it's hard to get. I haven't found it here yet. I've always either had someone bring it or brought it back myself.
Wow. That's
fantastic beers.
That's very niche.
Yeah. I got a type. All right, let's see. Paul, have you ever had Blue Moon? Oh, Blue Moon. I've had a beer that tastes like banana bubblegum. There you go, Matt. Flounder has that sensory recall with coffee at a little 24-hour cafe at the MGM in Vegas. Jay Mert on the St. Jude train.
Very good.
Hundo. Thank you very, very much. Y'all rule. Love what you're doing with St. Jude, and your coverage of the Lions is always great. Much love from deep inside Viking country. Justin, it's always better to be inside Viking country than have it inside you. We'll just put it that way.
That's a true statement.
Thank you
Absolutely.
so much. 25, 450, 69. You folks, love you all. Yeah, there you go. Flounder's got it.
That's so nice. So nice.
Flounder's got it.
So whoever brought up the coffee thing.
Flounder, yeah.
I can remember the best coffee I've ever had. It was at a coffee shop outside of Richmond, Virginia, right by where I lived. And I used to go there quite a bit, and it wasn't anything like special, but it was just really, really damn good coffee. I think they put a little bit of chicory in it, in the brew, and then they would top it off with just a little bit of dusted cinnamon on the top, and that's
interesting.
Man, that place was good. I wish I could. I can't remember the name. I can find it for you from my old house. I lived there. You go up, get on 95 from Route 10, go north 2 exits past the giant RJR cigarette that's off of the west side of the road, and it's the next exit off there, just north of the James River.
Ooh.
And the place was great. It was in a little brick building.
I'll tell you, I hate to say this, I hate to do this, but my very, very favorite coffee, I don't even know the brand, but my friend would bring it over, and it was a black and gold packet in Germany. Their coffee, it's just black. No, I don't need sugar, I don't need cream, I don't need anything. It is stronger. It's flavor. There's something, and I guarantee there's something with export regulations or something. Again, my friend, when he would come over, he would bring it. Absolutely fantastic. I will drink coffee like a coffeeholic over there. I mean, it's all coffee and beer. But the thing though, the tradition is go to the beer hall, the beer garden, have a beer or two, and then off you go and you do your thing, right? You don't stay around and get drunk, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But you go do and be active and do stuff, then have a beer, enjoy it, kind of cool off and chill out, and then move on to the next thing, right? Until the end of the day, then we would polish off a crate. But
yeah, I love doing that. I drink a lot of beer. I very rarely get intoxicated.
Why is it? It's always when I'm around, Riz.
It is. You're a bad influence upon me.
You were really good at the training camp party this time.
I was really enjoying like where we were at. I had I think I had 3 beers early on, and then I was just done. I'm like, I kind of want some water. Like it just sounded
dehydrated,
good.
probably from all the training camp days. Yeah.
But even like the first couple of training camp parties were a little ugly, but
they weren't ugly. They were great.
I don't
that was forged.
I don't really get drunk. That's just not something that appeals to me. I will get lightly buzzed. I know how to nurse that and keep it for an extended period of time, but I'm not someone that gets like fall down drunk. It's just not what I do.
Yeah. I don't either. But I can pour them down. That's the thing, right? Most people nurse it. It takes me a fire hose. Paul, Riz, and Chris, I would for sure recommend your kids go abroad. I did a summer in Austria and it expanded my mind. Sorry if it's unrelated. No, I'm really trying. My son's doing pre-med, and I'm trying to get him to do a semester overseas we're this is our last summer before college starts, and you know how it is, right? The family kind of starts doing their thing then. Trying to put together a trip. My thought right now is to kind of do the Alps from the east over to the west and just kind of meander different places through there and get them a sense and a taste of it, because there's nothing, if you haven't been, particularly, you know, continental Europe, the continent over there, there's nothing like it. I mean, Asia's great too, right? And maybe it's a kind of familial roots thing or something like that, but I've always had a massive draw to Europe, Germany, Switzerland, Germany, not so much France, southern France, right? Northern Italy, Austria, right? Those areas are just it feels natural to me. The way the traditions are really like, they make sense to me in a weird way, right? And I've been up and down and through the Alps there for a lot, and I would love, just my wife and I did a great trip through there, just to take him and let him see it, because I remember the very, very, very first time my wife came to Germany. She got there. She had to fly over herself. I was there for a month. She flew over for the last week, and then I took the week off. So she flew over by herself. I got her at the airport, just kind of wide-eyed. She hadn't been anywhere but Windsor at that point, right? And right, yeah. So now, boom, you're in Germany. And so we get the cab, and I'm spit some German at him, and we're off to the hotel, and we're driving. We get caught in traffic, and I've never had this happen before. Cabbie, we're stuck. He jumps out of the car with the door open and starts screaming at the guy in German in front of him, right? And my wife's just like, because anything in German already sounds mean if you're not familiar with it, right? And then you see some guy yelling, and you're like, what in the heck what am I witnessing? Is something going to happen, right? From Detroit, whatever. Gets back in the car. We get there. It's like, okay, she's not used. It's old school, right? They have room keys. You leave your key at the front desk back then. So you go your key, you go to your room. We get inside, and it's like, okay, babe, don't go to sleep. You got to stay up tonight. We'll take a shower, get cleaned up. We'll go out to eat, and then we'll go to bed. It'll be like 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock, whatever. But then you'll sleep all night. We'll be on the time and ready to roll. She's like, okay. So while she's going to go in the shower, I kick on the TV, and she goes into the bathroom, and then she pops just her head out. And I'm just watching. It's the news, right? He's speaking in German. She's like, he's making it up. Like, she couldn't believe that he was actually speaking like a language, right? She thought he was just making up sounds, right? And it was funny to watch that happen. And I think my son is going to have a very similar kind of situation. And then when he can't communicate with people and he's watching me communicate with him, I think there's something that's going to draw him into that. What's the inquisitiveness, and then learning. Yeah. There's so much growth that happens when you see that.
There really is. That's I cannot wait to get over there. My wife works for a Swiss company, and she has been unable to travel there. She is hopefully going to get there at some point next summer, and I am hoping to go with her. I am of Swiss, English, Swiss, and German, but I hope to visit all three of those. My little brother, who's significantly younger than me, has been to our ancestral homeland in the far southwest part of England, and he's like, it's okay, it's kind of boring. He has been on every continent except Antarctica, and his favorite place was outside. He did a year in Cuenca, Ecuador, studying abroad when he was in college, and that was something that was an amazing experience for him. It formatively changed the person that he was. And so doing the study abroad thing would be, that's really cool. My son is actually more like, can I play basketball in like Turkey or something? Like, maybe you can. Go for it, son. Actually, he is going. One of the things I was going to have to do some traveling tomorrow. Fortunately, my wife is able to handle it. He is working out at a camp with former NBA player Reggie Butler in Detroit. It's going to be at Ferndale High School. It's a big and tall camp. If you know who Reggie is, he's 6'11", 350 pounds. He played professionally in like 8 different countries, and he has like helped groom my son, like working with him and everything. And like the idea of playing ball internationally is something that's like, it's pretty appealing to him.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I bet.
Hopefully he will get the chance to do that someday, because if he works out, he's got a chance to do it.
Yeah.
We'll see.
That's cool. So you say Southwest England. Are you talking about Wales?
No, further south, like Cornwall.
Got it. We were asking about, Flounder was asking.
Dover.
Falmouth.
What else is down there? I can't think of the name of it. I don't know. He's got the Book of Risdon. There's an actual Book of Risdon where we can trace ourselves back to the 1470s. It's named after a bar called Ray's Den. And it got anglicized is probably the wrong word because it's Anglican, but that's where we're from. Like you can trace back, we can trace when we came over to this country. We were on not the Mayflower, but the next wave of boats. There were Risdons on that.
So my grandparents, all four of them, as kids, came off the boat from Germany, like 100% German through and through. Traced back to I think a generation before this, but this is one that was the most interesting to me. And I keep this tab open all the time on my phone. Adolf, King of the Romans, 1255 to 1298. He lived. He was elected King of Germany. He was first physically and mentally healthy ruler of the Holy Roman Empire. The only reason he wasn't officially fully crowned was because the Pope didn't ratify him. Otherwise, my ancestor would have been the king of the Holy Roman Empire. I was like, wow, that's pretty crazy. I knew I was special. But my grandma tells the story of one of her side of the family. They were actually, if you think of Bavaria, they're very superstitious, very religious, superstitious still. They were, by trade, she tells the story, they were weavers, like wove things, right? And they created a machine that accelerated the process of weaving, right? And people were so freaked out by it, they said it did the devil's work and literally ran my family out of town, pitchforks and torches style, right? Ran them out and set them off, and they wound up coming to America. That's not the first time I've been run out of.
That'd be the last.
I've been run out by better people. All right. We are almost, let's see, 18 hours in, my friend. We are really rocking and rolling.
We're doing good. I'm feeling good.
Let's see. Jordan feels like Riz would have a castle. You should see the place he's at now. He's got turrets and everything in that thing.
Wish. That'd be sweet. They wouldn't allow that. As I used to be the HOA president, I thankfully gave that up, but our HOA would frown upon that.
See, he's a king of Zealand. Turrets. Presidente. I demand everybody goose step around the community.
It's very Dutch here.
Yeah.
We are not Dutch, but we get confused for being Dutch a lot because we're tall. Like
tallest
Dutch people. It's weird. They're either really tall or they're really short. There's not any like in between average sized Dutch people that I'm aware of. They're all the men are either like 5'5" or 6'5". There's like no 6 foot tall dude.
Dutch, the Netherlands are the tallest tallest country of people in the world.
No,
there you go.
Actually, we'll do a little travel story. My wife and I went to Aruba, which is what was a Dutch colony. We went there for our 5-year anniversary, and as we were walking around, people started speaking Dutch to us, thinking that they're tall, they're Dutch. We would answer in English, and they'd be like, "Oh, sorry."
No, they just realized you were difficult. That's why they thought you were Dutch. You made things too complicated. That's a German stereotype of the Dutch. I apologize. I shouldn't do that. They also drive with a very, very small, like a Polo-sized VW, and throw a giant caravan on the back, and then get in the left lane of the Autobahn and go about 40 kilometers an hour and drive the Germans nuts.
Sounds like you've experienced this before, Chris.
No, I just love the local rivalries. When I was in France for a month, and I talked to a guy, and he's like, "It's so funny how we were talking about how people draw lines around each other, right?"
Mm-hmm.
And he remembers as a kid, he was up northwest corner of France, like right on the sea. And he went on a walk with his grandmother, and they got to the edge of the village. And it's weird. Me and my friends were talking about it. It's like the ancient internet, or the earliest internet, was church steeples. They would signal each other with lights from steeple to steeple to steeple to steeple, and that's how they got messages around, right? So they got to the end of the village, and they looked down and they could see the steeple in the little village down there. And he said, his grandma turned to him and said, you see that village down there? He's like, yeah. He's just a young guy, right? Those people, they're not like us. Like, there's this, they're like 1.5 kilometers down the road, right? I mean, it's like, what do you mean they're not like you, right? I mean, your world is small. So I used to, like, in Cologne, they have their Kolschbier, and just up or down the Rhine is Dusseldorf, and they have something called Altbier, which is like old beer, right? And the people in Cologne would laugh and say, oh yeah, Altbier, it's just the Kolsch that we drank and then peed back into the Rhine, and they use that to make the old beer. That's why they call it the old beer, right? So these two towns have this rivalry, right? It's like the Lion, or the Michigan and Michigan State kind of thing, right? Yeah, in Ohio State, because they're close and they have whatever rivalry or whatever. But all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, well, it's the Tigers against the Blue Jays, or it's, you know, the Canadian hockey teams against the American hockey teams in the playoffs. It's like, well, we're going to have, you know, some pride in our country. Now it's the World Cup, right? And you're sitting there holding your arm in arm with your friend from Michigan State when you're a Michigan guy saying, go USA, right? You build these different alliances at these different levels, and you absolutely you're sitting there in your blue and you hate the guy in green. Oh, but now let's watch soccer, and it's a Team USA. Let's go, women. Let's go get this done, right? It's so funny how these things build and break, and how meaningless it is, but how meaningful it is at the same time. You know, it's the friends you make along the way.
Yeah, you do. Absolutely.
All right, let's see. Picked up a Dutch soccer hooligan book at the Grand Haven Library store. Origin story. We promised we would talk about the origin story of the podcast. And
yes, please do, because this predates me by over 100 shows.
Not really, though. I'm gonna go look back. I want to look really quick. If you would let me.
If Greg were up, he would know exactly, because Greg is Detroit Lions Podcastopedia.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
By the way, I hope you're feeling well, dude, because you ate weird things today.
Yeah, there's a blowout.
Chip challenge. Oh, God bless him, man. The fact that he was able to sit there and talk to us in irrational conversation for 20 minutes after eating that without putting anything else down his gullet is amazing to me.
I'm looking for this. There's this point, Riz, it was early. Justin Rogers was the first one, episode 10. You came in pretty early. It was like episode 20 or less, I think.
Okay.
All right. We were first on the show. And Case and I'll never forget it. When we were done, we were done. We finished recording. We were like, we've got to have this guy. We got to have this guy on again. We've got to do this again. He's so good. I mean, we don't have to do anything. We just turn him on and he goes, right? I mean, those are literally Case's words. We just ask him a question. We don't have to talk for 20 minutes. This is great, right? It was.
I talk too much.
No, it was awesome. We were so young and so new at it, right? Still finding our way and figuring things out. And all of a sudden we had someone real, right? Who knew what to go on. The first foray was with Justin Rogers, and that's where Case had, the whole never meet your heroes kind of thing.
That's right.
Yes.
There was the rivalry.
He loved Justin Rogers and what he wrote and how he wrote and the whole thing. And one of the things we started with was, how long you been a Lions fan? And he's like, I'm not a fan. It's like, what do you mean you're not a fan? And Rogers was like, yeah, sometimes it's easier when the Lions aren't doing well to write, sometimes whatever. And it broke Case's heart. He was like, no, he can't write if he's not a fan. And if they're doing bad, it's good. What do you like? It cracked everything he thought about Justin, right? And then he got dumb. And I don't want to say dumb, because again, we were inexperienced and young, and I wasn't Twittering a whole lot. I was just kind of watching and kind of absorbing what was going on. And Justin said something in Twitter, and he was like, well, that's because you want the team to lose or something, right? He said something, whatever. And then Justin said something back, and then he said something even more pointed. And interestingly, Justin was then on the radio in Lansing, and he brought it up. He's like, and some podcaster, right? And he brought up, and he downed Case on the radio, right? And Case was like, he sat down and he heard what he said, and he realized, he's like, oh man, I screwed up. I was such a dope. Like it wasn't what he thought. He didn't recognize that to be a good writer, you maybe ought not be a fan, much less, you know what I mean? To cover the team, being a fan can be a detriment more than a help.
Yes, I can speak firsthand to that.
And I will say that goes to what we talked about earlier about what you see in that writer's room, right? Because you've got 90% of them are fans first. You know what I mean? So then that was that thing. And so that stopped, and Case apologized, and Justin just always remembered him for that. And I was like, I don't want to piss the guy off, right? Casey, I mean, you've done enough. We're just going to leave it be, right? So we let it sit. And then we saw him, remember, at Senior Bowl, and I had him record the threat to Case. Great. So that worked out funny.
We caught him in the stands at Lad People Stadium in the end zone.
Yeah. And I if I think about it, you might have actually been on before Justin, potentially. Because you went through the how long you've been a fan thing. So we had Brandstetter on. It could have been. So anyway,
maybe
it was one of those things. Well, he just goes. Let's do that. So going back very, very to the beginning to episode 1, it started. I was living in California. All I had was Green Bay fans, Chicago fans, and Dallas fans, and they were all arrogant. Whatever. It was 2007. Got to watch, everything that was happening then with the Lions. It was like, oh God, I got no one to talk to.
What a great time to be alone in your Lions wallow in misery.
Lifted the family, moved them across the country, and didn't know anybody but the people I worked with. Right. And that was it. And being alone, wallowing in the Lions' misery, paying for the Sunday ticket at that point. And I'm like, why am I even paying for this shit? Right.
Yeah.
There's no streaming at that point or whatever. And so it was like, what am I going to do? What's going on? Right. And so I had found Reddit, and I found the subreddit, and there's like only 6,000, 5,000 people in there at the time. But I loved the conversation. It was awesome. And I was like, this is great. And for a number of years, I took part in Reddit. It grew. At some point, I'd worked in radio in Detroit, had a show, produced a morning show, did a lot of stuff. It was a good time. 99.5 was the frequency. It was well before it was country and or anything else. And so I was like, this kind of scratches the itch, because I left radio to have more stability in a real job. And I did, but I still wanted to do it.
There's no stability in radio.
No.
Or that matter.
Yeah. So hey, this scratched that itch. So I talked to the moderators in the subreddit. I said, hey, I'd like to do a podcast and cover, for the Lions, and I'd like to be the official podcast for the subreddit if possible, because I will do it every week and we'll cover it, and we'll do covers, topics in the subreddit and all that stuff. And they were like, yeah, we worked it out, the deal. And they told me, I said, I kind of don't want to do it alone. It's hard to do something like that alone without a balance. I mean, that's one thing you got to give Deary credit for. He does every day, and he does it alone, right? I mean, that's a lot to ask.
That's tough.
Micro Mike, right? I mean, it's a lot to ask.
It's tough, man. Yeah.
I was like, I'll do it.
A lot of respect for the guys that do that.
Yeah, I'll do it alone first, but I got to find a co-host. And I was very clearly told the moderator's too busy. We're not interested. So okay, that's fine. Well, I'm going to interview each of you guys for the first couple of shows, because it'll be good. Folks will get to know the moderators, the sub. We'll ask some questions to get some depth, right, about people that they only see in kind of a governance role. So I'll be like, okay. So I did Xylan Tree Song, the first one. That was awesome. He's a great guy. And he came up with a Xylan Weishlong nickname for him. He's a teeny tiny O'Toole. He wears leprechaun condoms. It's just all kinds of fun. The second show was with Case, and Case came on. He was well composed. He had some good thoughts. He did a good job. We had good bands. It was like, hey man, I talked to Zion. I said, you guys are too busy, but if you want to consider it, you've got your shite together. It'd be good to have you as a co-host. And he's like, yeah, let me think about it. I'll check in and see what I can do. A little later, he's like, yeah, cool, let's do it. And it was formed. We didn't know each other, right? We just did one show together, and we're like, okay, cool. And then we went on for hundreds of episodes, brought you in. Hey, this is easy. He can talk. This is awesome. Shut up. He's got credibility. Right? One of those things. So we did our thing, kept working on it, kept growing. And it kept getting to be a little more. People would ask, hey, can you do this? Hey, we love the show. Can you do this? And being kind of a corporate guy, I'm always about what's the metrics, what the numbers. And I'd see the downloads, and it's like, wow. I mean, I'm looking at other people, and they're like, well, my mom downloads my podcast. I don't know what else to do. And I'm like, we're getting a couple thousand, like, out of the gate. You know what I mean? This is like, wow. And we kept going, doing our thing and growing. And people, hey, can you do this? Hey, what about that? And it was like, oh. And then between that and like, hey, I think we could make it better if we did X, or, oh, we could add video, or we could do this. And we just continued to evolve it and try to stay ahead of the curve and bring innovative kind of valuable stuff in a weird way. And and I'm not negative when I say this. I'm not trying to be negative, so don't take it the wrong way, but it became an obligation. You know what I mean? And not like a job, because that's the biggest fear, is that a hobby becomes a job, right? But it became something that I was really proud of, and I wanted to make it better because people really liked it. And I felt like I was providing this service for people. And I knew exactly, like, we had Dylan from Guam, the guy from Israel, people in Germany. I mean, Matthias over in, I'm going to say Slovenia, but I'm probably wrong.
That's bullshit.
That's bullshit.
I mean, people all around the world. I look at the geographic map and I'm like, holy crap, these are all people in some way or form that are like me. And then I started realizing, a lot of these folks are soldiers that are serving. They've got no connection back. This is it. That's how Patrick, right? And the whole thing with Fisher House.
With Potter House.
Yeah.
Fisher House.
My guy was out there alone. And we were a voice in the desert for him, truly a voice in the desert for him, that he had and we had provided real help. It's like, God dang, it's like, it feels like we're doing something important and providing something for people that really are interested and need it. And so it's kept growing, and this is what it's turned into. So that's the origin story of how the podcast got together and how we do this. And it's kind of been, I talk about that servant leadership, and you guys kind of laugh, but that's kind of what this whole thing is. It's in service to the listeners, the people that enjoy it. Am I competitive? Yes. I want to make it the best one possible. I want it to be the best one out there. We've been doing it longer than any other podcast. I'm proud of that, because a lot of these things, every year you'll see 6, 7, 8 more people will buzz about them. You're an 0-8. Where'd you guys go? You're gone. Well, maybe you'll try again next year. We'll see. And then you'll ride it when it's good. But that's one of the things that, for me, it's the grind. It's we're going to do a good job, and we're going to be there in the good times and the bad, providing this for people. And hopefully that's what helps us be the one that people choose to listen to and make it very valuable. Nice. So,
and y'all have chosen us, and we appreciate that, which is great. It's so I remember my first appearance on the show, and you did bring up do receivers drop the ball because Matthew Stafford throws it too hard?
Every one of them except Cooper Kupp.
So I didn't know which way to go with that, because I didn't want to offend you as being your guest, but I thought it was like, is that a serious question? I mean, it's not an absurd premise, but it struck me as something that was like, I don't know how to answer that.
I stand behind it, though. Look at Calvin's fingers. Look at how many the fastballs that he throws, and you heard it from every single receiver. And you look at him. That's where his drops come from, because all he throws are those fastballs. Goff isn't doing that to anybody's fingers. Is he a better quarterback? No, right? Is it in your hands? You got to catch it. Yes, that's what you do. It's you're paid for. Your wide receiver. Stafford puts so much heat on those balls. People drop them because they come too hot, too fast, and they're not ready for it, or it's just too much. I stand by it.
I still remember the first time I saw Matthew Stafford throw the ball in person. It was like, like, because I go back in my draftnik days, the 2009 draft, I liked Stafford. I wasn't like his biggest fan. Like, I wasn't crazy about the Lions taking him number 1 overall. I'm like, they could. I don't remember who else was in that draft off the top of my head, but I wasn't like sold like, oh, they gotta have Matthew Stafford. And I remember seeing him the first training camp that I went to in Detroit, which would have been the 2014 year, and just watching him like, oh, I get it. Yeah. Kid. And by that point, he was well established and, had done a lot of things. And I was certainly much more sold on him at that point than I was with him coming out of Georgia as a 20-year-old with the punch me frat boy face.
There's nothing like seeing him live, though. I mean, and that's the thing. I've watched him a lot.
It's different
this year.
If you haven't seen it, it really is different. It's
way different.
It really is. Especially because when I first saw him, Kellen Moore was the backup. And like Kellen Moore is like a soft tosser. Yeah. He's like low pitch softball, and you got
that soft tosser means something different to our folks.
Randy Johnson exploding seagulls. That.
The thing,
like, wow.
It's here's the thing too. You get lulled into something different. It was every year at training camp, just like you said. When I'd see Stafford throw the ball, I'd be like, wow. That's where you see him. When you see him in person, you recognize how special and how different that ball is that he throws. And we went to training camp this year, watched Goff. It's like, he's got a good arm. I mean, he can move the ball when he needs to, right?
He does have a good arm.
That's pretty good. Okay, we got that going on. It's not that okay. And I see Stafford, and I'm watching the games and the whole thing. And then when we went and saw the game at SoFi, it was like, oh yeah. That's the Matthew Stafford pass. And it was, not that I'd forgotten about it, but I'd forgotten. And when I saw it, it was so familiar and it's so special. He throws a ball like nobody else. And when you see it just whistling through the air, it's something. It is really something.
It really is. It's different, and it's just that it really is a special. Excuse me. I'm having bean flashbacks here.
Bean bags.
It really was, and I missed that, in Detroit.
Yeah.
Time for it to end. I absolutely agree with that. That it was time for the best interest for both parties to end the relationship. Don't stay together for the kids. The kids are dead.
Well, yeah, you think about
it was time to go.
Dan said it, and it just hit right when Dan said it today. The Lions are worse now than when Stafford was on the team. And it's not just because he left. I mean, we're not talking about Stafford not being here makes him worse. The team around the quarterback position is worse now than when Stafford was here. If Matthew Stafford was here, there's a potential to go winless. Just saying. But worse yet is the potential to win 5 games or 6 games because of Stafford, and you're stuck in that same spot where you can't get the people you
quarterback
need.
Purgatory.
Yep, absolutely.
The way the Bengals were with Andy Dalton, and they finally pulled the plug, and it took them a couple years to get it right, but they got it right. At least I think they got it right with Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Reason why the Chiefs went from Alex Smith, who was a perfectly good another number 1 quarterback who never really hit his stride early on, but then his team loved him. But they realized we're never going to get over the hump with Alex Smith as our quarterback. So they rolled the dice with Patrick Mahomes, and they have a Super Bowl to show for it. And they have another appearance in the Super Bowl to show for it. And they're not going to get there this year because their defense is brutal, but they took that risk. And I have an appreciation for that. And Goff is not Patrick Mahomes. He's not.
Well, but he's also not putting you in quarterback purgatory. And that's the thing. This is the beauty of Jared Goff. And it's like, I'm trying to think of it. It's like you're constipated and you have to pass that thing to feel better. This is where we're at. Jared Goff will feel, we've got to get rid of something before we get rid of Jared Goff. If we get Tom Brady, just say Tom Brady, prime Tom Brady, 6 wins, then what? You're gonna get a mediocre draft pick. You're gonna have what we've had for all these years. Having your guy right now, and this is why I keep going back to that, and kind of like Schofield was saying, get your quarterback later. Build your team first. Don't go for the quarterback right away. It was Schofield, right? Or was it Krabs? Dang it! Now I'm mixing up our guests or so many. But it's build the team and then get your quarterback. Everybody wants, see, we should have got Justin Fields. Even if he was good and we didn't break him, okay, great. Now we're drafting 8th. Now we're drafting 9th. Is that really what we want? Is that really good? Or is all this extra capital we got for Matthew Stafford, which is a boon to this team, absolutely, because it needs the talent, and you just build up. Jared Goff is a perfectly serviceable quarterback. He's not going to win you games. He's going to get you probably your best draft position based on the talent around him. He's going to give you an opportunity to get to the point where then it's time to get your quarterback, like you did with the Rams. He seems like the perfect guy. Build the team around him, get all the other pieces in place, and then pull the trigger. I'm more and more going to say that all the time.
My worry with it is that you build the team up and you get to be a team that's 6-11, 5-12, and you think, okay, we're only the quarterback away. And then you wind up being forced to look for the quarterback because you're like, okay, now it's just the quarterback that's holding us back.
Mm-hmm.
That's how Kirk Cousins happens. That's how Mitchell Trubisky happens.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
that's the worry.
You're right.
You're not going to land your Russell Wilson. You're not going to land your Kyler Murray. You're not going to land your Joe Burrow. You're stuck. And then you've got a really good team. I worry that the Tennessee Titans are in this, although I think Ryan Tannehill's a little bit better than that. But the Houston Texans with Matt Schaub were like that. They're like, he's a guy who's going to get you close, but you're not going to get over the hump with him. And it took them a lot of really painful years when J.J. Watt was in his prime and Arian Foster and Andre Johnson and that whole crew. They were ready to win, and they had Tom fucking Savage and Brock Osweiler.
We had Tom Savage too.
That team, that's the Texans team that we left behind as we moved. That scar is there for me, and it worries the hell out of me that the Lions are going to get all those good young players, and they're going to be just a quarterback away, and they keep floundering and cycling through crap. And then when it finally gets their Deshaun Watson, obviously the Deshaun Watson before we know what he is now, they missed out on an opportunity there. Their window was closing. They had one great playoff game with half of a game, and then they wound up giving up 50 points in the second half to Kansas City.
Well,
I want that to happen. I want to find that balance where you have the quarterback, and then you can fill the pieces in around. You find the receivers that work with him, like Baker Mayfield and Odell Beckham that we've talked about a lot today. They don't work together. There's something that Baker requires of his receivers that Odell doesn't do. There's something that Odell requires of his quarterbacks that Baker doesn't do. And you don't want to learn that the hard way, like Cleveland has, because it has set them back. That's a team that should be competing for the Super Bowl, and right now they are in last place.
But they won a playoff game, which is definitely not a setback for this team.
Without Odell.
And seriously, who's your Deshaun Watson this year? There's just not. This isn't the year to be looking for him. I don't know that next year is either, right? You can't. There's a point where those quarterbacks will be there, right? And then you have to pull the trigger. I don't know. That.
But remember, Deshaun was not the most popular quarterback. He went number 12. There was
who went before him?
A lot of people that didn't think he was a first round pick. Pat Mahomes the same way. There were a lot of people who thought.
But think about if Deshaun Watson is at the same skill level as he was when he went into the draft, is in the draft right now, he's the consensus number 1 quarterback in the draft.
Probably. But I mean, remember, Mitchell Trubisky went 10 spots ahead of him.
But remember, that's Dope's Pace, who's traded away the barn and passed on Mahomes, right? I mean, that's I can't make a whole lot of. I can't use that as an example of sound decision making, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Or as an example of what can happen, right? That's just pace. Who knows, man? Right? He's not gonna have a job this year because of things.
So
like that.
so this year,
it's like
the
basing things on what Quinn does. That's the
this
Browns.
year, the Lions are this year where the Browns were that year, where they had the number 1 overall pick, and it was either going to be Mitchell Trubisky or Myles Garrett. They chose wisely. There legitimately was a lot of pressure on them to take Mitchell Trubisky from a couple of Cleveland reporters. He is a local Cleveland kid.
Right.
There was a big push to make that happen. And it was from people that don't necessarily follow college football or the draft all that well. And I will say this. There were qualities to Mitchell Trubisky that were like, yeah, he did belong in the first round. Yeah. And I think if he didn't land in Chicago first in the mess that they had, like if he would have gone to Dallas instead of Dak, I think I'm not saying he would have been Dak, but I think his career would be looked at differently.
And now you're making my point, though. If he would landed on a team like today's Detroit Lions, he's the Mitchell Trubisky we know today.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's kind of where I'm at.
That's the hard part, is finding that balance of where's the right point to bring the guy in. You don't want to get it too late, but you also don't want to get it that year too early. And
I think the hard part is that we're going to suck again next year. And people, I mean, if you look around at the abject panic about how this team is this year without a win, right? And to look ahead and say, okay, we've got 2 wins this year. Okay. And people will say, okay, cool. Whew, Goff is the problem. Get me a quarterback and it's going to be right. That's going to be what you hear banging the table. And it's not, right? Goff is a problem, right? But he's not the problem. You've got nobody to throw to. Cover Hawk, cover Swift. Where are you going with the ball? You got nothing. There's other problems. You got an injured line, right? I think the line will take care of itself next year in that it's healthy, right?
I agree.
That takes care of a big problem, and you're going to have a lot of top shelf guys playing the line. So we'll say, let's just put the line aside. The line's fixed next year. So now you got coaching, play calling, right? You got the targets, and you got a run game. Those are the other 3 things. I think the run game is in good shape, right? I think we're okay with the run game with Williams and your favorite Jamar Jefferson, DeAndre Swift. I think we're in fine shape. We'll say
we certainly don't need another running back into the fold.
Yeah, we're fine there. So we got those taken care of. And now it's like your play calls, and it's your targets, right? I think you leave Goff there, you get the targets out there. You're not going to be in quarterback purgatory. You're going to have a very, very you're going to be out from under the big contract. You won't have spent money on someone who's either $30 million on someone who's not playing, right, or a high draft pick on somebody who's not playing. Yeah, that draft pick is something you want to contribute right now, right?
Yeah. That's
why I keep thinking next year. Next year's the place. You build up your talent. You build the team, because again, we got the Alpine Swiss here. Next year you've got a better team, and then you can put your quarterback in. It's not going to be a perfect situation, right? But you then have to play next year with Jared Goff, right? And that's where I worry about the fans. Will you lose them? I mean, look, it's been 50 years. They've been through so much. They've been through 0-16. How much worse could you lose them? The screaming, right? The cries, what it is, it could be a lot more. That 6-year contract might be the thing that gets them through it, though, right? And that's why they have it.
That is why they have it. I do think, though, that the lack of attendance at the last couple of home games has been. I think that has caught Sheila by surprise a little bit, and I worry that she would deviate from her goal. And I don't think she will, but I have to worry about it because I have to worry. That's just the way I am.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about the finances of the team.
they lost money. And they are an NFL team that lost money. For all the talk about how, the Fords are making money hand over fist. They're screwing them. They lost money last year. Yep. They are one of two teams that lost money last year. They are the only teams in the last, God knows how long, probably Super Bowl era, that have lost money in a calendar year. Mm-hmm. That's concerning. It's disconcerting. It doesn't make them, in my mind, it makes them less likely to sell because they're like, oh crap, we can't take the loss on this. I mean, obviously they bought the team in 1963. They're going to make money, but they could make more money if they waited out 2 or 3 years after all the COVID is hopefully done at some point. Hopefully it will be done at some point.
It's wealth versus cash.
Right.
Right. You can have all kinds of wealth and be eating saltines, right? You can own all kinds of non-liquid assets, and that's kind of where you're at with this.
Velveeta biscuits. They're good.
And that's
I like them.
If they're losing money and they're willing to lose money, that's great. But now you got Goodell flapping his gums that, hey, well, I don't like the empty seats, right? And this goes, like, I'm going to tie, this is going to be a little conspiratorial, but the whole thing about those Washington emails and that blackmail, right? He gets whatever he wants now. And if he doesn't like the Lions' empty seats, I think that he probably has the ammunition to do what he wants. I don't know when he got those emails. If he got those emails before he said that about the Lions and the other team's attendance, I would be very nervous about what's in those emails, to be honest with you. Because I feel like he's playing his hand and he's kind of showing a little bit of what he has in there without showing what he has in there. They may know what he has in there, but I think he's showing the public what he has in that hand. I don't like this idea of this stuff being hidden. It adds too much of an opportunity for crookedness. You've got the league embracing Vegas and betting. None of that is good. This stuff needs to get popped open, out in the open. It's going to hurt some people, and I feel terrible for them. I feel terrible for people whose livelihoods will be messed up by this. But keeping it covered up creates a situation where bad things can happen because, let's face it, I don't know that Roger Goodell has anybody's best interest in mind except Roger Goodell's.
I'll give you my little theory here on one of the reasons why they're protecting owners that normally would be forced to sell is that they know that there's nobody out there that can pay the asking price. I've said this about the Lions. Who in this economy, to use the meme, can afford to buy a football team right now?
One guy.
The chances are you're buying at the highest possible point. Like they're not. There's a finite limit to how much they can be worth, how much they can still for them, and you'll still get return on your investment.
You can bake more pies.
They got to be close to it, and smart business people are going to look at it and be like, I don't know, man. Why don't I buy a like basketball is a more popular sport with the young people? Maybe I'll buy a basketball team instead. That they're cheaper to get into too. I do think that there's a worry that there are just not that many people who can buy it. And the people who are going to be politically unsavory for a certain segment of your fan base. And you just don't want to alienate those people. Because one thing that Roger Goodell hates to do is he hates to lose any customers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, he hates the money that goes with the customers. But Jordan's in here saying Goodell has the NFL owners in mind. He has controlling the NFL owners in mind. He reports to them and he's at their mercy. If he has emails, other data on them that they can't risk getting out, that balance of power shifts. And that's the thing that I worry about. The Fords would never sell unless they were made to. And how could they be made to? Who knows? Who knows? I'm not gonna cast aspersions or say that anybody's involved in crazy illegal world activities or whatever. But you see enough people doing dumb things that it's possible. Anything's possible, right? Anything is possible, and some people will be driven to the edge of credulity because
incredulity
because somebody has blackmail on them, cheating on their wife, rather than just own it. They're so afraid of the consequences and what happens that they would do anything to prevent it from getting out and whatever else. People's tolerance for that kind of information and embarrassment is different. Everybody's a little bit different. And there could be something, that you say, that's a forgivable thing, but maybe, Jerry Jones doesn't want it out, right? It's something that he would go to the end of the earth to prevent, right? It's all about leverage, man. It's all about leverage.
What happens on the boat stays on the boat.
Mm-hmm. And these moves, the things that these people are doing at this level, right, are far beyond going down to 7-Eleven and picking up a Slurpee. This is this is all about power. These people are powerful because they know the importance of power and how to leverage power to retain, maintain, and gain power.
You don't get enough money to own an NFL team without understanding how to use your leverage and your power in that capacity.
Yeah. There's a lot of people well known who've wanted to own NFL teams who've had all the money to do it. They didn't get a team.
No.
There you go.
One of them became president.
Yeah. It's easier to become president than get an NFL team. Think about that.
It is. Well, for those of you who you probably know this, one of the reasons Donald Trump hates the NFL, aside from his USFL experiences, he tried to buy the Buffalo Bills. The NFL owners were like, okay, where's your cash? Like, I don't care that you own all these buildings. I need to see your cash. And he couldn't produce it. And they called his bluff on it, basically, that he didn't have the liquid assets to buy the football team. And he got really pissed off by that.
Yep.
He was in a group that also included John Bon Jovi. John Bon Jovi had more cash than Donald Trump did at the time. They wound up selling to the Pergula family, and seems to be working out pretty well for the Pergulas. Seems to be working out okay for Buffalo, although, as we heard earlier today from Tony Ortiz, there's some question about if they don't get a new stadium, that they could be on the move. But that's
just talk. That's part of the negotiating process.
It absolutely is. So let me ask you this. If you're looking to buy an NFL team, you want the Detroit Lions in a city that's shrinking as a metropolitan area, isn't the top 5 city that it used to be. You want to buy the Houston Texans? Do you want to buy the Washington football team, where you've got
richest county in the nation?
Yeah. Do you want to buy the Jacksonville Jaguars? I don't think Shad Khan's going to sell, but do you want to buy the Miami Dolphins when Stephen Ross finally gets tired of losing all the money that he should be making because he doesn't know what he's doing? He's a very meddlesome owner, as we learned from Kyle Krabs. You're going to look at those other places and you're like, there's more upside to owning those franchises than there is to owning the Detroit Lions. And I don't mean that as a disparaging thing towards Detroit. It's the reality of the city of Detroit right now. Mm-hmm. It's those other places. It's not a hotbed of growth. It just isn't.
The Detroit Lions, and this might be part of what the Dan Campbell experience is about too. The Detroit Lions need their resurgence to happen with the release, and I'm just going to use an example of a movie, but the modern version of something like it, when the Bad News Bears came out, right? That was that feel-good story of the downtrodden misfits who couldn't do it, that brought it together and became something special. I say that they need that Hollywood story to help carry them and help them become the darlings in the minds of the public, because Green Bay survives. Why? It really gets down to the fact that they sell jerseys in all kinds of markets that aren't Green Bay, right? Mm-hmm. That aren't Milwaukee. They sell jerseys all over the nation. They're this little teeny tiny town with no people there, yet they are thriving as an organization. The Detroit Lions need to be able, I mean, there's other things, but this is like your barometer, really. They need to be able to sell jerseys in every market en masse. That's how you'll make Detroit a successful team in a small market. That's what it really becomes to. You need that
And
story
they're not
to tie people to the underdog, the fight. It's a great story, right? It's ready to be written. And Dan Campbell is like the perfect guy for the Mighty Ducks movie, right? For the Bad News Bears, the whole thing. The story's ready. The story is ready. But that's what you need to create a resurgence and make this team something, and not just, viable in the NFL and profitable.
The Cleveland Indians, when Major League came out, great example of that.
Yeah,
that's where like the owners legitimately trying to get them to lose so you can sell the team. What do? They start winning. What did the Indians do around that time? They started winning for the time in forever. They still haven't won the World Series. They got the two of them. Fucking Jose Mesa ruined the one in '95. Apparently the Braves just won the World Series again for the first time since then. Which
think about it, in today's environment, how long they kept Chief Wahoo without a word.
Yeah.
That's something to be said about what kind of a darling. I remember it was probably about 15 years ago. He was the number one selling sports logo, if you will, of all the sports anywhere. He was
one of the reasons that was that they did try to phase out. They weren't interested at all in changing the name, but they did try to phase Chief Wahoo off the uniforms. And I actually have an Indians hat that just has a script I on it. And they had the Cleveland C on it. They took him off the uniforms for a while, to great relief of most of the rest of the country. But in Cleveland, that was a horrifyingly bad move. It was a very bad decision.
Yep.
They're suffering now from being the guardians. I mean,
boy, that was amazing.
It's not. I don't follow baseball enough to speak intelligently on it, but it's not going to go well for them. They're not going to be in Cleveland that much longer. They just can't be.
No, they can't.
And I hate to say that, but like I've been through the franchise relocation on both ends of it. I lived in Indianapolis when the Colts moved there. I lived in Cleveland when the Browns left. I know the difference between the two. Detroit is not on the right end of that equation. I hate to say that, but like, there's not to get in the whole sell the team thing again, but if they're selling the team, they're not going to be in Detroit much longer. Like, there just isn't, because as much as people want to talk about Dan Gilbert, and as much as I demonize him because he owns the Cavs, he likes owning the Cavs, and he understands the economics that right now investing in an NBA franchise is probably going to pay off better for him in the long run than owning an NFL franchise. And he made the mistake of buying in to the Cavs after LeBron came. That franchise tripled in value overnight when number 23 showed up.
Yep.
And after that. So he's not going to sell until he knows that he can get out of that. And I don't think that's anytime soon. And there's not really anybody else that has any ties to Detroit that can afford to buy this football team.
No, I don't think you're incorrect at all. Oh boy. So
that's a downer. 3:30 in the morning.
Well, here's the last thing I'll go on. I think all the teams are going to find economic conditions push them into a tougher spot than they are today. Just strictly inflation alone. People aren't going to have the money to spend $200 on a ticket, right? Like they do today. When what is gas?
We got to be a lot more
percent.
Got to be like my kids. We're going to the Rockets game at LCA when they're there. Like, normally we try to do other things like that. That's our entertainment budget. Like that. Like, just it costs $25 more to drive over there now than it did from the west side of the state. The food that we buy when we get there is going to cost more. The parking costs like that. That's cut. My income hadn't gone up.
$150 to park at SoFi. $150, $50 an hour, basically.
My God,
right? It's insane. It's crazy. We didn't park. We had curbside service. It was amazing. But yeah, no, you're going to price people out because of the cost of things. And I think that's the thing. that if you're a potential NFL owner, you're seeing it right now. This is as lucrative as it's going to be. And this is where Goodell is right. If those seats are empty now, wait till they go up $50, $75 a pop. How are you going to fill them then?
Yeah, exactly. And the other side of it, with the economy the way that it is, it's tougher to convince taxpayers to help foot the bill for any part of that stadium anymore.
For the stadium, for sure. Yeah. Well, yeah. Because, I mean, you're setting off trillions of dollars of spending all the time, right? It's like nothing anymore to $2 trillion, $3 trillion. It's like, wow. We'll print it up. We'll make everything more expensive.
just keep printing money and hope that the bluff doesn't get called at some point.
Who was it? Mugabe that did that? Was that the Zimbabwe leader?
Yes. Robert Mugabe.
Yeah. All right.
You take your wheelbarrow of like $600,000 and it's worth 8 cents.
Yeah. It's like, oh, that was good for a loaf of bread this morning. I'll give you a heel now. It was this morning. 2
Enjoy your bread butt.
Yeah. Oh man, boy. Can only laugh.
There's your socioeconomic lesson from Detroit Lions podcast at 3:30 in the morning.
Oh, that's not even the economic lesson, but it's a good start. All right, let's think about this. Let me get Chris in the Slack. I'll give him a Zoom link, and we can talk about analytics. And
good deal.
Give him
I'm gonna take a little bio break.
Yeah, do your thing. Let me get this.
A couple minutes.
All right. Do your thing. Catch me with my $150 to park in the tailgate lot. I think it was $85 to park at the stadium itself, and it's neighborhoods all around. And I didn't see what any of the other parking was, but the tailgating was just like I wasn't on that side of the stadium, but it was basically non-existent. It was the fun-free zone there. They strongly discourage tailgating, which is unfortunate. I understand they've had some incidents though with like the Padres and the Dodgers thing. The guy was put in the hospital pretty seriously. So I think they're using the architecture and the space available to clamp down and not have the pre-gaming stuff. But even at $80, I mean, you're what, $27.50 or whatever the hell the money is, $26.66 per hour of the game to park, right? To walk in and walk out. That's nuts. It is absolutely nuts, and it's only going to go up. It's only going to go up. That's parking, tickets, right? The food, everything else. You're spending a family of 4. You're over $1,000 to go to a football game. That's a pretty good. It's a pretty good chunk of change to go to a game in California. It's SoFi, right? And so there you go. And then they've got an exciting product. You think, oh, we'll only make it $600 for a family of 4 in Detroit. That's a lot. It's a lot. Nobody else is there. That weighs on it even more, right? Why would you go to a stadium that's empty to see a gameplay? It's kind of that self-fulfilling thing that keeps feeding itself and prevents people from wanting to go there. It's not a hot ticket or an interesting ticket, if you will. It's a team that's not winning, and I've seen it more this year than I have, I think, ever in Twitter. Like we were giving away tickets to the Ravens game, so this is still early in the season, right? And people were like, who would even pay to go see that team? I hadn't seen that before, and a number of people were just like, why would you even pay to go see the Lions? There's no way I would do that. It's just surprising to me. It's in a place where a lot of people are making different decisions. If you were to look at a franchise to purchase, an NFL franchise, one of the most expensive ones for fans, I don't feel like excuse me, that's the place to put your money as an investment. All right, 3:30. I think it's time for one more what are those called, energy drink here for my throat. What am I looking for? I'm Slack. That's what I'm looking for, is the old Slackaroni. Okay, get that going here. All right. Slack was closed. That's why I didn't see it, Chris, because been just eating up some memory. There you go. No. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Slack, the place where all the cool kids hang out. All right, saw it, Ash. Oh my gosh, Ash's face. Ash, he's not here. Even his thing in Slack, he's changed his avatar. He literally looks like Uncle Fester from the old 60s Addams Family. All right. Got you a link there, Christopher Robbins. I'll hold out till we get Riz back. Grab myself a energy drink here. 3:30 Friday night. I'm not drinking. I better have an energy drink. Do I want the big one or the small one? I got 6 hours. The half-lives of 6 hours. That's yeah. Thinking about the half-life of caffeine here on how much I should drink. Let me hit the St. Jude thing. I know you guys have all heard it, but let me hit it because I haven't for a while. stjude.org/DLP. We've hit our goal. We have a stretch goal that we talked about since the beginning for 30 grand. We want to get ourselves up there, and that gets me to do the Fat Boy 40, which you definitely want to see.
Do it.
I'm getting confused to where my buttons are now, Riz.
That happens at this time of day.
Last one. I figured last bit of
cheese stick.
Last bit of caffeine here before. I'm trying to think of the half-lives of caffeine, if this will be okay at 6 hours. That should be worn off by then.
Maybe. I don't know. Those things are evil to me.
I don't know why I love it. I used to not like them, but they were good with Jaeger. And then now they're just good on their own. I mean, they're still good.
I honestly think that Jaeger bombs created that entire industry.
It was the combination of alcohol and caffeine that made clubbing so viable. Throw in some roofies and you got a night to remember or to forget, whichever side of it you're on. That's terrible. Roofies are not funny. I should not be joking. I apologize to anybody who I offended with my stupid mockery. It's 3:30. I don't know what else to do. All right. We've got somebody waiting to talk.
Good.
3:30 analytics. What else would you want to do, Riz?
I want to hear Chris talk about analytics.
Christopher Robbins here. Let's see, his name's Chris.
Hold on.
He's trying to be like me. He's
there it is.
My name, but that's not real.
There we go.
There you go. How you doing, Chris?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you guys?
Oh, just rocking.
We're alive and kicking, baby.
Yeah.
Glad to hear it.
I still look like I did this morning. Riz has food hanging off his face. He looks like he just crawled out of a cave. What was that caveman? That Disney caveman movie? The Croods. My youthful good looks. Call me old Riz. I'll get you. What a time. What a time to be alive.
It sure is.
It's actually a really good time to be asleep, but hey. We got it.
There's always tomorrow.
If you're watching right now, I see there's a whole, there's some likes there, but there's not as many likes as we like to see. Go ahead and hit that like button while you're there. Just help us out. Helps the algorithm on YouTube, and when folks start waking up, they'll start showing up because they say, "Hey, they're still going. Oh my gosh, should raise money. That's interesting." So
why are you here?
Yeah, what is wrong with you people? So hit that like button. I saw one. Thank you very much for doing that. Go ahead and hit that like button, and we'll go with that. Okay, really quick. I have to answer this, Jim. Thank you so much. How's the new job going for you? I don't talk much. I talk a little bit because my old boss was one of the very worst people I've ever worked for. And if they were to die in a grease fire, I would not write a sympathy note. I'll put it that way. And I say that unironically. The new gig it couldn't be more opposite of that. I have the most empowered. I mean, my boss left for a week, this last week he was gone, going through a transformation of hundreds of millions of dollars here, and I'm a part of it. And he said, don't burn the place down while I'm gone. That was it. That was the instruction. If there's any calls, there's any questions, whatever, they're all getting forwarded to me, but just don't burn the place down. Okay.
All right.
Lets me do my thing. It's one of those things where when and I'm an innovation guy, when I bring something up, instead of saying, hey, look what I did, the old boss would say, look what I did, and put her name on it. He's, hey, look who I hired. And it's an important difference, right? Because he knows how to make himself look good while making me look good. You know what I mean? And while allowing me to look good. And it's the ability to truly lead and use all the skills that they hired and pay you for, versus trying to put you in a box because you know more than they do, and then they're scared by your ability. So to make it more short than that, Jim, I love the fucking job. I love it. There couldn't be anything better. Best I've had in a long time. And I learned something about myself. The old one, I was in this mindset, nobody's going to outgrind me. Nobody's going to outwork me. I'm going to I'll outlive them. I'm like a cockroach. Then I will outlast a nuclear bomb. I will outlast and go on, and I'll get my next boss, which will be better. To this, where I say I should have left years ago and forget that whole outgrinding bullshit. Go do something that makes you happy. Go be happy. And that's what I learned, and I should probably parrot that for as many people as will listen. All right. Chris, you didn't call to hear that. You called to talk. And my voice is shot to pieces. What am I doing talking? So let's talk about analytics. You want to talk about analytics? I don't know what part of analytics. This is obviously a key part of the script that we wrote for the show.
So yeah, I have all kinds of stuff. I showed Jeff a little bit of it. I showed Andres.
I'm gonna pull it up as a crib note here.
Cool. Okay. Yes. So I've been working on a massive data and analytics project. It is absolutely humongous. And basically what I've done is I have input all of the data from last year's season, because obviously we don't have a full season sample size for this year yet. All kinds of variables, extra game, so on and so forth. Kind of hard to adjust to new information and so on and so forth. So I input all of last year's data into a chart, and I have what essentially amounts to the starters at every position and how much value they added to their teams in a stat called WAR. So for those of you guys who are not new to analytics, necessarily, WAR is basically how many wins a player is projected to add to their team based on their production. And a number of other factors play into that: efficiency, volume, consistency, and so on and so forth. So basically, the idea behind WAR is that every single tenth of a win is worth a certain amount of contract value, or a certain draft pick, or however you want to frame it for your potential argument. So basically, what I have done is I have input all these starters information by position: quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, left tackle, right tackle, offensive tackle combined, left guard, right guard, offensive guard combined, center, interior offensive line combined, interior defensive lineman, edge, linebackers, just all awful linebackers grouped together as one, cornerbacks, safeties, both free and strong grouped together as one. And then I have taken all of that data and combined it into phase data, which is coverage defense, pass rush defense, run defense, passing offense, rushing offense, and receiving offense, and blocking. And then I have combined it into team defense, team offense, and all NFL, and so on and so forth. So essentially, this is basically a study that was kind of meant originally to me to help with positional value and say, okay, quarterbacks are number one, wide receivers are number two, corners are number three, and so on and so forth. But eventually what this has evolved into, as I've been inputting this, is more so into a area of the game study, and not so much a, hey, quarterbacks are worth this, but this is what coverage should be, or this is what your pass rush should amount to. And finding out the averages of each team, each position, each player in each phase, you kind of get an idea for where you want to be and where your goal should be to build a balanced roster. And that's something you guys have talked about, like building a team around your quarterback, because you can't just have like that one true quarterback or you end up like Houston last year.
Or like the Lions for 10 years with Matthew Stafford.
Right. Yes, except the Lions are a pretty poor example because the Lions never even really won a playoff game, whereas at least Houston got somewhere. And to be honest, Stafford does not really come all that close to Watson last year, specifically because of Watson's volume. He played more games. He played and under better, well, I don't even want to say better coaching because that's maybe a bit harsh. Maybe because Bill O'Brien's not that good either.
Yeah, they're pretty close. I mean, wow.
Oh, yes.
Rip Chef. I really should have brought that up. Anyway, moving past that. But yeah, moving past that, Deshaun Watson was insane. Like, he individually outperformed Pat Mahomes last year. Just him singularly removing all the objective contributing factors. On the other hand, you also see a pretty significant difference between guys like Stafford and Goff. So there's other factors like that come into play. And what was most surprising to me in terms of quarterback specifically, we'll start with that because quarterback was most valuable, was Justin Herbert. And Justin Herbert in the quarterback study actually came in number 7 as a rookie, which is ridiculous. He was in tier 2 along with Russell Wilson. He was ahead of guys like Matt Ryan, Ryan Tannehill, Kyler Murray, Derek Carr, Phillip Rivers, Kirk Cousins, Mayfield, Matthew Stafford, Lamar Jackson, Drew Brees, Cam Newton, Joe Burrow. Obviously, Burrow limiting sample size. Obviously, Jared Goff like 3 tiers below him. Plus, but yeah, he was not far off the guys like Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Deshaun Watson. He was only a 10th behind Russell Wilson as a rookie, and that was with Anthony Lynn, his head coach too. Like, he wasn't even being given like Andy Reid and Byron Leftwich and Matt LaFleur and Brian Dable. He was doing that in Anthony Lynn offense. Now, Shane Steichen, who knows how much input he had, we got to see him in Philadelphia last week. But like the conditions that he was working in for a rookie were not really all that incredible. And that was with all the injuries they had. They didn't really get the best offensive line play and so on. So he was incredibly impressive as a rookie, which actually kind of gave me the idea of like, okay, if we were to take a rookie this year, say, personal favorite of mine, Sam Howell, he's my guy, where would he slot on this list and what would his potential be? I mean, if you're saying, okay, he's probably comparable to what Joe Burrow did in half a season last year, if he does that over a full season, that's still better than what Jared Goff did last year. So, and that's better than what Jared Goff is doing this year. So, like the upgrade and the potential improvement there that you're getting from a rookie over Goff is pretty substantial. So you go into phase 2. Okay, so you see, okay, so this is what Howell can provide you, or Willis, or Coral, or whoever your dude is. How does that compare to a position like edge rusher and Kayvon Thibodeau? Okay, obviously Kayvon Thibodeau, one of the best pass rushers I've seen in my 16, 17 years I've been watching tape. I like him more than I did Chase Young. You take a look at pass rushers, okay, you have TJ Watt 2 years above everybody else. Just absolutely dominant freak. Your next tier below that, a couple of guys that surprised me, Hassan Reddick, Jason Pierre-Paul, and Shaquille Barrett. Interesting. Below that, DeMarcus Lawrence, Joey Bosa, Brian Burns, Myles Garrett, Chase Young, Montez Sweat. So if you put Kayvon Thibodeau in your tier of maybe he's slightly better than Chase Young, but slightly worse than Myles Garrett, they're pretty similar in terms of overall wins added last year. That's only 1/10 more than Romeo Okwara last year. Romeo Okwara was, of course, hurt this year. No idea what he's going to do when he comes back. All kinds of variables play into that. But the amount of value difference between him and Okwara at his peak versus Thibodeau's expected rookie output is really not that significant, especially when you compare it to the difference between rookie quarterback and Jared Goff. And that's a rookie quarterback who we're not even saying is Herbert level or Murray level or anything like that. We're talking someone who's basically playing half a season. Ben Roethlisberger's in that category. Drew Lock is in that category. Cam Newton with the Patriots is in that category. Teddy Bridgewater last year is in that category. If we can get someone as good as Teddy Bridgewater last year in this draft, that's such an improvement over Goff that they're adding like 5 times more value than the difference between Chase Young and Romeo Okwara last year. So the gap in value there kind of stands out, for one. So that was the first thing that I was looking to do. And again, that takes nothing away from Thibodeau, because your ultimate goal should be to hit on good players, foundational players, guys you know are going to be good, especially at this stage of development. But if you're looking to win in year 2, and especially in year 3, which is key target for me personally, because 3 years Patricia, 3 years, that seems to be the general rule now. If you're looking to win in year 3, okay, maybe year 2 next year is the year you get your redshirt year. Maybe you have a year that gets hurt. Maybe you have a year to kind of build up that surrounding talent, build up chemistry with your receivers, build up a defense to give them some level of support, build up a run game. Maybe you find a play caller that fits for them. You can do a number of things in that year that allow you to progress into that third critical year that make it like, okay, this is the year that we've got to get going here. Like, this is your second year. We've given you a year in the system. We've given you a year with this play caller. We've given you a year with this wide receiver. We take it number 33. We've given you a year with this defensive player that we take at 32, or if we decide to straight up for quarterback, number 1 in the case of Thibodeau. Like, you're trying to build up essentially for that 3rd, 4th, 5th year when you take your quarterback, especially if you do it this year. So the ideal goal here is not necessarily to take a look at your 1 production, but hopefully you're making that jump into that 3rd tier player in their 2nd season. So basically you want them to be as good as the Lamar Jackson, a Baker Mayfield, a Kirk Cousins, a Derek Carr, Tannehill, Ryan, Kyler Murray last year, Phillip Rivers last year, hopefully by the end of their 2nd season, essentially. If the end of your 2nd season is your 4th year, and you don't have the rest of the team built up around them sufficiently enough to get to the playoffs, you're looking at a coach who's gone 0-16, take another year, maybe wins 2 or 3 games next year, and then maybe wins 5 or 4 with a rookie quarterback. That's like 7 wins in 3 years. How does that align to Patricia?
Yeah, that's not going to last.
Right. And especially when you talk about culture building and buy-in and respect your players and everything like that, there's a lot of factors that go into that too. So ideally, you want them to hit that tier 3 mark, assuming you hit, in their 3rd, or in your regime's 3rd year. So you're talking about hopefully getting 1 year out. You have your full off season last year to kind of start building up towards that. Obviously, you have free agency and then the rest of your draft capital as well to build around that. So
on that timeline, though, that is indicating that you have to get your quarterback this year, that you can't wait till the 2023 draft.
That would be the ideal situation, yes, especially if you believe in one that you think is going to be good enough to hit tier 3. So, for example, if you don't see any of these quarterbacks as an upgrade over Jared Goff, if you don't think these guys are going to be as good as Cam was in New England last year, you don't think this guy's going to be as good as Teddy Bridgewater was in Carolina, then yeah, obviously you pass, because they're not going to be enough of an upgrade over Goff that the 1 tier difference isn't really worth it. So the critical question really when it comes to QBs is, do you think they're going to be a top 16 quarterback, a top half quarterback in the league? That's kind of like that clear boundary mark. You have your top 5, Watson, Mahomes, Allen, Rodgers, Brady. You have your top half, which is the 3rd tier combined with Wilson and Herbert. Then you have your tier below bottom half, like your slightly below average guys like Burrow, Bridgewater. And then you have the guys that need to replace. It's Goff, it's Patrick, Minshew, Dak because he got hurt specifically, so limited sample. Tua, Daniel Jones, Nick Mullins, Trubisky, Darwin Wentz. So if you're planning on a guy being Mitch Trubisky, then yeah, that's a downgrade for Goff. Don't take him. If you're planning on a guy being Carson Wentz, obviously don't take him. Like, that's a significant downgrade for Goff. Like, I mean, you're kind of hoping that these guys develop in your system. You can get them where you need to be in that second year, and especially that third year, you can kind of get things rolling and you have that system in place around them. So the main question is, do you really think that you're getting a top half quarterback? For me, personally, I think there's at least 3 guys in this class that could end up being that. Who they are exactly, I'm not 100% sure yet. Personally, I like Sam Howell. He's been my guy since the beginning of last year. I'm sticking by him through thick and thin at this point. And I've liked a lot of the things that I've seen from him, even this year on tape. I watched 3 of his games already, graded out pretty well. First round, top 16, top 20, top 25 guy for me, probably most likely. Not sure exactly where, because I haven't watched more than 10 or 15 players yet, but most likely in that top 15, 20 range. So then your question is, okay, are you going to take a guy who's top 15 pick a quarterback at 1? Are you going to trade down if you had the option to trade down? There's so many other factors, and we'll get more into that kind of stuff as we get closer to March and April. But that's kind of the main sticking point where I'm at quarterbacks. So then you take a look. Do you have any questions about QBs and passing so far, or should I keep going?
The only thing I would say is, like, you're going to invest that because you have to get the quarterback. But if you miss, like, you're resetting a clock and you still have the same problem.
Right.
Like, there is enough, you can build up enough war with enough other things if you have a quarterback that isn't that detrimental. And I don't think Goff is that guy. And I think that Sean McVay was right in realizing that Goff wasn't that guy. But that's where you're at, sort of like with Ryan Tannehill in Tennessee, Derek Carr in Las Vegas. And then you see things like Justin Herbert isn't as good this year as he was last year. Baker Mayfield wasn't as good in his second year as he was in his first year. And you get that fluctuation from it. That's where I struggle with assigning so much value to it, because you're going to get the fluctuations from year to year, from quarterback to quarterback. Like, the same guy is going to be the same. Like you talked about Teddy Bridgewater. Teddy Bridgewater this year is dog shit. He's awful. Right. And the off there, like Denver thought they were maybe getting the guy that helped Carolina be pretty good, and he turned out to be worse than Drew Lock. That's where the risk comes in for me.
Right. Yeah, for sure. And that kind of leads me into the next point, which is you then take a look at the guys that are around them. And okay, your wide receivers, Stephon Diggs, Justin Jefferson, highest of the high-end producers. Travis Kelce, Darren Waller, again, top-notch and high-end. In this particular study that I have, or this particular set that I have, Derrick Henry last year, just because of how insane his year was, he's highest at the high-end. Even Nick Chubb and Jonathan Taylor last year, pretty good years. The biggest thing, though, I think that's really interesting about this is when you get into the phase data and you take a look at the coverage versus the pass rush versus the rushing versus the receiving and the information that goes along with that, and you take a look at, like, okay, for example, the top, let me sort this here, the top, we'll say 6 teams in receiving last year were Kansas City, Buffalo, LA Chargers, Colts, 49ers, and Vikings. Where did those teams finish outside of Kansas City? Buffalo was pretty good, to their credit.
They were good.
Chargers, okay. Yeah, Chargers did pretty well considering they had a rookie quarterback, but their coach still got fired. The Colts, I mean, they're good. They were competitive.
They've gotten worse.
Yeah, San Francisco, where are they now? I mean, they don't seem to know what their plan is for their wide receivers that they have with all the Ayuk rumors and stuff. And then you have Minnesota. Minnesota's been middling 7-9, 8-8 type of almost like a Caldwell-ish team for the last 3 years now. So even your teams, and that's your, in theory, second most valuable individual position in your second most valuable phase. So it's kind of interesting to take a look at that stuff too. Whereas if you take a look at team defensive information here, we'll just start with pass rushing, just so that we can get a pretty basic idea, since pass rush is the most common supported thing. Philadelphia Eagles pretty much far and away number one with Pittsburgh. Eagles, where are they now? Obviously, they've had their fair share of injuries in the system, Schwartz leaving, and so on and so forth. But even last year, they weren't that good. Their coach got fired. They were, third in the NFC East, where 7-win team made the playoffs? Like, they weren't even that good last year. Pittsburgh, last year was their worst year in, the entire Tomlin era? Then you have Tampa Bay, okay, Super Bowl champs. Rams, okay, pretty good, mainly carried by Aaron Donald for the most part. Arizona Cardinals, who improved dramatically this year, despite losing their best pass rusher, Hassan Reddick. Washington, dramatic regression after winning the division last year, pathetically. Miami, dramatic regression after competing somewhat last year. And New Orleans, who has Cam Jordan, and Marcus Davenport. They invested a lot of assets in those two guys, plus the investment in their interior. So you're taking a look at things like that, and okay, even your pass rushing isn't really contributing a whole lot as an individual phase of the game toward winning. Okay, so then you take a look at the coverage. Okay, and then you think, okay, maybe the teams who are covering really, really well are going to maybe boost themselves on defense. Number one by a far and away margin, San Francisco, with Robert Saleh last year. The Jets certainly haven't gained any coverage under Robert Saleh system-wise. In San Francisco, sure, they lost Saleh, but they're not near as good as they were last year. So even your fluctuation and variance in those areas is pretty dramatic. After that, you have the Rams, who have Jalen Ramsey, John Johnson before he moved to Cleveland. All those guys. They had Darius Williams, who was fantastic last year. That dude was insane. Baltimore with Baltimore has Marlon Humphrey, Marcus Peters. They invested a lot in their secondary and their linebackers also with Patrick Queen. Then you have Tampa Bay, who had a fantastic secondary last year. Jamal Bean, Sean Murphy Bunting, Carlton Davis. They had Whitehead, I think, Jordan Whitehead. They invested a lot into their secondary. Saints, same thing. Marshawn Lattimore, Marcus Williams. Miami, Xavier Howard, Byron Jones. New England, who had Stephon Gilmore. Did Stephon Gilmore play, or was he out with COVID last year?
Thank you.
He was out.
Yeah, I think he was out, but they still had guys like Devin Cordy. They still had Jonathan Jones. They still had J.C. Jackson. They invested a lot in their secondary. So the thing that I've ultimately come to conclude from this, from the defensive side of things, is that the building up of a defense is less so about finding critical players, like high-level playmakers, and more so about limiting weaknesses. Because as we found out this year with Will Harris, Steve Marlowe at the safety spots, and of course the linebackers under Matt Patricia, Jelani Tavai, and the other whole host of linebackers we went through, teams on offense are able to expose weaknesses. And your strengths, if they can't cover for your weaknesses, are minimalized against teams who know how to game plan effectively and have the weapons to attack your weaknesses properly. So, defensively, the overall summation of this is that your defense should be built more with a completion, limiting your weaknesses, balanced team style of philosophy in mind. You don't necessarily need that 1-1 number playmaker, that 1-3 number corner, that 1-5 number defensive tackle. Those guys are helpful toward filling the holes on their teams. But the differences between your great players and your good players, with the exception of Donald Watt and Marlon Humphrey, are relatively slim. Whereas on offense, it's the exact opposite. And on offense, your critical core playmakers, your number one receiver, your number one tight end, you're the player that you run behind the most on the offensive line, those guys, the differences in value between those guys and your average players is so much more dramatic. So it's less about filling out the remainder of your team, because you can deal with a below average number 3 receiver. Like if your number 1 is Calvin Johnson, your number 3 receiver is irrelevant to some degree. And if you have like TJ Hawkins, but like, okay, I mean, who was our number 2? Chris Durham. Like, even if we had a number 2 during those days before Golden Tate, like, that's still a completely different offense. We also didn't have a tight end until we had Eric Ebron, not including Pettigrew. Pettigrew was not good. We didn't really have a running back until we added.
Pettigrew was good until he wasn't.
Swift.
Pettigrew was good until he wasn't. I think I actually that was one of our trivia questions. He was in his early career. He was actually very, very.
He had a 90 catch season.
Yeah, he was better than Ebron ever was actually at his best versus Ebron's best.
Oh yeah, at his peak performance, sure, but like in terms of sustainability and building up like a 2, 3 or 4 year build, like we talked about Holmes, like maybe that 1 year thing worked with Mayhew, but that's not really what we're shooting for.
Okay.
To kind of get to the main thing. So whereas what you're seeing is teams who have number 1 weapons, Tyreek Hill, to a lesser extent Stephon Diggs, even though they have quite a few good options on their team aside from him. Derrick Henry carrying Tennessee. Personal favorite of mine, Jarvis Landry in Cleveland. I'm a huge fan of his. Cooper Kupp with the Rams. Like those types of guys, DeAndre Hopkins, obviously Devontae Adams with the Packers is probably the prime example of this. That dude just basically single-handedly carried the receiving core for the most part of 3 years. Like it's more about finding your critical playmakers, because the difference between a Stephon Diggs and Justin Jefferson, Devontae Adams and Hopkins compared to even a Adam Thielen, Tyler Lockett, Terry McLaurin, like those guys, Michael Thomas, Deontay Johnson, like those guys are all pretty good. The differences between those top tier playmakers and your good receivers are much more dramatic. So filling out your defense with limited weaknesses while filling out your offense with players who can exploit defense's weaknesses is kind of the key to success. So ultimately what we come to find out, at least through my interpretation of this particular data, is that you want to typically invest your highest value assets into your critical offensive pieces, your quarterback, your wide receiver 1, your tight end, your left tackle or center or right tackle, whichever you choose to prefer. And you choose to invest all of your lower level assets, but a more higher volume and more majority of those pieces into your defense. So for example, going with a quarterback at 1, wide receiver at 32, and then the rest of the draft being all defense from there on out is probably what will most correlate with this particular set of data last year. Because at that point, you're able to say, okay, we can fix safety at 33. We can fix maybe edge rusher with this type of class at 64, whatever it is, 65. We're able to fill maybe cornerback, like nickel corner with your early 4th rounder. Maybe you're able to find a linebacker in the 5th round who can contribute at least on special teams. Safety who may be able to contribute on special teams with their 6th, and so on and so on. Obviously, we've seen Brad Holmes hit on some of those later round picks on defense too, with guys like John Johnson and Will Fuller and all those types of guys. Whereas on offense, with the exception of running back, it's a little bit more difficult to hit on some of those guys. Justin Jefferson, 1st round pick. Devontae Adams, pretty high 2nd, if I remember right. DeAndre Hopkins, I think, was a 1st. Tyreek Hill, of course, had character stuff, but Calvin Ridley, 1st round pick. Jarvis Landry was 2nd. DJ Brown was 2nd. DJ Metcalf was 2nd. DJ Moore was a 1st. Corey Davis a 1st. Julio Jones traded up for in the 1st, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So mainly hitting on those key level positions with your early picks on offense, and then building the depth of your defense, especially too, because the other thing you have to keep in mind about defense, as we saw last week against Philly, is that defense likes to rotate a lot. So you have a lot of subs, especially on the D line. You have a lot of subs that come in. A lot more injuries are more likely with your corners compared to other positions on offense.
Obviously,
it's a lot more substitution heavy. So your depth becomes more reliant, and that's why your individual players don't build as much value. Because even a guy like Aaron Donald, who is incredible, one of the best players of maybe all time, even by the time he retires, he doesn't play as many snaps as a wide receiver or a quarterback or a running back even, or a tight end. Right, exactly. To produce the same level of maximum contribution towards their team's production. Because they're only playing even 50, 60% of the snaps compared to 90, 95, and so on. So filling out those depth pieces with higher quality depth players is much more critical to the success of the overall unit compared to offense, where your guys that play 100% of the time need to be guys who can win 50% of the time, relative to the defense who only needs to win 33% of the snaps.
We don't have that. So one of the things, and I kind of brought this up with the quarterbacks, is the individual fluctuations in players from year to year. It's that I struggle with on the positional value, because like Aaron Donald, to me, like you can build a defense around him and you can put lesser pieces next to him because he can do so much. But if he has an off year, then all those guys look worse. Like that's I look at like Jarvis Landry not having a good year. Obviously, he's been hurt a little bit. He's put 3 fourth down balls on the ground. He's dropped a touchdown this year. Like, and that fluctuation in his value is. Can you compensate for that with a guy like Donovan Peoples-Jones, who is trending up, versus like Aaron Donald? They'll think you try to replace him with, I don't even know who they got in there, but like the loss of
Joseph Day, I think,
more significant to me.
Right, yeah, and especially in the case of LA, who hasn't invested a whole lot in their depth because they've spent so many assets on trading for Jalen Ramsey and so on and so forth, where they have less day 3 picks. They have less picks in general. They don't have their first round picks at all, ever.
Until they move back to St. Louis, right? That's when they get them back.
Goff was their last first round pick.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Their drop off in quality is pretty dramatic because they haven't invested into those depth pieces, which is why when Aaron Donald comes out of games, we saw what happened when they played Detroit, for example. In Detroit, when Aaron Donald was off the field, was able to run on him because the level of depth around him and their replacement level players were not able to fill those shoes because they invested so much into one key piece of their defense or one key player of their defense. And yes, there are those guys that obviously when Aaron Donald is on the field, he is a very obvious difference maker, undisputed. TJ Watt's another one. Marlon Humphrey is another one. And Roquan Smith is the main one at linebacker. Like you have your guys who, of course, are able to contribute at that high level. But then, okay, maybe that one guy gets hurt. And a perfect example of this to me is Devin Bush at Michigan. I will never forget this because when Devin Bush was hurt his junior year at Michigan, where he declared, that defense without him looked completely different. And that was when I fell in love with Devin Bush as a prospect, was when I took a look at Devin Bush versus Purdue or versus Florida, I think it was in week 1 that year. That defense was flying to the ball. He allowed so many other players to make key plays. He was the one who was taking up most of the area of the field in zone. He was the one who was crashing down for the tech linemen. He was the one who was filling the A gaps in the blitzes in their double A gap blitz teams. When he came out because of that injury, that entire defense collapsed versus Ohio State in the second half. And you watched Ohio State versus Michigan. The first half of that game, I think it was like a 3-point game at half. The second half of that game, they put up like 35. It was absurd, the level of difference in quality, because the drop-off without that one key piece of their defense was stark. And they even had guys like Rashawn Gary, Maurice Hurst. I don't know if Jordan Lewis is on that team, but they had a couple of decent corners. The drop-off in quality of play without those guys was dramatic. So you basically need those guys to come in and be considerable difference makers for them to provide such an upgrade over those guys. And that's what I was kind of hinting at earlier when I talked about Thibodeau versus Romeo Okwara. And like the difference between a great first-round pick and a good established veteran is good. I mean, obviously, it'll help the sack production. You might finish more plays and so on. But the overall difference in terms of the team quality defense is relatively insignificant because he's only just one player. So, I mean, Trey Flowers can lock up the edge every single snap and redirect runs back inside. But if you have Nick Williams getting completely destroyed on the inside 30 times a game, like we saw versus Philadelphia, for example, it doesn't really matter because they'll be able to run on you 30 times a game and still pick up 30 yards. So, or 300 yards, not 30 yards.
Ugh.
So, so it's about finding the balance of your defense so that you're not overly reliant on that one piece, especially on the defensive line where those one key pieces like Aaron Donald, like TJ Watt, etc., only play 60, 70, maybe if you're lucky, 80% of the snaps.
So what you're telling me is don't draft Derek Brown in the top 10. Don't draft defensive linemen. Don't draft. I don't know.
So
you're like pitching like you can only draft a quarterback at number one. Like that.
So okay. So I'm kind of being a little bit over dramatic, I think, maybe because it's late, but that's not exactly what I'm kind of going for with this because here's the kicker here. The Lions are in such a position right now where, okay, maybe we're not looking at Romeo Okwara, maybe we're looking at Charles Harris as our number 2 edge rusher. The difference between Kayvon Thibodeau and Charles Harris in being able to knock Romeo Okwara down to number 2, then you get your values because you're not basically replacing your number 1, you're making your number 1 your number 2, and then replacing your number 2 with a new number 1. So that's how you maximize your value upgrades on defense. So, for example, it's less about okay, I'll bring this up at corner, right? It's less about replacing Jeff Okudah and more about making Jeff Okudah your number 2 instead of your number 1. That really upgrades that position. So it's and same thing with safety, especially with safety. It's not about replacing Tracy Walker, though we need to do that anyway. It's more about making Tracy Walker your number 2 and making Kyle Hamilton your number 1. That you're more so replacing Will Harris and Dean Marlowe rather than actually replacing Tracy Walker.
Yeah.
So it's those types of opportunities that allow for the value back.
I buy that. You know, one of the things I talk about all the time is putting the guys in the right position on the depth chart. You know, making sure that your number is in fact a number 1 corner and not a number 5 corner like we have right now.
Right.
And finding out, but
Well, it's hard to because you got to roll into
under your theory.
You're talking about saying, hey, we're going to make Romeo Okwara number 2. He may not even be a number 3. He may have Romeo Okwara may have put himself to number 4, right? So now it is replacing your player, and that now scrambles the whole thing because I've got a gap, I've got a hole, and at cornerback, same thing with Jeff Okudah. It's not pushing him to number 2, it's replacing him, right? Mm-hmm. Will Harris, it's replacing him. I mean, he'll wind up being, down the chart a little bit, but you've got to replace him. And that's the hole that the Lions are in. They've got players that are depth pieces. They don't have the starters. And that's where, I mean, it's absolutely right. You've got to get the top value players that are going to make the most impact as quickly as possible into the positions and pick them through your draft. And if a quarterback is your number 1 because that's the most impactful, yeah, for sure. 3 years from now makes sense. Don't know if that quarterback's there to do it, And if you spend $30 on Jared or $30 million on Jared Goff, and I wish, and a first round pick, right? If you think about the amount of value you have invested in one position at that point that you could have put somewhere else, that's where my eggs are getting scrambled a little bit.
Yeah, so I think that the main thing to kind of remember here is that this is not going to be a situation where we're going to be able to fill all of our holes, especially through the draft anyway. So unless we get some ridiculously stupid, absurd trade down offer that I don't think is happening this year, we're not going to be able to. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to add any more volume of picks. So really, the idea that we have to utilize here is maximizing each particular pick. So as we saw this year, okay, maybe Melvin will become something in the third, maybe St. Brown becomes something in the fourth, but the guys that you're ideally taking in the third or fourth round are your safeties, maybe your linebackers at that point, maybe your offensive linemen if you happen to need one. Fortunately, we only need one at this point. Maybe your running backs if one falls.
No running backs. No.
What?
Not for the Lions specifically at this point, but for teams who are
Riz is all in an off-ball
strongly
linebacker.
deficient. Maybe your tight ends if you're a team other than Lions who doesn't have one. Like those are the kinds of positions that you're really looking to upgrade there. Whereas with your second rounders,
they signed Craig Reynolds, who's better than your starting running back right now. Was at least in preseason.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, especially the guys.
DeAndre Swift sympathizers aren't going to like that, but as a running back running the ball, Craig Reynolds is better than DeAndre Swift.
But
I will climb that hill.
But catching the ball, DeAndre
Swift is elite.
Amazing. Because why? Because he's our number 2 wide receiver behind TJ Hawkinson, who also doesn't have a WR in his position title. And that is the key area for all of the offensive woes. And they are offensive because they have no ability at all to...
There's too many guys who are too high up on the depth chart at their position.
Yeah, exactly. So let me think. I'm kind of looking right now. I'm thinking, who's hungry enough that they want Thibodeau?
So
how can we turn that first pick into value, right? And I was like, Arizona, Watt, right? Watt blow. We're not going to take. They're not going to have the ammo, and we're going to want more. Right. We're not going to want to move with them. I don't know anybody else that's hungry enough for him.
So I have a potential suggestion. I don't think this is going to happen, but this would probably be my guess is most likely that would make sense to me is the Jets.
Yeah.
Because of Robert Saleh being there and the way that San Francisco built up their team, investing as much as they did in the defensive line for him, I think that they would be the team that, for one, has the ammunition. For two, they already think they might have their quarterback in Zach Wilson, or at least they're unlikely to go there again. They're at the very least unlikely to invest highly there again.
And not this year.
So you're thinking, right. So you're thinking, okay, maybe they want that guy who can be their disruptive pass rusher like Nick Bosa was for them, like they wanted Solomon Thomas to be, like they wanted Javon Kinlaw to be, like all those other guys. And especially with their defense being set up the way that it is, with under Saleh, getting pressure with that front four is so important in that quarter's D. So they need someone who's going to be able to generate pressure as an individual one-on-one, win those battles in the end. So from a schematic standpoint, I love that fit for them. Even if we don't take them, he falls, maybe they take them because we go quarterback or trade out or whatever else. I think that would probably be the most sense. And from a Lions standpoint, they have the extra first round pick to offer too, in terms of value. So again, I don't think it's particularly likely because I don't think they're going to want to give up that second first round pick to move up 2 spots for an edge rusher, especially given the depth of this class at edge rusher with Hutchinson and Karlaftis, among many others. But if a team were to do it, I think that they might be one of the more likely ones that would consider that option.
Did you get a call?
Here we go.
I just got a flurry of like emails, so I'm kind of sifting through that. Sorry.
Yeah,
for whatever reason, my phone just updated them. I had 6 new ones.
Got a bunch from Pottery Barn going on. Big sale.
Apparently, everything happens at 4:25 a.m.
big sale at Pottery Barn. All right.
Fanatics loves me.
So I guess the big thing here that's going to be interesting regarding Jack value is that hopefully this year we'll be able to fill some of those key areas in free agency, and we'll be able to say like, okay, we brought back Tracy Walker, maybe we signed the number 2 safety in the free agency class. Hopefully we don't need a safety other than maybe a safety 3 in round 5. Boom, completely off the list. We don't have to worry about Dax or Jordan Battle or anyone else at 32. Just Quantum Brisker is the other one.
All right. Hey, I got to hit a couple things. Let me hit a couple things real quick. First, Lakeland Pathfinder. Thank you so much. $50 to St. Jude.
Ooh, nice.
Because you guys are doing the right thing, and I have a big heart. Thanks for all the work you're doing on the podcast, and thanks for letting us help the kids at Christmas. For sure. For real. Thank you. Joe Thornell, $20 into the St. Jude pile. Thank you very much. Good morning from the UK. Keep going, guys. We got it. We got you. We are not.
It is morning there. I mean, it's technically morning here too, but it's like actual like where normal people would be up morning there.
Yeah, it's 9:30. They're ready to mow the lawn. Sorry, the garden. Jason Isinga. I'm sorry if I murdered that. I've been been accused of manslaughter with names already today. I'm sorry if I have another count. $4.99 in the super chat. Thank you, brother. Really appreciate that, and it means a lot. Sorry, Chris, I had to call those out. We do got to get to wrapping really quick because we're getting up to close to our 12-hour limit. We got to do a reset here. So,
cool.
Let's tell you what. Because we have to do the reset. I'm going to let you finish up with Riz real quick. I'm going to hit a quick bio break. And that way, Riz, you don't have to carry the whole thing. And then we'll be back and we'll clean it up. Cool?
Cool.
All right,
yeah, for sure.
Cool. Thank you.
Enjoy the little boys' room.
It's the big boys' room.
So
hopefully, basically, in some way,
you're just talking about filling the safety hole.
Right. And for example, maybe we sign wide receiver 1 like a Godwin, Robinson, or whoever else. And maybe we only need wide receiver 2 and wide receiver 3, or maybe we think the Monroe Cephas can battle for wide receiver 3, and we can just go for wide receiver 2. And that lessens the value of asset that we have to spend there, because instead of, hey, we need a wide receiver 1 in this class, like you're looking for that at 32 or 33, hey, maybe we need wide receiver 2 in this class, you can find that at 65. Like other teams have in the past, like, for example, the Rams with Cooper Kupp, who was actually turned into a number 1. So it's less about finding those guys and in free agency that are like, okay, hey, we want to find it 3rd string defensive tackle or whatever, and really patching up the hole so that you can more narrowly focus on what you need for those picks. And I think that we'll see that play out over the course of time as things develop. And okay, we get to March 17th or 18th or whatever it is this year. Hey, maybe we signed, I don't know who safety 2 in free agency is, but bam, you're no longer looking at Daxton Hill, Jaquan Brisker, and Jordan Battle there.
I could look ahead at free agency on that.
Right, yeah. On the other hand, though, too, there is something to be said about the depth of edge and safety in particular this year. There's a pretty good chance you're getting a very good safety at 32. I'm particularly a huge Daxton Hill fan. One of my 5 favorite Michigan players I've ever seen. I've been a fan of him since 2004. He is just absurd, and his level of consistency, his impact on the team defense, like I talked about earlier, all the things that he can contribute. He's lined up at outside corner, his versatility, his variance in coverage from man to zone, his ability to switch between safety and corner. It's very Tyrann Mathieu-like in a way. His ability to play in the box at times and stop the running crash. He plays very similarly to a guy like Tyrann Mathieu to me, just bigger. So I would love him here. I think he'd be fantastic. On the other hand, though, too, with the influence of 2 safety looks, maybe you're looking at a guy like Jaquan Brisker, who might be able to cover that range in now the second half opposite Tracy, especially in 2-man schemes like the Saints like to run last year with Aaron Glenn in New Orleans. They ran a lot of coverage.
And that's finding the guys who fit what you want to do on your defense. And that's
right.
that goes in with, is Aaron Glenn happy with what his scheme is running, or does he want to, like, there's so many like if statements that come out of this.
So here is the interesting thing about that. And I brought this up in the Slack a couple of times, but for those of you who aren't subscribed and maybe forgot about this, the New Orleans Saints pass rushing last year, when they were blitzing, was absurd. So I actually found a way to track play calling more, interestingly enough. So I actually found out a way to calculate a team's WAR when they blitzed 5 and 6 defenders. When the Saints rushed, we'll start with 5 defenders for now. So one more than normal one-on-ones, etc. They added 2 extra WAR when blitzing 5 or more. The Lions last year, 0. 2 to 0. That's the difference between Stafford and Drew Lock at quarterback. More than this difference between Stafford and Drew Lock at quarterback. That is ridiculous. And that's more than double the 3rd best team in the league. Then you go into their rushing 6, and that's obviously more like your cover 0, like your man style looks. Not as high, but they were still 8th in the league. So the ability to blitz consistently, frequently, and most importantly, effectively, really allowed them to help their coverage to a dramatic level. So when you look at the teams like, okay, for example, San Francisco is a team who was able to assist their pass rush by being able to cover longer because they had surge coverage, helped Nick Bosa get the quarterback faster. They have more pass rush, more sacks, etc. They're a team who is pass rush dependent on coverage. The Saints come from a team that's the opposite, where they are very invested into their coverage. Mind you, they have guys like Lattimore and Williams and so on. They're still invested pretty big in those pieces, but in terms of schematics, they are a team that rely more on their pass rush aiding their coverage rather than the other way around, which maybe does give some credence to maybe taking Thibodeau in one. Is their ability to generate one-on-ones with him in those blitz looks. Because, I mean, you're taking a guy who can win against double teams right now in college. Granted, double teams in the NFL are more effective than college, obviously. But if you're taking a guy and you're planning on scheming him one-on-ones, rushing 5, boom, he's getting there in 2.5 seconds. You can count on that. You can rely on it. So your ability to fit him into your scheme, in the case of Thibodeau specifically, is awesome. And that's why I love the Thibodeau fit here, and I still think that he's a legit awesome option at 1-1, even with all the things I've said about quarterbacks so far. Just because he is one of those guys who, especially with the way that we may want to play based on what they found success with in the past, under Glenn and the teams that he's coached even before this year in New Orleans, he's found that with, I think he was with Houston at the time, or Dallas, or one of those other teams that's pretty pass rush heavy. And obviously Campbell has ties to those teams as well with the Saints, invested pretty heavy in Kim Jordan, Marcus Davenport. And even Miami, they invested in pretty early pass rusher around that time too. Deion
Cam
Jordan,
Wake.
that's who it was. Oh, yep, Kim Wake too. Yep, I was thinking Deion Jordan. But yeah, Kim Wake also. But still, another high investment in SI rusher who also happened to be ironically from Oregon. Interestingly enough. But yeah, like those types of teams, like that's kind of where we're coming from. And even from Holmes' standpoint, invested in Aaron Donald, invested in not maybe massively asset-wise, but they maybe should have bring in Samson Ebukam and Leonard Floyd and those edge rushers who were able to penetrate those outside lanes and win those one-on-one battles. Maybe not so much double teams on the end, but finding those guys who are able to play that style of defense that you're looking to bring, ideally, hopefully, is very important. Which also takes me to the next point about the Saints here. And they were one of the best teams in the league last year about utilizing cover 2-man. And that's just a thing that we've heard a lot about so far this year is a growing trend. We're going to stop Patrick Mahomes, all those types of things. That's kind of like the running theme this year. Cover 0 a couple years ago. Obviously, there's some phases of cover 4, cover 3 is
cover
kind
3
of
with the Seahawk Dan Quinn
with
thing.
the Seahawks
that's working in Dallas now. Yeah.
Yep.
So think like, can you trust that what you're investing in that works this year is going to work in the future? And that's where finding the one that's going to hit and sustain for you is so critical. And I don't know if we're there yet with what we've got in Detroit, because you can go in so many different directions yet. And
so here's
you look at like what San Francisco, like they had the one good year, but the rest of the time their investment in the defensive line has not paid off. And that's where I worry about, pushing that too hard.
Yep. All right. We're running up against it here, Chris. So make it 2 minutes or less.
Yeah. Okay. One more quick point. So last year, the Saints were the only team in the league that ran more than 60 snaps of cover 2 man. They were number one far and away in tier of their own in cover 2 man. So what this says to me, just to kind of briefly summarize this quickly, is that Aaron Glenn has found success running that in the past, and that's now what's kind of in. So maybe he's one of those guys that's ahead of the trend. Who knows? Hopefully that's the case. That's kind of what we were hoping for with Patricia, but obviously that flopped.
Yeah, that.
What was there a problem with Patricia? All right, I got a couple of quick things on the St. Jude. Yeah, that's what we're doing this whole thing for. Anonymous came in with 50 balonies. Admire you guys so much for doing this. I couldn't. Morning again from the UK. It's earlier than you thought because the clocks changed. I forgot they changed last week. It's 8:30 a.m. Good luck for the final stretch for the kids. We don't change until next week. Thank you so much, Anonymous.
Oh, we changed smart tonight.
No, it's next week, my friend.
Is it? I thought it was tonight.
Don't do that, because then we got to go longer.
No, like Saturday into Sunday.
I don't know. I don't think it is. I think it's next week.
Now I gotta look it up.
Okay. Also, Floundericious, $20. Going to bed. I'll try to pop in before the end. Yeah, I mean, we took a couple months of pay. You might as well take a nap. But don't give up yet.
November 7th. We get an extra hour of sleep tonight, Chris.
Right. Oh, that's so awesome.
Thank God we didn't do it tonight.
Yeah, this is definitely not a spring show. All right. Also, from Matthias, thank you so much. The best 24-hour podcast that can happen. You are awesome, guys. No, sir. You are awesome. You are the utmost in awesomeness. All right. Chris, I'm going to thank you. I'm going to leave you on your way because I have to. It's less to come.
Do a reset.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I will say really quick first, just about the St. Jude thing. I've gone through some personal struggles and stuff in my own life, especially over the last 5 years. Struggles with anxiety, struggles with physical health, and all kinds of things like that. Nothing like cancer or anything like that, but the amount of great work that this podcast has done for me, even outside of just fundraising and being able to contribute in the Slack and being able to be a part of this process with you guys and interact with everyone in the Slack and in the YouTube chat and everything has been just extraordinary. So thank you, Chris, especially. Thank you, Jeff, especially Case as well, if he ever sees this. It's been so helpful to my mental health and really helped me get through one of the darkest times in my life as well. And even though I may not directly benefit from St. Jude specifically, there's other people who have benefited from just the interactions and the time spent with you guys and being able to talk about this stuff and learn along with you guys. So thank you very much, Chris and Jeff and Case and everybody else who's been part of my journey with you the last 5 years. Definitely looking forward to contributing more and goes to what Jeff was saying earlier when you were gone, Chris. I don't want to spoil too much in case you haven't seen that yet. But, that early Stevie story. But I just wanted to do this publicly on the podcast and really show my appreciation and support for everything you guys have done and continue to do along the way outside of this as well.
We're glad you're with us.
Yeah.
We're better than without you. That's for damn sure.
And your next office visit is half price. We got you. See, magnanimousness. That's what we're all about, right? No, Chris, you're a great guy. We love you. We love you in the Slack. You bring so much and spur so much conversation.
Absolutely.
It's absolutely fabulous. So thank you for joining us. Thank you for helping carry the 4 o'clock hour.
Yes, totally. It's my thing.
All right.
Gotta get up at noon for Sam Howell, though, man. Sam Howell versus Wake Forest. Let's go.
I still like him. I do.
I need an upset win. I need it so bad. Oh my god.
All right, Chris. Thank you, sir. We will talk to you shortly. We're going to get into our reset now. Be good. Stay out of
Awesome.
trouble. All right. Thanks, brother.
Yep. Thanks,
I'll see you guys in the chat.
Yeah, for real. All right. Let's see.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Go Lions.
Go Lions.
Gonna hit the reset button.
Yowza. I'm back.
Oh, there you are. All right. Weird how that flips out.
Yeah. All right, cool. Okay, so here's the thing, guys. Oh, you want to?
No, go ahead, because we're set the table for what we got to do here, because we do have to do our reset, because YouTube only allows us to go 12 hours at a time. We're at a good point now where we can hit that and not have to worry about it again.
Exactly. We do our reset. We'll be good till 9 without anything else. So what's going to happen is the stream's going to stop. We're going to go down for 60 seconds, and then it's going to pop back up. You're going to have to relink. It's going to be called part 3 when we come back. Okay, this is part 2. We already did one break, so you know how to find us, and we'll be back. It'll be Riz and I, and we will kick this thing off, and with this newfound energy. It's almost 5, Riz. We're only 4 hours out now. 4 hours and 20 minutes.
I can feel it.
But that means we still need $4,400. Got to get $4,400 to get to that 30 grand mark. So we're here. Let's get going on this. We will be back literally in seconds, and we'll look for you. Remember, it's part 3 in the title, and you will find us live. Thank you all.